Do you know those games like Civilization or Age of Empires, where you start with 4 guys in a rock and end up running a continent? Our boy was a god at those. Number 1 in a strategy game called Dangerous World, years at the top, nobody close. Then one day he finishes his last match, goes to close the game but gets yanked straight into it. And he's not alone, because top players from other worlds got dragged in too. The rules are simple. The single best players of all worlds now are like an actual god. You pick a race, you guide them, you grow them into a civilization. The lowers ranked are constantly getting deleted, and the one who finishes first becomes the true god of this world. So the first decision is the whole game. Pick your race. And this is where you find out he's actually built different. Because the obvious move is to grab something strong. Take a big tribe, take numbers, take land, snowball from there. That's what every casual would do. He goes the other way. First he looks at the frogmen. His whole divine authority is tied to insects, so on paper it's a clean fit. Bugs and frogs, made for each other. But then he counts them. Over 500 tribes. Bro, that's not a starting position. You can't whisper into 500 tribes at once when you're a level 1 god with almost no faith. And a race that doesn't need you doesn't pray to you. No prayers, no faith, no power. You'd be a god watching people be fine without you. Same story with the ones sitting on good territory. Comfortable people are the hardest people in the world to convert, and on top of that, good land is exactly where the other players are going to be looking. So he stops hunting for strength and starts hunting for desperation. And that's when he finds a group of exiled lizard men. Now look at this roster, because it's bleak. They're weak. They're old. Half of them are carrying wounds that should have killed them already. They got driven out of their homeland by another tribe and they've been dragging themselves across a desert ever since. Starving, no destination, no plan. They've stopped hoping, which is exactly why they're perfect. So he picks them. Then he goes one step further, because instead of blessing the strongest lizard man in the group, the one who could actually build something for him, he goes and finds the weakest, a wounded guy named Lacrack, barely keeping up with the tribe, shoulder torn open, walking at the back where the dying ones walk. Earlier that day, the tribe found a collapsed animal in the sand and jumped on it like it was the last food on earth. Everybody grabbing for themselves, the healthy ones tearing through the meat until there was nothing left but bones. The old and the sick just sat there watching, because they already knew none of it was coming to them. Then, one lizard man gathers up those leftover bones and hands them to the wounded and the elderly. And they're grateful. They sit there chewing bones like it's a feast, and the healthy ones are annoyed about it, saying it's a waste to feed people who are going to die anyway. Which is the kind of math that makes sense right up until you remember that one of those wounded guys took a sword for the tribe. That guy was Lacrack. Night falls, everyone passes out, and Lacrack is the only one still awake because his shoulder won't let him sleep. And while he's lying there groaning, a blue butterfly shows up and starts trying to get his attention. Nobody else sees it. Some of the tribe watch him stand up and walk off into the dark and figure he's abandoning them for good. He sensed something strange ahead and wants to know what it is. Maybe he's just imagining things, since no one else reacted. Even if it is an illusion, he still wants to see. And when he finally gets there, he finds a whole pile of bitter bugs stuck together. Lacrack is shocked. There's enough food here for everyone. With that first miracle, Choi Sungwoo Nebula is one step closer to gaining a race. The bitter bugs he sent are enough to feed the whole group for several days. The protagonist is surprised to see them sharing the blessing without asking for anything back. It shows how tough these people really are. Eventually, Lacrack decides to place his faith in the god who fed them. He names him the nameless bitterbug god. That catches Sungwoo off guard, because he was sure his god name would be tied to bitterbugs. Still, he's happy to win over a race, and even happier about Lacrack. This kind, selfless lizardman chose to share the blessing with everyone, and Sungwoo knows he'll be a key part of building his civilization. A few days pass, and the lizardmen finally reach a sanctuary. Lacrack's sickness clears up too. He believes it's all thanks to the blessing of the nameless bitterbug god. He even tries to convince the others that this merciful god is real. Seeing his illness vanish overnight is proof enough for him. Even his shoulder wound is now covered in black scales that look like a bitterbug. With that blessing on him, Lacrack feels stronger than ever, and wants to hunt a buffalo. He wants to prove his strength and the power of the blessing to the friends who still doubt him. So he takes his stance and swings as hard as he can, smashing straight through the target tree. Everyone freezes after seeing power that far beyond a normal lizard man. To explain how they found this place and why Lacrack is ready to hunt a buffalo, we go back a few days. Lacrack is once again following those strange visions, and the group gets excited, hoping they'll find another jackpot of bitterbugs. They eagerly follow a path only Lacrack seems able to sense. Still, he warns them that winter is coming, and the bitterbugs keep appearing from the direction of the cold wind. If they keep going like this, they could freeze to death. That deeply worries the others, who start wondering if they should even keep following Lacrack's visions. Lacrack can't say for sure whether the visions are leading them anywhere important, but since they have no other choice, he decides to trust them and keep moving. The reason Lacrack doubts the visions is because Sungwoo still doesn't have enough faith built up. Without Lacrack, MC isn't even sure he could affect anything at all. For now, all he can do is hope Lacrack keeps believing. Only then can he guide him toward an incredible future. Even without knowing where the visions lead, Lacrack keeps following them, and at last they reach a sanctuary. That unexpected rescue strengthens everyone's faith. The nameless bitterbug god led them to safety. Sungwoo's god level rises by 1, officially making him level 2. His underground territory also increases by 1. This level up unlocks a new skill, Insect Sanctification. That skill lets him choose and appoint a prince, and Lakrak is obviously the only real choice. The blessing Lakrak receives helps him spread the god's will. Later that night, while Lakrak sleeps peacefully among his people, he hears someone call his name and slips into a dream world. There, he meets a mysterious figure holding out a hand. As Lakrak begins to understand, a black bitterbug scale suddenly appears in his hand. Instantly, he knows what to do. He raises the scale and places it on the mysterious figure's head. Just like that, the nameless bitterbug god finally appears before Lakrak's eyes for the first time. The next morning, he tells everyone about the strange dream. His people ask what the god wants and why Lakrak thinks this mysterious god is asking for a buffalo sacrifice. To hunt a buffalo, they'd have to go deep into the jungle, which is extremely dangerous. But they also can't forget that the one asking for it is the same being who led them to safety. Even so, some of them still object, pointing out that a hunt like that would force the whole group to take part and put everyone in danger. Even Lakrak admits he can't risk the entire tribe, so the hunt still happens, but he goes alone. Back to the present, right after Lakrak shows his power again, with strength great enough to smash trees, the whole group is in disbelief. One lizard man even questions how any of this is possible. Lakrak had been on the edge of death with a terrible wound, and now he's out here blowing apart trees with brute force. As if luck is on his side, Lakrak spots an entire herd of buffalo nearby. Seeing buffalo here is nothing short of a miracle. They normally migrate somewhere else for food, so the fact that this herd got lost and wandered here makes no sense. Lakrak doesn't care about the details. He charges in like a wild beast, thinking only about hunting and feeding the people he cares about. With one throw, he slams a buffalo straight to the ground, taking it down right away. Lakrak becomes the center of the hunt, giving everyone else the courage to rush in with their weapons. Later that day, the whole group gathers, brings in all the buffalo they caught, and sets one whole buffalo aside as a sacrifice. Once everything is ready, Lakrak starts the prayer. Everyone joins in, praying that the merciful buffalo-loving god will accept their offering. Sungwoo watches from above. The offering is rough, but what really matters is their sincerity, and the faith he gains proves exactly that. That's why the protagonist doesn't complain. Honestly, it suits a new prince. He definitely earned this boost in faith, especially after all the time and effort he spent on these lizardmen. Right now, the real problem is figuring out how they'll survive long-term. Sungwoo isn't a god of earth or forests, so he can't just make crops grow or create water from nothing. But he is the god of insects. Earlier, he used insects and birds to affect the land and drive buffalo down from the mountains. The problem is the lizardmen still have no idea how to raise animals. They even ate the baby buffalo instead of keeping it alive. Still, Sungwoo knows expecting livestock knowledge from them this early is asking too much. This oasis also isn't strong enough to support a big population later on. If things stay like this, they'll only survive a few more years. Right now, they know nothing about farming or building a stable future. Of course, knowledge and skills can't appear overnight, and teaching them directly would break the rules. It'll take time, but Sungwoo is sure they'll find the right path eventually. So he begins by giving a small blessing to his current prince. The day after the sacrifice, Lakrak studies the altar made from buffalo remains. Last night, he had a twisted dream, empty but deeply unsettling. When Zowel asks what happened, Lakrak says the altar in that dream was shaking like it was about to collapse. Their oasis had dried up, and there were no fish left. Even worse, the land was so worn out that nothing new could grow. Zowel thinks they have nothing to fear, since their god has clearly been protecting them. Lakrak trusts his god too, and his faith is absolute. Still, what if the dream was a warning? If they miss the sign and do nothing, then it would be the same as going against their god's will. That thought is what really shakes Lakrak. He rushes to the top of the altar and spots something terrifying. Right away, he calls Zal over. In the distance, a group is marching straight toward the oasis, and Lakrak instantly understands why the altar shook in his dream. From their formation and the tracks left across the snowy ground, it's clear these blonde lizardmen are bad news. Lakrak and Zal recognize them at once. Their blue scales, their size, and the monsters they ride all point to one thing: the Blue Scale tribe, the same tribe that destroyed Lakrak's old home and forced his people into exile. From the look of it, they're searching for another place to take over and ruin. Since the oasis can't be seen from far away, they just happen to head this way. Lakrak can only hope they pass by without noticing anything. At least that's what they thought. Then a loud noise from the oasis alerts the Blue Scale tribe, and all eyes turn their way. They've been found, but Lakrak refuses to see it as bad luck. Maybe this is for the best. Maybe it's a task their god wants them to carry out. A chance to take in the blonde lizardmen captured by the Blue Scale tribe and bring the Blue tribe together with his own people. To Lakrak, this has to be his god's will. Otherwise, why would their old enemies be led straight to the oasis? And when Lakrak sees those red lights floating in the air, his doubt turns into certainty. This is his god's will, and he won't question it. His role is simple: act as his god's apostle. Cutting to Nebula, as he watches it all play out, he feels proud of Lakrak. Lacrack needs to beat the Bluescale tribe and unite them with his people, boosting the population and opening the way for new progress. What interests Nebula most is Lacrack's choice. He came to this decision on his own. That proves Lacrack has a strong will. And by the way, he's already level 14. Even while facing an enemy group, Lacrack still thought about joining forces with them. That kind of resolve makes him a top choice for future leadership. Now all Nebula has to do is deepen Lacrack's faith enough to make sure his choices naturally line up with Nebula's goals. Cutting to the Bluescale tribe's leader, the fat lizard sneers and asks if the oasis belongs to them. Lacrack's side fires back hard, telling those drifters to get lost. The fat leader follows up with another dumb question, asking what makes this place so special. Lacrack steps forward and calmly says, "This is where their god lives, the land of their god." The fat lizard laughs again, just like you'd expect. He can't understand why a god would speak to someone like Lacrack. Then he makes his demand. "Leave now," he says, "and if they go quietly, they won't face a terrible end." Lacrack answers with complete confidence, making it clear the Bluescale tribe can't beat them, no matter how many there are. To the chief, Lacrack sounds insane for ignoring the danger in front of him. But Lacrack keeps that calm, smug smile. Instead of wasting words, he challenges the leader directly. Not surprisingly, the chief is humiliated that someone he looks down on dares to challenge him. Lacrack calls the Bluescale tribe a pack of homeless strays with nowhere to return to. That's why he's offering them a chance to live under his god's blessing. The fat lizard bursts out laughing like Lacrack just told the funniest joke ever. He doesn't believe any of this god talk. To him, power is all that matters, and Lacrack is just delusional. But Lacrack doesn't waver. He stands firm and makes it clear he won't back down. Not when he fully trusts his god. Finally losing patience, the blue chief drives his beast forward, ready to crush Lacrack in a single hit. Lacrack prays for his god to give him the strength he needs to defeat the enemy before him. As the beast charges, Lacrack's only weapon snaps apart, and the monster swings again to finish him off. At that exact moment, Nebula gets a system notice about a clash between two civilizations. Then another notice appears, officially recognizing these lizard men as Nebula's tribe, since he guided their birth nearby and they've lived in his territory for a long time. That unexpected turn unlocks a new skill, one that completely changes this battle. The moment Nebula activates it, we cut back to Lacrack, just as the strike is about to land. Right before impact, Nebula descends into Lacrack's body. The beast's attack misses, and the Bluescale chief starts grinning. Sure, Lacrack has been blown away, but that joy vanishes the instant he sees Lacrack still standing there, having dodged the attack at the last second. Nebula is inside him now, giving Lacrack a huge boost in power and speed he never had before. The chief attacks again, swearing he won't miss this time. Nebula activates his appraisal and checks the fat lizard's stats. For all his pride, the chief's numbers are painfully average, weak enough that Lacrack could handle him even without Nebula. The real problem is the beast. Fighting that thing while dealing with the chief at the same time won't be easy. That creature is called the Mother Drake, and that's exactly why Nebula took control of Lacrack. The skill gives Lacrack a new stat called Divinity, shown as D. 1D equals 200 attribute points, and with 3Ds added to each stat, every one of Lacrack's attributes jumps from 30 to 630. That's why Lacrack launches at the enemy with blinding speed and literally grabs the huge drake with his bare hands, stopping it cold without spilling blood. Everyone watching is left staring in shock. That reaction is exactly what Nebula wanted. Even the arrogant chief can only stare, refusing to accept what he just saw. He tells himself it has to be some kind of trick. After jumping down from the drake, he rushes Lacrack with his sword aimed at Lacrack's neck, but Lacrack ends the fight with one humiliating, pride-shattering punch straight to the bastard's face. The hit is so strong it instantly knocks the chief off his feet. With their leader down, Lacrack dares the others to come at him if they're brave enough. Just like Nebula predicted, they all drop their weapons and surrender to Lacrack. Once it's over, Lacrack gets his body back and can barely believe what happened. The only answer he can come up with is that his god possessed him. Later that day, the newly united lizard men gather around the altar and finally get to eat. They're shocked when they realize Lacrack's group is the same one that vanished into the jungle long ago. Their scale color changed because of the harsh life they endured. The red lizard men tell the story of how they followed their beetle god who led them to this sanctuary. Without that guidance, they would have died in the jungle one by one. The red lizard men find the idea of a kind god pretty amazing. Honestly, they never would have believed any of it if Lacrack hadn't shown that inhuman strength power far beyond what should be possible. Cutting to Lacrack and Zeol, Zeol is seriously worried about everything that happened with the Bluescale tribe. Now that this new group has joined the oasis, the population has exploded almost 6 times bigger. At this rate, the place will run out of resources before long, putting them right back in the same miserable situation they escaped before. But Lacrack already seems to know what they should do. They're leaving this place. Zeol hates that idea, of course. They can't just wander through the jungle again without a real destination. But Lacrack believes his god has already shown them the way. The answer to Zeol's worries lies with the new brothers who joined them. Together they'll become one people, and through that unity they'll find the path ahead. The next day arrives. Some of the black lizard men are trying to tame the dead leader's monster from the blue scale tribe. By the way, one of the big lizard men here is named Yor. Even with all their effort, they can't control the crazy beast. Soon after, Lacrack shows up, and the great drake starts sweating the moment it senses him. The creature remembers being stopped with a single leap, a terrifying memory that makes it back away in fear. But Lacrack only came to feed the big guy. He offers it some roots. The creature hesitates at first, but then it starts eating. Everyone is stunned. They had been trying to force the thing into obedience, but around Lacrack, the monster turns friendly right away, acting like they've known each other forever. Lacrack gives it even more food. If his god chose to spare this creature, then it must have some kind of value, or at least that's what Lacrack believes. That's why he honors his god's will by feeding and caring for it. When it finishes, the creature looks like it wants more, but Lacrack won't give in to that. It needs to learn patience. The creature cries out in approval and quickly does exactly what its new master wants. With that settled, Lacrack leaves and tells his friends to let him know if Manhuan causes trouble again. Yor seems to have learned something from all this, but he keeps it to himself for now. Then we cut to Lacrack questioning one of the blue lizard men. It turns out this blue lizard man knows how to make weapons. The only thing holding him back was his leader's weird strict rules. If he had proper materials, he says he could make much better weapons. The biggest problem right now is wood. He used the leftover wood as fuel for forging weapons. After getting all the details about the weapons and the materials they need, Lacrack dismisses the man and promises to return tomorrow with a decision. The next blue lizard to step forward is an old one missing his left hand. He introduces himself as a traveler. He says he spent his life moving from place to place, looking for a home. Because of that, he learned how to read routes and find the right path. He's seen lands with enough natural resources to support their current numbers. Still, he can't promise those places are empty. Other travelers or tribes may have claimed them already. Lacrack isn't bothered by that. If the people there are hostile, he'll beat them and take the land. The traveler accepts that answer and says he's willing to trust Lacrack's plan. Lacrack presses further, asking if he can also place that trust in the same god. The traveler answers, pointing up at the sky. His faith is in the stars. At night, he explains, if someone learns the paths of the stars, they will never lose their way. Lacrack says he'll trust the stars too, if the traveler can prove it in the next few days. After that, the traveler spends some time showing Lacrack the ropes. Once he finishes explaining stargazing, he asks Lacrack to watch the sky with him again the next night. Then Yor comes to see Lacrack. It's obvious he has something to say. Lacrack first thinks this is about Manhuan, but it isn't. Yor does mention one funny detail. Manhuan gets grumpy about food, but if you feed him on time, he's as sweet as a dog. The real reason Yor came is that he heard everyone will soon leave this place. If that happens, they'll need food ready for the journey. Earlier, Yor saw Lacrack tame that hungry dragon-like beast as if it were just a dog, and that gave him an idea. Maybe they could also try taming those buffalo and keep them as extra food. With that idea, Lacrack's tribe gains a new survival skill. Throughout history, humans mainly survived in two ways. The first was farming, and the second was food production through raising animals. If Nebula had to choose, he'd pick farming because it's easier to keep going for the long term. History proves it. Early people and the first civilizations all settled near rivers. But the species Nebula rules isn't human. The lizard folk are strong and naturally good at adapting to harsh places. Because of that, they do better with animal-based food production than farming. To grow stronger, they also need to learn how to make and use tools. And like we mentioned, that blue lizard with survival skills is trying to forge an iron weapon. Nebula is pleased they can already make simple iron tools. Even if iron is weaker than bronze, it still works for now. That's a huge step for a tribe that used to rely only on stone. Another thing that caught Nebula's attention is the one who understands astronomy. His knowledge is basic now, but Nebula hopes this stargazer will keep pushing it further. Later that night, Lacrack studies the sky and realizes the stargazer was right. The stars really are a map above them. He finally sees why astronomy matters and how it can guide their future. Sometime later, everyone gathers around the altar, where Lacrack delivers grim news. He starts by reminding them how long it has been since the Benevolent brought them to this land. That same god also reunited them with their brothers. The Benevolent chose to save those brothers instead of letting them wander the jungle and die. Their god knew there was strength in unity. Otherwise, they would never have been welcomed into this sanctuary, but now Lacrack believes the time has come to leave this place and spread their power. He calls for the Stargazer and presents him to the tribe as the one who helped him understand the movement of the stars. Lacrack has already confirmed that this knowledge isn't madness, so as chief of the lizard folk, he gives the Stargazer the title of guide. From this moment on, the Stargazer will be their only guide, the one who will lead everyone to their new home. Now Lacrack asks him to tell the tribe where they will go next. The clever lizard raises a finger and points in one direction. When the sun rises tomorrow, they will begin heading south. The journey will take 10 days. Along the way, they'll pass a filthy lake, and 3 days after that, they'll cross barren mountains and empty valleys. If they follow the route the Stargazer gives them, he promises to lead them to an endless forest full of wild animals and many different species. In short, that forest is the best place for their people to grow. When the Stargazer finishes speaking, Lacrack respectfully sends the traveler away, before taking back everyone's attention. Standing high on the altar, he shouts to Eurus and asks why they shouldn't kill every buffalo they catch. Ur is a huge guy, but speaking in front of everyone clearly scares him, so he yells out his answer. By holding back their hunger and keeping the animal alive, they can use it later when they truly need food. Lakrak openly praises Ur for thinking ahead. Instead of giving in to hunger and eating the buffalo right away, he planned for the future. To make the lesson stronger, Lakrak rewards Ur with an iron weapon. Everyone is stunned to see a weapon made of iron, and Lakrak doesn't stop with Ur. He rewards others too, those who controlled themselves and saved their prey for later. Seeing those rewards, the other lizard folk start wanting iron weapons too. Lakrak's plan is clearly working. This simple move pushes them to save food for later instead of obeying hunger and instinct. Soon after, Lakrak picks up one of the buffalo skulls and lowers it over his face like a sacred war mask. Then he calls the warriors forward. Ur answers first, and Lakrak gives him a skull of his own. Anyone who wears one is consecrated as a skeleton warrior. These warriors are sworn to stand beside Lakrak and carry their god's will into the world. They can no longer stay in this holy land. Their god demands movement and obedience. They must leave at once and seek the next sanctuary waiting for them. As the first dark streaks split the sky, Lakrak calls on his nameless god of battle and commands every warrior to carry that name in their soul. The road ahead will be cruel. The trials aren't over, but they must survive just as they survived by resisting the urge to slaughter the water buffalo. Their suffering is their offering. Their resolve is their prayer. With their iron weapons raised high, everyone vows to march on. Lakrak stands beneath the shadow of a new day, a new road, a new beginning. He asks his god for forgiveness for speaking so boldly, for using that name to move the tribe, and for claiming divine will to unite them. But the so-called god watches everything unfold and feels no worry at all. In fact, he's proud to have Lakrak as his high prince. Lakrak is truly helping his people, not just raising morale, but speeding up their growth. Ur is one example. Having already leveled up, and even Lakrak's special stats have improved. The results from his high prince have never disappointed Nebula even once. But the real game starts now. Lakrak's true trials are still ahead. Under brutal heat, the whole lizard folk legion marches through the jungle. The heat is so crushing that even Manun collapses. Not long after, Lakrak calls for a short rest. During the break, they have time to think about how bad things are getting. Some start to wonder if they'll ever reach the place they're aiming for after surviving this awful wasteland. Even Lakrak wants answers. They've already been walking for 3 days. Everyone is exhausted, and even worse, their supplies are getting dangerously low. And relying on one more miracle from their god is the last thing Lakrak wants. Then Ur comes running in with alarming news. They've spotted another species in the distance. They're orcs, fully armed and looking ready to rob the lizard folk they found. But when they get close enough to see the full legion, the small group of orcs panics. Sweat pours down their faces. And just as the skeleton warriors get ready to crack some heads, the bold-looking orcs drop their stone weapons and surrender on the spot. Before talking further, the lizard folk offer the red-skinned strangers some food first. The orcs thank them, then explain why they're wandering the jungle. Their home was taken by a monster. They used to live in the mountains. It wasn't paradise, but it had enough resources to survive. But after one particular monster woke back up, they had no choice but to flee. The mention of a monster sparks Nebula's curiosity, so he quickly checks the area and finds a giant centipede guarding some kind of square structure on its back. This creature is called an abomination, and there are many kinds. This one is the ancient Colaptera. Worst of all, it has DDD in every stat, giving it 600 extra points across the board. Here's the bigger picture. In the game's Lost World history, these beings were said to be created by the ancient dead gods. After those gods vanished, the creatures were left to roam the planet on their own. That's why they're now known as abominations. Their special trait is venomous fangs. Long story short, this is not something Nebula should mess with, especially not with his civilization at its current strength. As the creature shifts, the whole ground trembles, making the lizard folk tense up. Still, the green orc calmly assures them the beast is only sleeping. While there's still time, Lakrak weighs his choices. According to the traveler, going back through the jungle and taking the mountain route would add 8 more days to the trip. Spending 8 extra days worth of supplies on a detour makes Lakrak hesitate. But fighting that monster head-on seems impossible too, especially with his people already shaken. Lakrak is stuck in the middle of a hard choice. Then Zal notices the tall mountains and the massive cliffs along the edge. You can probably guess what he's thinking. That's why Zal says they should fight instead of taking the long way around. When she says that, she knows what she's doing. Her intelligence is way above the average lizard man here. She already figured out how to use the terrain to their advantage. But for her plan to work, they need a way to pull those huge boulders with as little effort as possible. She remembers how the blacksmith used a device, a bellows, to pull in more air and make the fire burn hotter. In the same way, they need something that can move those giant rocks more efficiently. After thinking it through, they come up with a simple lever system to drag the boulders down the hill. With that, their combined effort finally lets them get the rocks into place. Nebula is impressed. They found a simple but smart way to deal with a monster like this centipede. Still, to win, they need all the boulders to fall at once. At last, they release the first one, and it rolls down the hill at deadly speed. The centipede notices too late. The first boulder hits its target, knocking the monster over, but it barely hurts it. They only manage to throw off its platform, and that just makes it mad. The monster starts charging uphill, ready to crush any lizard man in its way. The other skeletons try to drop the next boulder, but they're struggling. There's almost no time left. Nebula has no choice but to step in himself. He enters Lacrac's body and pulls the boulder with his own strength. With the second rock now moving, Zal tells them to drop the third, but there's no time to reset the lever, so Lacrac charges in alone and drags the stone by pure strength. His muscles strain and his whole body pounds with effort as he pushes down the slope. Even so, Nebula knows that still might not be enough. That's when Lacrac grabs his spear and rushes downhill. He comes down with it like a meteor, driving it into the centipede at a critical spot. The monster screams in pain, and right then, the falling boulder slams straight into the spear. Then the last rock crashes onto its face, finishing it off completely. Lacrac drops back onto solid ground and watches the monster collapse. Back on his throne, Nebula finally lets out a breath of relief. The system announces the successful subjugation of an abomination. That victory raises Nebula's faith. On top of that, the system gives him something new. Abomination Essence, something Nebula has wanted for a long time. As you know, he can spend faith points to create certain resources for his civilization. But to make something that doesn't naturally exist in this world, he needs special materials. That's where Abomination Essence comes in. With it, Nebula can create sacred monsters, beings made to spread their god's will across the world. They can also keep growing stronger, and at higher levels they gain new classes like Apostle or Incarnation. For now, Nebula is focused on seeing what kind of sacred beast he'll be able to make. Back with the lizard men, they refuse to waste the monster's body. They want to use it for food, but the smell is awful. Zal tries a bite and realizes it tastes like complete trash. To make it at least edible, they decide to add other things to it. It won't be fancy, but Zal suggests mixing in tasty plants and cooking the meat over a fire. That should also help with the smell. They follow her idea, and when Lacrac takes a bite, he's shocked. It actually isn't that bad anymore. Zal explains the method. Cooking. She added salt and roasted the meat over fire. Seeing how amazing this new skill is, Lacrac insists on learning it himself. As they keep eating, Zal mentions that the orc chief has a mate. That gives Lacrac an idea, maybe he should find one too. Zal catches on right away. She stays completely serious and points out that they're getting older. It's only natural to think about the next generation. Lacrac falls into deep thought, and Zal says she's willing to be his mate. Just as he's about to answer, something shining behind her catches his eye. It's some kind of ancient artifact. It was once attached to the structure on the monster's back. Yor, being Yor, tries to eat it and quickly learns it isn't food. The traveler explains that it's metal, specifically gold. Zal says she's seen similar metal before. Hegemonia once showed them different kinds of metal. When polished, it reflects light and shines beautifully. It also doesn't change color or rot over time. To humans, that makes it very valuable. But to someone like Yor, it's just a heavy, useless thing you can't eat. Then the traveler suggests Yor go hunt the birds around here. They're striped monsters, and their meat is sweet and tasty. From what the orc said, there should be plenty nearby. Yor gets up and heads out, while Lacrac stays lost in thought about that metal. Sometime later, night falls, and instead of eating the bird that was brought back and getting some rest, Lacrac keeps thinking, if gold really doesn't decay, then why would the makers of that tablet use something time couldn't destroy? It only makes him more curious about what the tablet was meant to do. Later, Zal returns to tell him the whole camp is ready to rest for the night. Lacrac is surprised she found him, even though he hadn't told anyone where he went. But she says it was easy because of the clothes he's wearing. Turns out she was the one who suggested he wear them, fitting for someone meant to look like a chief. As the night goes on, the bird in front of Lacrac starts to spoil. Even then, he stays there trying to figure out the tablet's purpose. Then he suddenly notices birds leaving trails of light, almost like they're making symbols. At first, Lacrac is stunned by the strange sight, but whether it's real or not doesn't matter. What matters is that the bird's movements look like the markings on the tablet. Lacrac finally has the answer he was looking for. The tablet was meant to represent something that wouldn't fade or change over time, and he's finally realized what that is. He spends the whole night decoding the marks, and by dawn he goes straight to Zal and wakes her to show her what he found. To put it simply, Lacrac has just begun to understand written language. He draws one symbol of a bird to represent a birdman, then adds another symbol beside it. Together, the symbols show that the male and female are joined as companions. And here's the best part. Lacrac didn't draw it for no reason. He's using those symbols to tell Zal that he accepts her proposal and sees her as his mate and companion. By now, Zal has learned enough of the language too. She draws a circle around the symbols and waits to see if Lacrac understands, and it turns out the chief understands perfectly. That's how Nebula's civilization discovered the idea of written language. Honestly, that's something to be proud of, even if it'll take generations before it becomes a real modern language. Anyway, now that Lacrac has chosen his mate, it's time for the wedding ceremony. For that, both the male and the female must go out and hunt the biggest animal they can find, then present it to their partner. And it looks like Zal already beat Lacrac by a mile. Nebula, for his part, is just relieved that the tribe now has a future line of succession. Later, we return to the creature's body, which has already been fully cut apart. Lakrak is talking with the orc chief. The orc actually tears up when Lakrak tells him the lizardmen won't take over the area. That means the red orcs can keep living there as they always have. He thanks Lakrak deeply, not just for killing the monster, but for sparing their land too. Grateful beyond words, the orc chief introduces his son and assigns him as a guide, since he knows the area like the back of his hand. According to the orcs, the land ahead is full of huge monsters and much larger tribes living close by. Even so, they believe a leader like Lakrak can overcome anything in his way. As Lakrak and his group move through the deep forest, they find strange tracks nearby. When the traveler gets a closer look, he recognizes them as tracks from frogmen, creatures that can walk on two legs. Some frogmen are peaceful, but not many. The fact that they were scouting this place shows they know how to recon an area before a fight. Judging by the number of tracks, at least 5 frogmen came through here, which means their tribe may be much larger than the lizardmen's. After checking the area, they return to camp, and by then it's already night. Most of the lizardmen are ordered to scout different areas. It's the only way to make it seem like their numbers are bigger than they really are. Zal also suggests increasing the number of lizardmen on patrol and lookout. A few days pass and the plan seems to work. They don't run into any frogmen during that time. In those same days, Lakrak's tribe also works hard on survival. They focus more on growing food, and the houses they build become much stronger too. Out of all these small achievements, what impresses Nebula most is how fast the lizardmen adapt to written characters. With their rough maps, new symbols, and old hunting signs, the tribe quickly gets used to the idea of written marks. Lakrak also has his tribe record their food gathering every day. That public record creates competition, since the lizardmen want to show off bigger results. As for Nebula, his locust species is growing in the middle of the continent, and the insects from east to south are also increasing in number. Thanks to that, his small dominion over insects reaches level 4. For context, Nebula already had 3 insect species and uses them to influence different environmental factors. He feels pretty proud of how far he's come under normal conditions. No player could push this much progress in such a short time. He started in a remote area in the east, so in those early fights he never ran into other players or bigger species. But that was only the beginning. Much worse dangers are still waiting ahead. Now back to Lakrak. Yor suddenly rushes in with bad news that needs attention right away. The lizardmen have arrived. A little later, the two sides finally meet to talk. On their side, even higher-ranking members came to escort these guests safely. The first thing that catches Lakrak's eye is a lizardman standing with the Esmeraldas, which makes no sense to him. Still, the leader of the Esmeraldas introduces himself as Shunin, son of the great Chief Oloi. He quickly makes one thing clear: they did not come to fight. Lakrak is caught off guard by how polite Shunin is. He introduces himself in return as Lakrak, chief of his tribe, and says he also wants to avoid bloodshed. With that out of the way, Shunin explains why he came. According to him, the lizardmen have entered Esmeralda territory. Lakrak pushes back. He asks how all this land could belong to one tribe, especially when there are no border marks anywhere. Even so, Lakrak says he has no wish to violate another tribe's land, and he apologizes for the trouble. Still, he politely tells Shunin they have nowhere else to go, so they'll be staying for now. Lakrak keeps control of the exchange by speaking smoothly with Chief Aloi's son. After just a few kind words, Shunin willingly accepts Lakrak's position. Behind Shunin stand 2 big men, silent and expressionless. That alone makes it clear they're there to stop Shunin from doing anything foolish. But Lakrak still can't figure out the lizard man traveling with the frogmen. He's sure the answer will come soon enough. So he warmly invites Chief Aloi's beloved son to a feast. After all, 2 tribes just settled things without a fight, and that's reason enough to celebrate. Shunin is about to accept, but then one of the big men behind him barks in his ear. Shunin quickly apologizes and says they haven't built trust yet. Lakrak keeps pressing, saying it goes against lizardman custom to refuse kindness without returning it. At the very least, he asks Shunin to share lunch right there if entering the village feels unsafe. When the big man behind Shunin gives a rough sign of approval, Shunin agrees. That's how Lakrak ends up sharing a meal with the chief's son. A perfect chance to learn more about the connection between the frogman and the lizardman traveling with them. Still, Lakrak holds back from asking anything too direct. Showing too much interest could expose him, so he eases into it. First, he casually asks what the strands woven around Shunin's hair mean. Shunin says they're threads from a cockatrice. Of course, Lakrak has no idea what kind of creature that is. Not realizing he's being led, Shunin starts explaining. These birds are dangerous beasts that live in the nearby forest. They walk on 2 legs, grow huge, and on top of that they're poisonous and fast. That's why the frogmen keep shields ready to make sure no cockatrice gets close enough to become a threat. Since those birds sound hard to hunt, Lakrak asks what kind of weapon the frogmen use. Maybe javelins? But to Shunin, javelins are crude and useless. He calls for one of his companions and asks him to bring a sword and a bow, a weapon Lakrak has never seen before. A little later, the companion returns with the weapon Shunin wanted. Then he's told to place a wooden board against a tree as a target. Once that's done, Shunin fires his first arrow and it hits the mark cleanly. Lakrak praises both the weapon and Shunan's amazing aim. Shunan repeats that he doesn't want to fight, but proudly adds that he's one of the best shots in his tribe. They train with this weapon from childhood, and every time Lakrak praises him, the boy looks even more pleased. Then their chief says he wants to try the weapon himself, and the frogmen gladly hand it over. Lakrak studies it for a while, trying to figure out how to hold and use it. Even then, he can tell this weapon is far better than javelins. You can carry many arrows, and both the speed and accuracy are incredible. Lakrak takes several shots, but none of them hit the target. Shunan then tells his companion, whose name turns out to be Owen, to collect the arrows. As Owen hurries to pick them up, Lakrak insists on doing it himself, since he was the one who fired them. Of course, that's just an excuse to get close to Owen without others listening. When Lakrak moves over near Owen, the first thing he notices is how nervous the guy looks. The chief asks the young lizard man why he's living with the frogmen. Owen answers with clear hesitation. He says the lizard men and frogmen live together, and both tribes benefit from it. To Lakrak, that sounds hard to believe. But Owen keeps forcing a smile and insisting that the two tribes live in peace. Naturally, Lakrak wants to know how that arrangement even works. Owen says the frogmen provide protection, while the lizard men handle smaller jobs. The frogmen can hunt deep in the forest and explore underground places, while the lizard men are better at gathering fruit and climbing trees. Each side gets resources the other can't easily reach, so life becomes easier for both groups. Even so, Lakrak thinks lizardmen shouldn't need anyone's protection. They can defend themselves. Owen reminds him just how dangerous this forest really is. Only Oloy's tribe, supposedly the biggest in the forest, can truly manage it. Things were so bad for the lizardmen that even basic survival wasn't guaranteed without frogmen help. For now, Lakrak stops questioning him. He already got what he needed. Before leaving, he firmly tells Owen to act as if this talk never happened. A while later, the lizardmen prepare cooked pork with herbs for their honored guest, Shunan. The second he takes the first bite, his face lights up like a little kid. He's eaten pork before, but never seasoned like this. Lakrak can tell he's completely won over. So to tempt him even more, he starts talking about the pig they have back at camp. Naturally, Shunan takes the bait again. It's not often they get to eat pork, and the last time he had any was years ago, and it was only a dried piece. But if he visits Lakrak's camp, he could eat fresh pork there. Then the muscular guard shoots him a deadly look, and poor Shunan has no choice but to back down. Lakrak, still pushing, makes Shunan want it even more. Shunan says he does want to visit the camp, but only after more trust has been built between them. Sadly, the members of Oloy's tribe are not hostile toward the lizardmen, and Owen and the other lizardmen living with the frogmen are supposed proof of that. Shunan calls Owen over and asks him to explain how their tribes have helped each other ever since they started living together. Owen begins repeating a speech he was clearly taught by his masters, and Lakrak notices all of it. Every word coming out of Owen's mouth sounds memorized. Ready for this exact moment? As night starts to spread its yellow light, Shunan decides it's time to leave. He clearly enjoyed the visit and seems honestly thankful. But when Lakrak again invites him to the camp next time, Shunan politely avoids committing, just as expected. The representatives of the two tribes say their farewells before parting ways. That's when we notice Shunan acting especially rough with Owen, a detail Lakrak does not miss. He can tell these lizardmen are not on good terms with the frogmen at all. Once Shunan returns to his camp, he and his men start beating Owen badly. Shunan had realized Owen spoke with the lizardman chief earlier, so he demands to know everything that was said. The poor lizardman stumbles over his words and tries to lie, claiming he only showed the chief how to become a better archer. That excuse just gets him hit even more. He can't even shoot a bow himself, so how could he have taught that chief anything? But Owen doubles down, saying that if he had told the chief the truth, Lakrak would have become suspicious. That's why he asked for payment if the chief wanted archery lessons. In return, the chief said he had nothing valuable to offer. Eventually, Shunan buys the story and even starts admiring Owen for such clever thinking. Because Owen supposedly did such a great job, Shunan promises to spare the one who was meant to be sacrificed today. The truth is, these bastards are holding many lizardmen captive, and all of them are meant to be sacrifices. That's exactly why Owen obeys every order Shunan gives him. He's ready to deceive Lakrak and his tribe with everything he has. Later that night, Owen sits alone in the back of the camp, thinking about the awful choices that led him here. He regrets not seeing these bastards' true nature sooner. They trapped his people while pretending to be kind. By now, most of the lizardmen who lived here have already been sacrificed. The 200 or so left don't have the courage to rise up against 1,500 enemies. And it's not just the numbers. Those bastards also have a so-called divine creature they call God, a terrifying two-headed monster that can defeat anything with a single swing of its sword. That creature is the real reason no one can fight back against them, including the lizardmen. Owen is sure the black-scaled lizardman chief he met is truly powerful. But even so, that tribe only has around 600 members and no proper weapons. So Owen plans to lure them here and have them sacrificed first. That way his own people might live a little longer. He'll do anything to keep his son alive, even if that means tricking the other tribe too. The next day, Yuro shows off his water breath. Shunan completely loses it. Lakrak jumps in to bargain right away, Now that Shunin has seen the breath with his own eyes, Lakrak wants to trade it for the weapon called a sword. Then Owen steps in. He says they should visit each other's villages before making any big deal. Fair is fair, and they should get to know each other first. He even promises the sword can come later as a sign of trust. Several days pass like this. Lakrak and Zalal test the sword they copied on their own. But for some reason their version can't fire the bow very far. Lakrak is sure the sword is the problem, but they still haven't figured out what kind of wood it needs. Then we learn the next meeting with the frogmen will be the 5th one, and it's coming up fast. These guys are way too eager to learn about Lakrak's tribe, and that makes Lakrak suspicious. He's sure they're hiding something nasty behind all this fake friendship. The problem is, he still can't tell what they're planning. So maybe it's finally time to make Owen useful. This could also let him prove his worth and loyalty. We cut to the frogmen. They're beating that poor guy again. They're angry because they still haven't gotten close to the tribe, even after following Owen's advice. Owen admits the black-scaled chieftain is braver and more careful than he expected. Even so, Shunin wants him to speed things up. Chieftain Oloy gave them a deadline to bring the sacrifices, and they can't miss it. Owen presses him on why the timing is so strict. He's sure they're hiding something important, something he needs to know. So he asks Shunin directly. Shunin says his father and the elders are getting sicker, so delaying the sacrifice ritual isn't an option. A disease is spreading, and it only gets worse over time. Even though no lizardman should know this, Shunin treats Owen as an exception. He makes it clear how dangerous the sickness is. When a frogman catches it, the skin doesn't just get sick, it gets covered in a tight white layer of mucus. It can't be cleaned off, and it keeps spreading. Eventually it makes breathing impossible, and suffocates the victim. One prince has already died from it. Owen is shocked that Shunin would share secret details like that with a lizardman. The only reason he can think of is that Shunin is testing him. So he hides what he's feeling and promises never to tell the other lizardmen. If they learn something this big, they'd realize the frogmen are in terrible shape, and that could start a rebellion. Still, Owen knows they can't hide it forever, so he suggests spreading a rumor that the disease can infect lizardmen too. To make it believable, he says there are herbs and plants that release white dust when crushed, something they can use to fake the mucus. Owen even offers to act as the first infected patient. With that settled, Shunin is impressed all over again by Owen's clever planning. But he also wants Owen to use that fake sickness on the hidden lizardman here. Only then will he spare Owen's son from being sacrificed. Of course, Owen acts deeply grateful for that kindness. After laying everything out, Shunin starts to leave, but Owen stops him and asks for a sword to use against the hidden lizardman. Shunin isn't about to hand over one of his precious weapons that easily. The next day, the frogmen bring plenty of goods to trade with the lizardmen. Lakrak has brought a huge box of herbs that help with burns. He hopes that much medicine will be enough to get at least one sword. As expected, Shunin turns him down. To him, trust matters more than anything when it comes to selling weapons. For obvious reasons, Lakrak is tired of hearing that same excuse. At last, Shunin agrees to build more trust between the two tribes, just as the great son of Oloy wants. But first, he wants a private talk with Owen. Soon, Owen and the chieftain step away from everyone else. Then Owen starts feeding him the same scripted lie. He says the dark and red-scaled lizardmen once had a brotherhood ritual with the frogmen before they joined together. That ritual meant spending time closely learning about each other. So now Lakrak needs to tell everything about his tribe. Only then will Owen share everything about the frogmen. It's time to stop just being curious and actually get closer. Then the famous red floaters join in and back Owen up. Lakrak instantly understands what his god is trying to tell him. He agrees with Owen completely. Yes, it's time to stop circling each other in suspicion. Lakrak says he's willing to tell Owen whatever he wants to know. Sometime later, Shunin and his group head back to their village. This time, Shunin is thrilled. They manage to gather a lot of information about the red-scaled lizardmen. What excites him even more is that they finally convinced those fools to visit their village. Better yet, those same fools willingly showed Shunin their own home. Now the frogmen know exactly where the lizardman village is and how many of them there are. Shunin gives Owen all the credit for helping them gain the upper hand. Hearing that makes Owen sick, but he still works up the nerve to remind Shunin about his promise. Of course, that cowardly toad remembers it just fine, though I doubt he plans to keep it. Night falls, and as always, Owen sits near the fire, thinking about living with his son again like they used to. As for Lakrak and his village, Owen believes the chieftain's ignorance will be what gets him killed. To learn what they really talked about, we jump back a bit. Lakrak is teaching Owen about characters and symbols. He draws them with a twig and explains what they mean. One symbol means deny, and another means lie. Owen, being sharp-minded, catches on fast. He even puts the two symbols together to make a new meaning. For example, putting lie next to deny creates do not lie, which means truth. Lakrak is impressed by how quickly Owen understands. He hadn't even thought to use the symbols that way. All this praise reminds Owen of Shunin, who also likes to praise his sharp mind. Still, Owen wonders why Lakrak is teaching him symbols at all when they never bring this up with the frogmen. It's like Lakrak can read his mind. He says the only reason he's teaching this is to build trust. Not trust with the frogmen with Owen. Lakrak already knows the stories he's been told about the frogmen aren't true, and there's a lot Owen clearly isn't allowed to say. Lakrak and his people have known pain, That's why they can spot it in others. He knows the difference between the hunter and the prey, and he already sees that Owen and his people are the prey. Lacroix can see the pain Owen carries on his face. Even so, the young lizard man keeps denying it, but the chieftain already understands the truth. Back in the present, Owen thinks over his situation. He knows the black-scaled chieftain is strong and confident, but he can't beat frogmen weapons. Lacroix's claim that he killed some abomination sounds ridiculous to Owen, especially since they don't even have special weapons. On top of that, Owen thinks Lacroix must be unbelievably foolish for trusting him with those symbols. Owen feels he doesn't deserve the chieftain's trust. In his own eyes, he's just a bargainer, someone looking out for himself. The next day, Lacroix finally visits the frogman village. Seeing him arrive, Shunan welcomes his new friends with open arms. After the greetings are done, Lacroix apologizes for coming fully armed. He says he was worried about meeting a cockatrice on the way and didn't want to take the risk. Shunan says he has no problem with that. In his head, though, he thinks these lizard men are idiots if they believe their crude swords could fight a cockatrice. Besides, he has no plan to fight them anyway. He plans to poison the food at the feast. Lacroix starts looking around for Owen, and Shunan says he's busy getting ready for the banquet. They soon find him arranging places for the guests. Shunan notices him making marks in the ground with a sword, but he doesn't suspect anything. He assumes Owen is just marking where everyone should sit. Then he motions for Lacroix to go speak with Owen while he checks on the food. As Lacroix comes closer, Owen points to the marks as if they show the lizardmen's seats, but the symbol he drew actually means lie. Lacroix understands at once, and signals Yor to begin. Just like that, the real banquet starts. Yor plants his feet, takes aim, and swings the hammer with all his strength, killing an armed frogman instantly. Lacroix immediately orders his warriors to wipe out the frogmen, and the one-sided slaughter begins. A little time passes, and Lacroix's team clears the whole area without losing a single fighter. Most of the frogmen have already run, including Schumann. Next, they have to get ready for the bowmen. For now, Lacroix can only hope his backup plan works. He quickly turns to Owen and gives him a crucial job, one he cannot fail. Cutting to Schumann, the frogman is grinding his teeth in rage. He's sure Owen is behind all of this. He orders his men to gather every warrior in the village. They need to attack the lizard men at once. As for the captive lizard men, their job is to hold Lacroix's group in place until the frogman warriors are ready. Soon the frogmen unleash a barrage of weapons straight at the lizard men. But Lacroix already planned for that. Lacroix's backup plan was the shields. Every lizard man raises one. The incoming shots slam into them, but the weak teeth break apart on impact. Yor is thrilled seeing the shields actually stop those weapons. At the same time, Schumann quickly changes tactics. He tells the frogmen to fire only when the lizard men move forward. But that plan falls apart too when a huge fire starts spreading across the whole area and killing everyone's visibility. No one can aim right anymore. And who started the fire? It was Owen. He set the frogmen's shields on fire. The other lizardmen stare at him in shock, thinking for a second that Schumann must have ordered it. Then Owen tells them the truth. He's acting on Black-Scale Chieftain Lacroix's orders. He asks them to trust him just this once, and promises Lacroix will bring the frogmen down. At last, his fellow lizardmen grab their own shields and start smashing everything around them. By the time Schumann realizes the settlement is on fire, it's already too late. For now, he decides they have to fall back. That matters even more now that the lizardmen under his control have turned on him. They plan to regroup later when their trump card, the warrior Oboy, arrives. Even so, Schumann still isn't sure they can turn this around. It's not that he doubts Oboy's strength. He's worried one strong warrior might not be enough, so he starts thinking about asking help from the spell that lives in the water. Meanwhile, Obo gets word that Schumann is heading back to the lower village. The 10 warriors left in the banquet hall and the 5 sent to investigate were all slaughtered. Obo counts the 5 warriors on the island and the 10 beside him. Altogether, they still have 45 warriors. That number gives him confidence. They still hold the advantage. One frogman pulls out a weapon, coats it in poisonous chicken mucus, and gets ready to fire. Then suddenly the ground shakes. A cold fear grips Oboy. The feeling in his neck is the same one he had the day he faced the cockatrice. He can tell something terrible is coming. Even so, they unleash a full volley of weapons, but the attack is useless against Drake Manon. Just his huge presence makes the frogman back away in fear, and the one guiding the monster is Zal. She notices how much bigger Manon has grown since the last time she rode him. What makes it even funnier is that the enemy's so-called ultimate weapons are basically just snacks for Manon. Manon chomps down on anything that comes near his mouth, roaring wildly as he gets ready for more food, and these frogmen are about to become his buffet. Oboy is under serious pressure now that his best weapon has completely failed. Even when he tries to hit Manon's weak spots, the creature is too fast for him to aim properly. Soon, Manon lunges forward and hurls one of the frogmen away with the force of his arms. At this point, Oboy knows this monster isn't something they can outplay. Since nothing else is working, he decides to use the creature's own strength against it. He fires a poisoned toad straight at Manon, and just like he expected, Manon swallows it right away. The other frogmen start launching their poisoned toads too, and Manon keeps snapping them out of the air left and right, making sure none of the tasty food goes to waste. Meanwhile, Zal finds it strange that the enemy is throwing actual food at Manon. Under Nebula's blessings, more exactly, one of the 3 blessings they have resistance to toxins. Once again, Oh Boy realizes too late that they've messed up badly. Manon is smiling, happy about his next meal, right before he smashes Oh Boy's head into his own body. Then we cut back to the place that got wiped out. One frogman tries to shoot Lacrack with a poisoned bow, but the Chad wizard just fires straight through the bow and hits him in the waist. Yor follows up by crushing the shooter's head and spraying brain matter. With that last warrior down, no enemies are left. Shunzhen already fled the village and escaped to the inner settlement on the island in the middle of the river. After the frogmen were crushed so badly, the green and white dogs also began attacking them. Looking at all the destruction the frogmen caused, Lacrack starts wondering why their leader Aloy still hasn't appeared. Well, it looks like Nebula already dealt with Aloy off-screen. There's a virus with a ridiculously long name I can't even say, but the only thing that matters is that the disease it causes is deadly. The moment Lacrack decided to leave the Holy Ireland, Nebula found that disease 1,000 kilometers away. Using insects, he carried it here. Once the great frogman leader Aloy got infected, he was no longer the mighty figure everyone respected. That idiot wearing the earring of death had watched countless ceremonies where poor green dog's children were sacrificed and offered to that 2-headed fiend. He believed that was the only way to cure his sickness. Meanwhile, Lacrack and his group keep wiping out the frogmen in the area. That's when Owen runs up to him, begging Lacrack to cross the lake right away and reach the island in the middle. Young lizardmen are about to be sacrificed to that 2-headed fiend. As scary as that sounds, Lacrack points out that Owen told him far too late. They can't cross now because the frogmen already headed to the island in their boats. Trying to reach it by swimming would be suicide. In the water, they'd be nothing but target practice for the frogmen archers. Owen collapses in despair. With his hands tied and his eyes full of grief, he begs Lacrack to do something. His son is being held there. The second Lacrack hears about Owen's son, he completely loses it and punches Owen in the face. He yells at that thick-headed idiot for not telling him sooner. Lacrack is furious. Owen never trusted him from the start. If he had known earlier, he's sure he would have been ready to defeat that so-called god. Now, because of Owen, his son is probably heading toward a pointless death. Even Owen starts regretting his choices now. And just when everything feels too late, the 2-headed fiend finally answers the frogman's ceremony. The fiend arrives to claim the offerings. The frogmen chant their god's name with total devotion, begging it to accept their sacrifices. Aloy also pleads for his god to destroy the black-scale lizardmen, threatening the lake. Meanwhile, Owen stays at the edge of the lake with no way to help, able to do nothing but watch. As for Lacrack and Zool, they're focused on dealing with the abomination. First of all, the creature is a bit bigger than the Colapteral they beat with boulders. There is a chance they could kill it, but the odds are terrible, especially with the ground putting them at a huge disadvantage. Losses would be unavoidable. Then Lacrack receives a sign from his god. From that moment on, everything changes. Lacrack tells Owen to look ahead. Just look. Standing before them is a giant mantis, a true miracle from God. Back with that foolish frogman leader, worshipping the 2-headed monster, he keeps begging the fiend to take the lizardmen as sacrifices. But of course the fiend's attention is pulled away by something else. When Aloy looks ahead to see what caught the fiend's eye, he sees the giant mantis. After seeing it, only one word forms in the terrified frogmen's minds. God. This creature is a true god. Nebula created it using the essence of an abomination. Other things mattered too. His level 4 authority, his divinity level, and the amount of faith he used. Without all that, he never could have made a sacred monster. Nebula is sure only a few players already have one. Meanwhile, the 2-headed fiend leaps at the mantis to take a bite, but the mantis catches that idiot by the neck with one bare hand. The monster thrashes and struggles to break free, and while it does, several frogmen are crushed under its huge body. The second head lunges too, but the mantis shows no mercy and slices it clean off, spraying blood everywhere. The creature they worshipped as a god has now been taught a brutal lesson. It's nothing more than a scared little animal. Then the mantis offers the sacred creature to its holy creator. With a single strike, the mantis crushes the monster's remaining head and finally frees that ignorant thing from its pathetic life. With the 2-headed fiend dead, the mantis rises in victory. The lizardmen burst into celebration, while Owen can only hold back tears. I have to admit, the mantis's entrance was just pure hype. Even Nebula thinks so. Despite the fiend's impressive stats, it never got the chance to use its little domain. And as we know, defeating the 2-headed fiend rewards Nebula with its essence. A new notification lets him claim the small domain, even though it was unknown at first. Only after claiming it does. Nebula learned that the domain is seawater. Now it makes sense why the monster never used it. There's only fresh water here, so a seawater domain would be useless. Honestly, a river domain would have been way better, since even Nebula can't use seawater here. Still, he's sure it'll help someday. After that, we cut to Chief Aloy, who watches his god fall with total disbelief, seeing his father that broken. Shunan finally understands the real reason the frogmen lost. As far as he can tell, his father and the tribe didn't lose their strength because of the sickness. They lost because they became too dependent on the 2-headed fiend. The whole tribe abandoned its own duty. They stopped training, believing that 2-headed god would protect them forever. Now the frogmen are nothing but cowards who can't fight their enemies. The The great mantis brings the good news of the abomination's destruction to its creator. Nebula feels proud of his creation and allows it to rest until it is summoned again. The great mantis is ready to appear whenever the time comes, and its help is truly needed. Meanwhile, Laycrack and his group notice the frogmen crossing the river to reach the outer village. Since it was abandoned, Laycrack now has a chance to swim after them and rescue those young leaders. Raising his voice, Laycrack speaks to the villagers held by the frogmen. He says today they take their victory back, and anyone brave enough to help can step past Owen. Owen volunteers right away. He's ready to help Laycrack secure this win. The other wounded boy leaders step forward too. Even hurt, they insist on joining, and at last they accept Laycrack as their chieftain. But Laycrack tells the injured ones to stay back and recover. One sharp boy says a former warrior knows when to rest, even in danger. None of them feel proud about killing frogmen civilians, but a fire is burning in them now, a need to fight for themselves and win back their freedom. That fire came from Laycrack and his fearless resolve. Laycrack can tell that under all that energy, what they really feel is rage toward the frogmen. The former warrior admits it without hesitation. Their friends, children, and grandparents are gone, and unless they strike back, that anger will never die. And honestly, that's exactly what Laycrack wants. He raises his voice again and calls everyone together, urging them to take revenge on those who caused all this pain. Before the story moves on, we jump back for a moment. This was when Shunin was teaching Laycrack how to use a sword. Since Laycrack was learning so fast, Shunin believed he could soon match the frogmen warriors. Laycrack's biggest problem was that he took too long to aim a sword throw. He argued that hitting a vital spot matters more than hitting a harmless one. Shunin explains that real targets move in real fights, so Laycrack has to throw fast without missing. Keep that little detail in mind, it'll matter soon. After teaching him more about the weapon, Shunin also promised to show Laycrack how to make a sword himself once he got stronger. He added that the materials were easy for the lizardmen to get. Back then, Laycrack felt something strange and dark when Shunin said that. It was a sick feeling, one he would later understand from Shunin's own mouth. I've got a strong guess why Laycrack felt that dread, but let's not spoil it yet. Right now, he's swimming to the island with the other warriors. When they reach the shore, the dark lizardmen rush to their loved ones. Owen hugs his son Ian as tightly as he can. Then Laycrack tells Yor to help the boys evacuate. He orders the dark and red lizardmen to move behind the outer village and throw the frogmen into confusion. From what Yor understands, they're about to hit the enemy from both sides. Laycrack confirms it. Once the frogmen focus on the front of the village, he plans to cross the lake and attack from there. Yor worries about him, but Laycrack says he'll be fine, especially now that the enemy no longer has the numbers it once did. And the lizardmen just received another blessing from their god. Their black scales now shine like bright waves under the sun. Back in the frogman village, everyone is panicking and trying to flee, now that the enemy has arrived. At that exact moment, Laycrack and his group crash in from the other side of the village. Yor and the others were already tearing the place apart, and Laycrack joins them without slowing down. The frogmen's great chieftain desperately begs the two-headed fiend to appear and save him from this disaster. After all the sacrifices he offered that god, he thinks he deserves at least that much. Laycrack shuts the bastard up with a single throw straight to the head, killing him on the spot. The slaughter continues as they cut down every last frogman. Now the lizardmen are shouting and searching for Shunin. He's hiding in a hole in the ground. He's in shock. How could the frogmen lose even with better numbers and stronger weapons? Laycrack finally finds him and appears right behind him. The second Shunin realizes someone is there, he panics and falls to the ground. Laycrack orders him to stand up and grab his weapon. He's giving Shunin one chance to keep his honor and die like a warrior. But Shunin is a coward. To him, honor means nothing when death is right in front of him. He instantly begs for mercy, bringing up the time they spent together. He even offers to reveal the secret behind the materials used to make their swords. In fact, he's fully willing to expose the living beings they used to get the blades. With a shaking voice, he confesses that those blades came from lizardmen. Shunin realizes too late that this awful truth only made his situation worse. Laycrack hears the confession and surprisingly accepts the deal. He chooses to let Shunin leave alive. After all, Laycrack doesn't hold a personal grudge against him, so he firmly orders Shunin to run. The frogman takes off toward the forest. But Laycrack only let him go because he wanted a moving target to test his aim. The next day, we find a frogman corpse tied to a tree, serving as the perfect target for the lizardman chief. Laycrack is testing the new blades they made, each one fitted with custom blade lines they managed to create on their own. The only problem is the lines aren't very durable. If they pull too hard, they snap. Owen admits there just isn't any stronger material available right now. Laycrack already knows that, and that's exactly why he doesn't plan to stay here forever. Winter is coming, and to feed the buffalo they've taken, they need to move somewhere warmer. Since Owen is wearing his warrior mask, Laycrack assumes he went hunting today, and Owen proudly confirms it, saying he wiped out every remaining frogman nearby. For now, they won't need to worry about running out of material for the blade lines, at least not yet. Then we get a look at the past, when Shunin got caught by the blade line and fell. The gray lizard men were eager to kill that bastard on the spot. The one who took that job was Owen, determined to kill the toad with his own hands. Oloy, the frogman tribe chief, met the same end as his son, By now, his blade lines are probably hanging from someone's head, just like Shunins now decorate Owen. Right as Owen starts explaining one important detail, Zal arrives and spots a boy trying to hide behind a tree. She startles him on purpose and asks if he came to speak with the chief. That's when Zal notices a small wooden statue the boy dropped. When she shows it to Lakrak, he immediately recognizes it as his guardian. Lakrak instantly knows the carving is his guardian. They're all shocked that such a young boy made something so careful and detailed. The boy lights up with happiness at the praise and says he was on his way to offer it to Chief Lakrak. Zal adds that the village boys usually make these statues for themselves, and each one has one. The boy proudly explains that his statue represents his guardian, the huge being that saved them from the two-headed fiend before. Lakrak likes the idea of everyone having a guardian statue. He thinks it would make them feel safer and braver, so he says everyone should have one. Going back to the earlier talk, Lakrak asks Owen what he was saying before. The green emerald reveals they found something strange inside the cave where the boys had been hiding. Then he leads everyone to that tunnel. Once they reach the cave, they head inside without hesitation. Every boy who had come here was killed, which means no one else knew about this place until now. Suddenly they come across a huge stone wheel, covered in detailed carvings. It's crazy to think someone carved such hard stone with that much precision. Even stranger, the markings on it resemble the same beetle-like creature they once killed with stones. It seems even the Nebula doesn't know what this is. At first glance, it can only guess they've found some kind of ancient ruin. In the Lost World, ancient ruins can be found everywhere. Each one holds its own knowledge or treasure. If they do find treasure, it could be items with amazing powers or terrifying demonic effects. But in this early age, ancient knowledge isn't as useful as it sounds. These primitive people might not even understand what they're looking at, and ruins that create rare materials or treasures usually only work inside their own home region. For Lakrak, who lives as a nomad, that makes them almost useless. There's a small chance this is a unique relic, though the Nebula hopes it isn't something demonic. Just as they pass through that huge opening, they hear crackling electricity, almost like something is trying to speak to them. An unknown presence welcomes the strangers bold enough to enter the demon world. After moving deeper inside, the lizardmen find themselves in a maze of stairways spiraling downward. Instead of taking those confusing stairs, Lakrak suggests they just jump down. Before they go farther, they notice a group of cats blocking the way, but the sounds they make don't seem normal at all. Zal identifies them as nutria. They've eaten nutria before, but these look totally different because they've grown much larger. Another strange thing is that nutria usually don't travel in groups or act this aggressive. Maybe they're guarding this place. Because of that, Lakrak orders his soldiers to get ready to fight. The oversized beasts leap at them, only to be skewered by swords and die for nothing. After dealing with them, Lakrak feels bad seeing all that meat go to waste, and suggests they try eating it. Zal even suggests raising the giant cats. She thinks they might be worth keeping. Owen says farming fish might be even better. Fish are easy to raise since they lay eggs and basically take care of themselves. Owen says they could build a simple water trap and catch fish during breeding season. Then one of the lizardmen gets shocked just by touching a nutria. Even hurt, Lakrak reaches out to test it himself, and he gets shocked too. That's when they realize these nutria are filled with a demonic energy called light, and they can strike through direct contact. So Nebula's worst guess was right. This really is a demonic ruin. Even if the light attribute is seen as weaker than most others, Lakrak could gain that demonic power if he reaches the end of this ruin. Just getting it would not make him a mage right away. Demonic power grows stronger through each generation, so his descendants could become true mages. Still, there's another problem. In the Lost World, magic and divine power clash with each other. In the original story of the game, magic does not come from a god but from an ancient evil. Because of that, high-level mages do not rely on gods, they build power for themselves. And as more people follow mages and choose magic, many lose faith in the gods. That loss of faith keeps players from taking the path of magic. There is a loophole players can use, but it causes a lot of trouble. Anyway, back to Lakrak. Now the demonic relic starts tempting him. A demonic being appears and speaks to Lakrak through telepathy. It asks if he wants this power and says it will give it to him. Since no one else can see the figure, Zal notices Lakrak is bleeding and tells him they should head back. Lakrak says he's fine and orders the others to keep wiping out the rats. By then he understands that he's the only one who can see the creature. Through telepathy, Lakrak asks the first thing anyone would ask. Who are you? The creature says it is the spirit guarding this place and only those with great power can sense it. So Lakrak asks what kind of power it means. He also notices that even though they can talk without words, they still cannot read each other's deepest thoughts. Meanwhile, Nebula thinks about warning Lakrak about this demonic magic spirit, but stops when he notices a new trait in Lakrak's profile. The trait is called Deception. Nebula has no idea when it was added. His best guess is that Lakrak got it while dealing with Shunin's tricky tactics. That gives Nebula some peace of mind, so he leaves the choice to Lakrak. Back with the spirit, it starts explaining the power of electricity. It calls it the power to burn life with heat, sliding, flashing, and shining like the sun. Lakrak can have that power if he wants it, and of course he sees no reason to refuse. That's when the spirit tries to add a condition. Not wanting to be tricked, Lakrak shuts it down right away. If there's a condition, then it was never free. The spirit quickly tries to fix things, saying the condition is not hard to meet. Lacrack is still disappointed. If the spirit wanted a deal, it should have said so from the start. He still agrees to hear the terms, but warns the spirit not to pull any more tricks. Lacrack wants everything explained clearly. If anything is hidden, the talk ends there. Soon Zael cuts in to say they're ready to move. Lacrack tells her to go on with the others. He'll follow after he gathers his thoughts. Then the spirit explains its terms. It says it was sealed inside this ruin and cannot move freely. It wants Lacrack to go deeper and kill the ruin's guardian that protects the seal. Once it is freed, it promises to hand over all its power. Before agreeing, Lacrack wants to be sure will he get the same power that can kill enemies like these rats? The spirit repeats that this power is called electricity. Right now it only appears as small sparks, but the more it is used, the stronger it grows. Someday Lacrack might even summon light itself. With that kind of growth, Lacrack could become strong enough to rival a god. For one person alone, that power is enormous, so he could share it with the tribe or keep all of it for himself through a ritual. Lacrack understands what the spirit explained, but one thing still bothers him. If this being can grant such overwhelming power, how did it end up sealed away? The spirit says that same power is exactly what caused its downfall. People usually treat strength as a threat, and they seal away what they fear. Lacrack finds it funny that the spirit just admitted it really is dangerous. At this point, he suspects the spirit is hiding something. Either the power is not as good as claimed, or the harm it brings is much bigger than the reward. He says it would be better if the spirit just told the truth, because Lacrack does not want this to get messy. So he decides he'll leave and collapse the cave entrance so no one ever finds this place again. That makes the spirit panic, and it promises to reveal everything it can. It says it is descended from those who ruled the world long ago, the so-called ancient demons, now forgotten by time. They are so old that even they do not remember where they came from, and this spirit is no different. No matter how hard it tries, the only thing it knows is that it was sealed forever. A power with an unknown source can tempt people even more, because no one understands it. But this talk is happening with a lizard man, and Lacrack is not the type to fall for that without thinking. He remembers the blue lizard tribe leader and the frogman leader as perfect examples of people ruined by power. Demonic magic is especially good at poisoning people's minds. What makes it worse is that this sword-like spirit can hand its power to anyone. That means this spirit, shaped like a blade, can pass its power to whoever it wants. It does not matter whether the one receiving it has good intentions or cruel ones. Gods give power by their own choice, but the power of this spirit could end up in anyone's hands, even someone who does not deserve it. Worse, whoever gets this demonic power can keep growing stronger. In time, that person might reject the gods completely. To stop that from happening, Lacrack considers taking all the power for himself, especially since it is clearly terrifying and extremely useful for future battles. In the end, Lacrack decides to free the stingray, but only under one major condition. First, he wants his tribe to inherit this power. He also wants it to look like these powers are granted by the gods, so no one loses faith in them. If anything, their faith should grow even stronger. His second condition is that the stingray must start believing in his god. Naturally, the stingray thinks that sounds ridiculous. To a being far older than the god Lacrack follows, worshipping that god feels strange. On top of that, gods usually hate spirits tied to demonic magic. Lacrack pushes back on that idea. He believes the blue insect god is generous to beings that have value. Since the stingray is useful, Lacrack thinks his god would accept it. Even so, the stingray is not sure the god Lacrack talks about would really allow it. Lacrack promises that if the stingray accepts the terms, his god is kind enough to make an exception. Then the stingray reveals a small secret. It is not just trapped in this ruin, it is also the only king of this place. Everything here, from the creatures to the ruin's guardian that Lacrack defeated, is one of its servants. The stingray says it was only testing Lacrack's strength by putting him through all of this. For that, the entity apologizes, and Lacrack is willing to forgive it. After all, he understands the creature's side too. He knows the spirit wants to escape this cursed place and see whatever beauty the world still has left. At last, the entity asks for Lacrack's name, and the lizard man gladly gives it. With that, the test the stingray had been running finally ends, and it is time to give Lacrack the power it thinks he deserves. Right away, Nebula gets a notice that a spirit wants to become a subject under his godhood. Once he accepts, Nebula gains control over demonic magic, specifically electricity. He is pleased with how it all turned out. Making a demonic magic spirit submit and folding its power into divinity is the only safe way to control demonic power without paying a price. Lacrack deserves the credit for reading the situation right and handling it well. 9 years pass and the story moves to the lizardmen's altar. By now, word has spread that the blue insect god gained the powers of shadow and light through Lacrack. A human is listening to stories about great Lacrack, leader of the chosen lizardmen tribe. The one telling them is a lizardman who clearly admires Lacrack. The human cannot understand why an insect god would gain the powers of shadow and light. In response, the lizardman offers a different way to think about it. He says the easiest answer is to picture the color of shadow, in their case blue, and then remember their god's name, the blue insect god. Even after that explanation, the human is still confused, so he drops the topic and introduces himself as Hui, and just when Hui asks for the lizard man's name, they run out of time for introductions. Some desperate visitors have shown up near the hill. They are gnolls. The lizard man asks Hui if he can tell what these intruders are. Maybe they are followers of Salkite. The man takes a careful look and notices the group coming their way, looks careless and mostly unarmed. They barely seem prepared, so they just look like wandering gnolls. The lizard man cheers Hui for giving such a deep answer. Then the mysterious lizard man lowers the cloth from his head and shows his face as he takes aim. That lizard man is Owen. He raises his bow and electrocutes the gnolls where they stand. That single blast is enough to prove to the confused gnolls that they are facing one of the chosen. They decide to retreat while they still can. At the same time, Owen gives his name, leaving Hui stunned. This is Owen, the great storyteller, and meeting him here feels like an honor. After using his power, Owen feels worn out, so he keeps talking while hurrying along. A little later, he is smoking a long pipe. Rumor says the chosen always smoke this pipe after using their powers. After a few puffs, Owen feels refreshed and continues the conversation. The first thing Hui wants to know is why Owen would serve someone else when he has power like that. He's not saying Owen should betray his god, but why live such a hard life alone in the jungle? Owen takes another pull from his pipe and quietly says there are other reasons too. He calls himself a sinner, someone who once betrayed his own people. Even so, he was given a chance to make up for it and repent. By telling stories wherever he goes, he spreads the name of the blue insect god and Chief Lakrak across the continent. This life is his own choice, and his way of making up for the past. So far, it seems to be working. Everyone in this region knows the blue insect tribe, and Lakrak, the high prince in chief, is deeply respected. Then Owen asks if Hui is a wanderer like him. The man introduces himself as someone from the Castle of Automation, a place Owen has never heard of. He also explains why he came. He's looking for the blue insect tribe to deliver a message from the god of the Castle of Automation. That works out well for Owen. He calls out to his companion, a giant cat, and it quickly runs over to him. Hui is shocked to see such a fearsome cockatrice being treated so lovingly. Owen quickly corrects him. This creature is called a cockatoo, a mix between a cockatrice and a cat. Then Owen hurries over to the beast and stops Hui from doing the same. He says he's already on his way to see Lakrak, which gives Hui the chance to meet the blue insect tribe himself. Still, in return for that favor, Owen wants Hui to listen to some lesser-known stories about the blue insect god and the great Lakrak. The scene then shifts to the cockatrice tribe. They keep moving down the road ahead when Ur comes forward and tells his chieftain some troubling news. Stargazer's death is near, and he asks to speak with Lakrak in his final moments. Lakrak immediately orders everyone to stop marching and says they'll rest here for the night. If Stargazer himself says his end is near, then it really is. He's the greatest seer of them all, so they also need to start preparing for his funeral. For Lakrak, this will be one of the saddest nights of his life. The story cuts to the tent where Stargazer is resting. Lakrak enters, and a healer greets him. She explains how bad things are before leaving the two of them alone. The old man is so worn down that even keeping his eyes open takes effort. In these last moments, he looks back on his life. He traveled countless lands and learned things no one else knew. Along the way, he even lost an arm and was cast aside. Then he met Lakrak, the chief of the tribes, and used what he knew to teach others about the stars. Now his life has reached its final turning point, the moment every old man meets when endless sleep comes to free him from a lifetime of pain. But before he goes, he's glad to spend these final moments with the chief of the tribes. He wants to ask Lakrak a question that no one else seems fit to answer. What waits for people after death? Since Lakrak was the first chosen by his god, the most favored of all, only he might be able to satisfy that curiosity. He wants to know why death is called eternal sleep. Does the dead person keep dreaming forever? Could someone be trapped in endless dreams? Lakrak answers honestly that he doesn't know. He doesn't even understand why he would be the right person to answer something so deep. Stargazer remembers how the battle god always showed them the right path when they were lost. Maybe that god will keep doing the same after death. Maybe he guides wandering souls too. Lakrak can only agree. Just as the battle god once led them when they were lost in life, he'll probably guide them even beyond death. Stargazer fully believes he will. He grows curious about the afterlife itself. He doesn't want to begin that journey without knowing anything about it. Lakrak thinks that makes it more fun. He imagines it as a huge rainbow field with no end in sight, where you can run forever with the wind roaring and soft colors under your feet. Stargazer hopes there's a home waiting for him there too, a place to return to when he gets tired. He doesn't want some tent that can be blown away. He wants a strong house where he can sit and rest. He's always hated tents, and funny enough, that's exactly where he's lying now. Sooner or later, his soul will find a place to rest. He just wonders whether that afterlife sky will have stars. Lakrak assures him that their god is thoughtful enough to put stars in the sky so everyone can find their way home. Just then, Lakrak notices those famous red flowers, a clear sign that their god is watching. The god has come to receive Stargazer's soul. Once that soul is received, the old lizard man finally falls into eternal sleep, leaving the mortal world behind. Now it's finally time for Nebula to create the afterlife his people wished for. The system tells him the conditions have been met and gives him the choice to begin. He has enough resources, levels, faith, and a large enough collection of souls to trigger the creation of the afterlife. This afterlife is a major mechanic in the game. A player's chances of winning go way up if they build a good one. Just like opening heaven's gates for people who lived well or punishing sinners, it can shape morals, beliefs, and even train warriors like a Valhalla. The game even lets dead warriors return to the real world, meaning they can become hidden trump cards in war later on. Nebula finally releases all the birds that represent the souls of the dead, letting them settle into the afterlife called the Primordial Beach. In this wide stretch of land, Stargazer opens his eyes for the first time in this place. He can feel everything around him and realizes none of it is imagined. He isn't dreaming. This is the afterlife, the beach he and Lacrack imagined together. It may not have many stone hills or a sturdy house yet, but that hardly matters. In fact, he doesn't even feel like he needs a house anymore. To him, the place is perfect, a gift anyone would love. The other bird tongues are here too, sleeping peacefully. He's the only one awake, so he leaves them alone and lets them rest. There's also a child among them, a young bird tongue who seems familiar to Stargazer. If he remembers right, a disaster struck when the Goblin Alliance attacked and killed many members of the bird tongue tribe. Those cursed bastards joined their clans together and targeted both children and adults. Stargazer was one of the elders back then. He thought everyone had already given up as the enemy closed in. But one young bird tongue stepped forward with a weapon, ready to protect the people he loved. He was one of the children Stargazer had taught, especially in numbers and arithmetic. That boy understood the situation and knew how to reduce losses, all because of the arithmetic he had learned. He was brave and ran straight toward death for the sake of others. At the closed funeral for the warriors who never returned, Lacrack was furious. Everyone blamed Stargazer for teaching the warriors arithmetic. Now they didn't hesitate to step into danger if one life could save two. Lacrack could only cry in sorrow. Even if their choice had been the smart one, all he could feel in that desperate moment was pain and frustration. Because of that young one's sacrifice, he became an example that led the other children to learn arithmetic too. Anyway, Stargazer is happy to be reunited with that brave soul. After a while, Stargazer starts walking around, wondering why he still hasn't met his god. That's when he notices someone hiding behind a tree. Stargazer starts chasing the unknown figure, and it leads him straight to his lab. The clever cat moves forward, his mind racing with questions. Why is his god so kind? Why were they chosen? And what makes them different from other species? When he enters the chamber, Stargazer sees a strange device on a pedestal, and the whole room is filled with shining stars. The curious cat rushes up the steps and realizes Lacrack was right. There really is a house of stone and stars. As he approaches the machine, he looks through its nozzle and sees an entire galaxy with his own eyes. He's looking at the Nebula Galaxy. It's the first time he has ever seen the stars this clearly. That sight completely changes how he understands the cosmos. If only he could share this knowledge with the people in the real world, it would change everything. Meanwhile, Nebula watches Stargazer reach that realization. He wants Stargazer to understand that he truly followed the path shown to him. The afterlife isn't just a place for the dead. A god's believers also shape the values of those who follow. When Vikings die, their people imagine a paradise called Valhalla. For cultivators, they dream of a forest of birds. So when a thinker enters the afterlife, that place can become the starting point for a technological leap. Nebula is glad the afterlife works exactly the way he wanted, especially with danger getting closer than ever. The Klipdeer tribe is the current threat. They have advanced ironworking and can even tame huge monsters called Gamchi Long. In short, their tech and battle moves are far ahead of the Blackscale tribe. The most likely reason they're this strong is that another player is backing them. That means war is unavoidable, and Nebula has to get ready. Players are slowly spreading their control. To push back, Nebula has poured resources into his insect dominion. Right now, he commands 3 kinds of swarms, including the locust swarm, which he simply calls the swarm. He uses it to sabotage players who depend heavily on farming. Then there's the second swarm, the virus swarm, also called the host. Nebula used it before against the frogmen, and it keeps adding new diseases to his arsenal. Last is the nest, made from all kinds of insects. This group quietly handles farming experiments in the background, while Lacrack focuses on bringing the nearby tribes together. Nebula keeps moving so fast that he's sure it won't be long before he reaches the southern peninsula. The first big problem in his expansion plan is the player leading Oldormayan's tribe. Now we cut back to the Lizardmen tribe. Owen finally arrives at Lacrack's resting camp with Hooche. He's upset to hear Stargazer is gone. Stargazer was so well known that even Hooche had heard of him, though he's starting to wonder if coming to see Lacrack today was a bad idea. Owen tells him it's fine. To the Blackscale tribe, it's an honor when a traveler joins their funeral. Just one more person to share a smile with the dead. The funeral begins with Lacrack standing at the front. Owen and the human with him join the ceremony too. Right away, Hooche recognizes the Blackscale tribe's great leader, the chieftain, openly letting tears run down his face. That catches Hooche off guard. He never expected the chieftain to cry so freely. Seeing that, Owen asks if humans can't show their smiles. Hooche explains that humans do shed tears, but they're expected to hide them in public. Crying is seen as weakness, so they're told to protect their dignity. Owen has heard of dignity before, but he doesn't want Huche teaching that idea to the other lizard men. To him, the lizard men already have something deeper than dignity. After the ceremony, Owen steps forward and kisses his dear friend. Lacrack is glad Owen came to Stargazer's funeral. Then he notices the human guest Owen brought along. Owen explains that the man is a messenger from the Castle of Automation and formally introduces him to the chieftain. Then Owen leans in and gives Lacrack all the dirty details about this visitor. Sometime later, Lacrack sits across from the guest. Normally, visitors are allowed to rest before a meeting, but Lacrack wants to get straight to business. The human picks up on that and starts the meeting by offering a bag, a gift from the Lord of the Castle of Automation. Lacrack takes it and finds a lump of rock salt inside. The man explains that rock salt is one of the castle's specialties, and this is the first time they've offered it with no reward expected in return. From how careful Huche is with his words, Lacrack can tell this is only the first chunk of rock salt. More will come later. The man confirms it, only for Lacrack to casually squeeze the rock salt in his hand and crush it into powder. He tells Huche to send a message back to the Castle of Automation. The gift was received, but the man asks why Lacrack destroyed the salt. The chieftain says he did it to please his god. Spreading rock salt on the ground is apparently a ritual that amuses his deity. Of course, the man knows Lacrack is messing with him. They keep going back and forth until the answer becomes obvious. This is Lacrack's polite way of saying he has no interest in dealing with the Castle of Automation. Huche also realizes Lacrack is dodging with diplomacy, so he plays dumb and asks directly why the offer was refused. Lacrack makes his position clear. He doesn't like taking an offer that someone else already turned down. If another tribe rejected it first, then it must not be worth much. Huche insists the castle prepared this offer only for the black-scaled tribe, but Lacrack knows better. It's no accident that Owen ran into this man and brought him here. According to Owen, Huche came from the north, not the east. The Castle of Automation is in the east, and Sulkite's tribe lives in the northern jungle. That makes it clear Huche went to Sulkite first and came back only after being rejected. Now Lacrack wants the man to be honest. He already knows this man is the Lord of the Castle of Automation, C.O. Huichi. Before we go on, here's a quick look at the Castle of Automation. Even though it's made of wood, it's surrounded by walls 5 meters high. For this time period, that's an amazing piece of engineering. It's also one of the Lost World's mysteries, guarded and patrolled by snow soldiers. Inside this castle of unknown origin, humans and several tribes live together. From an enemy's point of view, the castle is hard to take because of where it stands. The mountain valley it sits in works like a gate to the rest of the continent. In other words, anyone who wants access to the continent has to control the Castle of Automation. On top of that, it has a salt mine, which is hugely important for preserving food. Back at the meeting, Lacrack makes it clear he doesn't believe in gifts with no price. And if the gift comes from someone hiding who they are, he has even more reason to refuse it. Since the Lord of the Castle of Automation neither confirms nor denies his identity, Lacrack grows even more certain. He knows the only reason this man gave his name was to test how much the lizard men know about the castle. Inside the Castle of Automation, only a few people know the Lord's real name or face. Even among the 4 clans loyal to him, only some are aware of it. On top of that, the name Huichi is shared by members of the Lord's bloodline, and Lacrack has heard rumors that the Lord has 2 sons and 3 daughters. The man in front of him clearly isn't a woman, and judging by the wrinkles on his hands, he isn't young either. That's how Lacrack figured out exactly who this man really is. The Lord of the Castle of Automation is impressed by how much Lacrack seems to know about them. He can't remember any lizard men ever being told such important secrets so easily, which makes it crazy that Lacrack learned so much without ever stepping inside the castle. At last, the man admits it. He is the Lord of the Castle of Automation. He also says the gift was genuine. Lacrack still doesn't buy it. If there really were no price attached, then those desperate Sulkite fools would have had no reason to reject it. It seems Lacrack also figured out exactly what the castle wants. By giving out free salt, they want the black-scaled tribe's protection. Once the tribe starts depending on that salt, they'll have no choice but to worry about the castle being attacked or stolen. If the castle falls, there would be no more salt for the lizardmen. Huichi doesn't deny that motive, but he insists on calling it trade. He even reminds Lacrack that the deal would help the black-scaled tribe a lot, so he wants to know why Lacrack refused it. Lacrack points out the real issue. Why should he protect the Castle of Automation when he could just take it? If he defeats the humans, the black-scaled tribe gets the castle, the valley and all its resources. And there it is. That's the same answer Huichi got from Sulkite, the reason the deal fell apart. Of course, Huichi tries to shut that down by calling it a declaration of war, but Lacrack says diplomacy isn't how the lizardmen work. They simply choose the path that helps them most. Huichi tries to scare him by bragging about the Castle of Automation's power. Lacrack admits the black-scaled tribe would suffer losses, but he insists they could still conquer it. After all, they believe in the green insect god. If their god steps in, those high walls around the Castle of Automation will break like dirt, and its soldiers will be crushed by divine power. Not to mention, the Lord of the Castle is sitting right in front of them. Killing him would make the conquest easy. The man just laughs. He's sure Lacrack wouldn't dare kill him. Because if he dies, Lacrack loses his only way to learn who will become the next ruler of the Castle of Automation. At first, Lacrack doesn't think that information matters much, so Hui decides to teach him a little about the board game, Go. In that game, players place black and white stones on crossing lines. The goal is simple: surround your opponent completely. And right now, Hui says he is one of those stones. This whole war, this whole expansion, it's just a game of Go between two gods. Lacrack and his enemies are only pieces being moved by greater beings. The Black-Scaled tribe already made it through the second round against the Gnolls. Now the next prize is the Castle of Automation. Whoever wins this round becomes its rightful owner. Hui already knows Lacrack is interfering with the castle's coming succession. Some lizardmen and their followers have been calling out to his children, trying to make them believe in the lizardmen's god. And now, some of those children already do. At that point, Lacrack doesn't even bother hiding it. This is the best and cleanest way to take the Castle of Automation, a method that needs almost no bloodshed. To understand how Lacrack made that possible, we cut to 3 weeks earlier. Nebula is approached by Hegemonia, the second player in Perish World and his usual rival. Hegemonia tries to greet him like an old friend, but Nebula wants him to stop the act and get to the point. It turns out the two of them are the players chosen to fight over the Castle of Automation. And since the game is still in its early stage, having top players clash already makes things even worse. This round will decide everything, and whoever loses is out for good. Nebula already knows Hegemonia's playstyle. He has insane instincts, can handle a ton at once like a monster, and dominates early game wars. Exactly the kind of fight Nebula wants to avoid. So instead of going into a direct war, Nebula chooses another path. He sets up conflicting prophecies. Here's how prophecy works in Perished World. A player can use it once their divinity reaches level 6. It's basically a mission they assign to themselves, and completing it gives a huge amount of experience, but failing is brutal. A failed prophecy wipes out all the experience put into it, takes away all the trust points tied to it, and in the worst case can trigger a negative event. Now, when two players make prophecies that directly oppose each other, one gets the reward and the other takes the punishment. Hegemonia is fully on board with that, but he wants to know what the prophecy will be about. Nebula remembers the Castle of Automation is about to choose a new lord. Only the current lord knows the exact time of the succession ritual, so Nebula suggests a prophecy about who the next lord will be. There are 5 children to choose from, and each player must pick one and declare that their choice will inherit the castle. That makes their prophecies directly oppose each other. Hegemonia already has the list of brothers and sisters they can pick from. The first is the oldest son, Dan, a man in his early 30s. He's strong, smart, and trusted a lot by Hui. 2 of the 4 clans support him, so he's the favorite to inherit the title. Next is Jun, a man in his early 20s. He's Dan's half-brother, seen by many as weak. He rarely shows himself in public, doesn't care about the throne, and only his mother's clan backs him. The third child is Jun, a woman in her early 20s, and Dan's full sister. She enjoys breaking things apart and gets along well with wizard types like hunters. The last remaining clan supports her. The fourth is Kyung, another woman in her early 20s. She has a different mother from the first 2 sons, and Hegemonia has heard that her mother is dead. Kyung's appearance was twisted by a curse. Because of that, the lord and the clans both kept her isolated. The last one is the 5th child, Min. She's said to be very smart and talented in many ways. As the youngest, she's also the lord's favorite. With all 5 candidates laid out, it's finally time for both players to choose. Hegemonia is even willing to give Nebula more time. But Nebula is already done thinking and ready to decide. Each of them picks a hero. Then the system gets ready to start the contradictory prophecy skill, warning them what will happen first. Nebula accepts the risk and locks in his choice. Hegemonia chooses the second child, Jun, to become the next lord of the Castle of Automation. Nebula, on the other hand, picks the 4th child, Kyung, the one everyone calls cursed. Hegemonia is clearly shocked by Nebula's choice. Now that they pick different candidates, the contradictory prophecy is officially set in motion. Back to Lacrack and Hui's meeting. Hui has started to suspect that the Black-Scaled tribe and the Gnoll tribe are deeply tied to the rumors going around, and the fact that he's still alive after meeting both tribal chiefs only makes that clearer. Their gods are fighting, and he's just a stone on the board. Lacrack finally speaks to wrap things up. Hui has 2 choices: Sulkite or the Black-Scaled tribe, the Gnolls or the Tongues, the god of tongues or the green insect god. Of course, it's not really an easy choice. To him, it feels like picking whether to put his head in a tiger's mouth or a cockatoo's beak. Lacrack tells him the cockatoo is the better pick, but Sulkite says the tiger's mouth is better. For now, Hui doesn't want either side. To Lacrack, that sounds like Hui has accepted being just another stone in the game. Hui decides to end the conversation and get ready to leave. Before going, he asks one last thing. Lacrack is also a stone on the board, so doesn't that make him scared, or at least unhappy? The tongue only smiles and says he'll answer after everything is over. Sometime later, Hui meets up with his group again. After washing his hair, he looks changed by the journey. He gets on his horse and heads back to the Castle of Automation. About 3 weeks earlier, Kyung is struggling to make her way up a mountain alone. Her cart full of salt slipped off the path, leaving her hanging onto a rock for dear life. Here's the quick backstory on Hui Kyung. For as long as she can remember, people have called her cursed. The clans judged her and blamed her for her mother's death, calling her a devil. Still, she doesn't blame them since childhood. Disaster has followed her again and again. At 13, she fell down the market stairs. At 14, she was accused over a saltstone incident and locked up for a few days. At 15, she slipped in the bathroom and nearly died. Other highlights include heavy water jars falling on her head and packs of dogs chasing her at night. So climbing this mountain should be easy, right? Not even close. She's reached a dark stretch with nothing to grab onto. If she jumps fast enough, she might reach the next rock, but it's insanely risky. Luckily, she doesn't have to try something that reckless. A bird hunter is waiting above to help her up. It seems this is her first time seeing him, so she asks who he is. But the bird hunter doesn't think formal introductions matter much right now. He's more impressed that she managed to haul a cart fully loaded with salt onto such a rough mountain path. If the wheel hadn't broken, she would have already crossed the mountain. After she keeps pressing, the bird hunter finally introduces himself as Sairan. She thanks him for the help and tries to keep moving. But Sairan stops her. He's not finished yet. Things suddenly get tense when she realizes this bird hunter knows her real name. She instantly reaches for her sword, killing intent in her eyes. Sairan quickly gives up and says he learned her name from Chief Lakrak. He admits Lakrak is the one who sent him to find her. She wants to make sure he means Lakrak the hunter, the light dog warrior and the first chosen. What confuses her even more is why Lakrak would be looking for her at all. Sairan says he doesn't know everything, but it's probably because of the rumors about her. Hui Kyung has no idea what rumors he means. She's been away from the Castle of Automation for a while, out buying milk. Sairan explains that one rumor says the Lord's second child will become the new ruler, while another claims the fourth child will take the throne. Hearing rumors about herself doesn't shake her much. She's sure they're fake. After all, she's an illegitimate child and not even interested in the castle's politics, so she tells him he has the wrong person and should be looking for her other siblings instead. Inside, though, she's deeply unsettled. This tongue knows who she really is. Even though the Lord's children are supposed to keep their identities secret, even if he's strong, she feels like she may have no choice but to try killing him. Sairan seems to read her mind, so he adds that he was also ordered to protect her. That only confuses her more. So the tongue explains, even if she thinks those castle rumors are nonsense, the major families won't ignore them. They'll try to kill her anyway, just to remove one more variable before the succession ceremony. She refuses his help and says she can protect herself. But Sairan won't back down. He plans to carry out his orders. Eventually, she lowers her guard and shows him the tendrils growing from her head. She cuts them off, but they always grow back from the root. It's the curse that has haunted her since birth. She was born after those tendrils tore through her mother's chest and killed one of her siblings too. She believes she only brings harm to others, which is why she chooses to stay alone. Sairan feels for her, but cursed or not, it doesn't change anything for him. He's acting for the tribe and following his chief's orders, and if she refuses, he'll use force. Hui Kyung thinks it over. If trying to intimidate this huge guy won't work, then going with him may be her only choice. And when she really thinks about the terrain, traveling with this tongue might not be such a bad idea. He did promise to protect her, which means he'll step in whenever she gets in danger. First, she wants to recover the cart, so she plans to climb down and then come back up. Sairan points out her injured leg. Instead of jumping down after the cart, she'd be better off learning how to ask for help. That leaves her embarrassed. Sometime later, they're on the road with Sairan carrying the cart. As they walk, she asks how he found her. Sairan says he searched using the alias everyone knows, Mengzi. The people around her gave up that information for free without any trouble. They also told him she wants to start her own belt business, and that's how he learned someone had even lent her a cart, one she never returned. She basically ran off with the poor guy's cart and vanished for days. Sairan finds it funny that she wants to build a big business while trampling the most basic rule of all business, trust. After a short trip, the Castle of Automation comes into view. Then everything changes. Someone suddenly tries to ambush her with a thrown sword, and Sishlan shields her with his own body, catching the hidden blade in his hand. The attackers are those red goblins. Looks like the succession battle has already started. It doesn't take long for Sishlan to wipe out all the goblins. Even Hui Kyung is shocked by how skilled this tongue is in a fight. Then she remembers hearing about a famous tongue warrior named Ur, and Sishlan confirms it. He says he's actually the best warrior of the Black Tongue tribe. In fact, he learned all of his fighting techniques from Ur. As for medicine, he learned that from Zao while working under her. Zao handles the Black Tongue tribe's internal affairs and is also Lakrak's wife. Since Sairan was raised under her watch, it's no surprise he turned out talented and picked up a few tricks. Since he learned to fight from Ur, it makes sense that he holds an important place in the tribe, and if someone like him came to protect her, that could change everything. All of a sudden, she freezes when she sees Sairan handing over the seal card. She hates the idea, but right now, acting polite and obedient matters. After a while, they finally reach the Castle of Automation, only to find the gates shut tight. The guards are stopping everyone from going in. Kyung walks up to another traveler and asks why the gates are closed. The goat boy quietly warns her not to enter, especially since she carries a seal card. Once she goes inside, he says she probably won't be allowed to leave again. That can only mean something serious is happening inside the Castle of Automation. At the Kyo family home, Kyung meets Kyo Jung, the business partner who gave her the card. Instead of thanking him, she's upset that he handed her a defective piece. Kyo Jung, though, says that's his fault too. Even so, he asks whether anything important happened on her trip besides the carriage accident. Kyung tells him about the murder attempt she barely survived, thanks to the goat boy. Saren introduces himself, and Kyo Jung answers warmly. He's the head of the Kyo family, one of the 4 great families in the Castle of Automation. Saren is glad to report that the goblins behind the attack said the Kyo family had nothing to do with it. Kyo Jung agrees right away, saying his family would never stoop that low. Kyo Jung asks why security around the castle is so strict. She doubts anyone would care that much just because the beloved 4th daughter was attacked. The reason is simple. There was also a murder inside the castle, and after the Lord left the castle's affairs to one of his children, Huaidan disappeared. Sometime later, the 3 of them go to the room where the killing happened. The room makes Kyung nostalgic. She and her brother used to be close when they were young, but time pulled them apart. Saren suddenly notices blood spread across the floor. The stains make one thing clear. Someone tried to clean it up. With that much blood, it's hard not to assume the victim is already dead. The authorities saw the same evidence, but they still couldn't find the body. After discovering the blood, they sealed the castle gates so the killer couldn't take the body out. Sooner or later, a hidden corpse would rot and smell, and then the killer would be caught. Still, Kyo finds that strange. No murderer would forget something that obvious before committing the crime, but she decides it's not her problem and stops digging into it. Then she suddenly feels an evil presence. Something dark is speaking to her. The entity says it's willing to reveal the killer. While she's struggling with that voice, Saren can clearly tell something is wrong with her. Even so, it seems she just found the answer they were looking for. She asks about someone who owns storage large enough to hide a body without raising suspicion. They need a person who uses storage meant for buying meat. Only 2 kinds of people come to mind, a shop owner or a hunter. And if someone wanted to keep a body from rotting too fast, salt would work well. So they need someone who can easily bring a hunter into the castle, someone who keeps lots of salted meat stored at home, and someone who naturally visits the workshop. With all that put together, only one person fits, and that person is also in the line of succession. That person is Weijin, Kyog's sister. So Kyog's suspicions were right, even though she shared that clue with only a few people in the castle. Once word spread that Dan was dead, everyone was already treating Jin as the main suspect. With nowhere else to turn, Jin was forced to flee the Castle of Automation after being exposed, but her escape was cut short by her younger sister, Wei Min. She ambushed her own sister and killed her right in front of everyone. Then she was attacked too by her brother, and he butchered her along with the men who came with her to deal with Jin. With 3 siblings already gone, Jun's path is basically clear now. The only target he has left is our girl, Kyo. In the days that followed, she got the shocking news that both Jin and Min had been found dead, and in the same place where the other bodies turned up, they found Dan's body too. At that point, even an idiot could tell who was behind all these murders. It was obviously Kyo Jun. He knew Jin would strike first, and he knew the others would see that as their chance. Since he understood his siblings' dirty plans, he simply waited for them to split up. Kyung can tell the attempt on her life was his work too. If Seiran hadn't saved her, everyone would have thought it was just a robbery. Now for the first time, Kyung is truly in danger, and she's finally ready to face it. Kyung then tells her about the latest meeting of the Kyung clan. Even though the other families are backing Huijun because he has the upper hand, the Kyung clan chose to support her. Kyung is honestly grateful for that. Still, Kyung makes one thing clear. They aren't helping her out of kindness, but because it's the smart move. The whole Kyung clan wants her to stay alive. Before leaving, she promises to do her best. This time she really wants to live. At last, there's someone who has truly placed their faith in a person like her, and she doesn't want to let them down. Over the next few days, Kyung sits through a tense meeting. The Kyung clan wants to wipe out Weijun completely, instead of just stopping his murder attempts. But it won't be easy. 2 other clans are already on his side, so the only way to win this succession fight is to pull at least one more clan over to their side. As the argument drags on, Kyung notices her nails are growing way faster than usual. They're growing so fast now that she's tired of cutting them again and again. Seiran wouldn't even let her try if he knew trimming them hurts her. Either way, she thinks about everything that's happened. Just a week ago, she was running around trying to start a belt business. Now she's trapped here, caught up in a fight for succession somehow. Then, after a while, a messenger rushes in with news that the Lord of the Castle of Automation is finally returning. He's expected to arrive tomorrow morning. There's also a message the guards want delivered to Kyung alone. As the man steps closer to tell her the details, it becomes clear that this bastard is an assassin too, but Kyung's guards take him down at once. He gets beaten before he can swing the sword he had hidden, and he turns out to be from the Kyung clan, which means the enemy got to one of their own people. Realizing they can't even trust everyone around them only makes things worse. And then to make it worse, a full battle breaks out outside. Chu Young plans to finish her off before the Lord of the Castle of Automation returns, so she's told to run before things get even worse. They have no choice but to use an underground route. Kyung is not happy at all about going through that filthy tunnel, but there's no other way, and they push forward. As they move through the nasty passage, Seiran doesn't expect Kyung to handle it so well. To his surprise, she says she's fallen into latrines before. She almost died the day it happened, but a huge pile of waste broke her fall. She made it down without getting hurt, but there wasn't a single light underground. Just when she thought she was done for, she saw floating lights. She followed them and found her way out. The lights came from fireflies, and the fact that insects like that don't belong in a place like this makes it feel like a miracle. It doesn't take long for Seiran to figure out who really saved her that day. Even if he doesn't say it out loud, he believes some other being must have fallen into that latrine. Eventually, they reach the exit. Seiran decides to go first. If he doesn't come back after a while, she's told to run the other way. After he leaves, Kem is left thinking about how considerate Seiran really is. He's the only reason she's still alive. For 3 weeks, she's fought against what she wants, while he keeps stubbornly following his orders. Then she hears troubling sounds. It reminds her of his warning to turn back, but instead of retreating, she pushes past her fear and runs straight ahead to save her friend. The moment she comes out of the tunnel, she sees Seiran pinned by a spear. Her brother Jun is there too, annoyed that he still has to deal with this lizard. Even hurt, Seiran refuses to show any weakness. Jun even admits the lizard is brave for holding on this long. He tells his men to deal with Kem and ignore the lizard. But Seiran won't allow that. He lunges forward and tears into the armored men on both sides. After ripping away the spear from his face, he snaps at her for making the wrong choice, because running was the better move. Still, he also respects her courage. She chose to pick up a sword and fight instead of running. To him, that makes her just like him. He was only ordered to protect her, not throw his life away, but he did it anyway. As they stand together, ready to face the enemy, Chem orders his men to kill them both and claim the fully loaded seal card. As much as those men want to bring down the lizard, they're scared too. They're worried he might be one of the chosen. But their leader shuts that down. If he really were chosen, he wouldn't have hidden his power until after taking a sword to the neck. Meanwhile, Seiran reads the battlefield. The wall on the far side is made of packed salt crystal, and it connects straight to a nearby salt mine. He tells the girl they need to run right, which confuses her since there's a wall there. Seiran Mule admits he isn't one of the chosen, but that doesn't mean he's just some lizard. He's the second best warrior in his tribe. While the enemy closes in, he tells her to get ready to run the right way. Then he covers his head and smashes through the wall like a damn armadillo, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing them escape, Kemen yells for his lackeys to chase them. Even though the two of them got away from the first danger, Seiran Mule is badly hurt, which makes escaping harder. To make things worse, they run into a dead end in the tunnel. Before he dies, she suggests pulling out the rest of the mirror, but he refuses. If they take it out now, he'll bleed out. Out of nowhere, Kema starts crying and Seiran Mule is surprised. Not because she's crying, but because he's glad she's crying for him. She blames herself for the trouble that follows her and calls it her curse. Seiran Mule doesn't see it that way. He reminds her how many deadly things they've survived in the last 3 weeks. And through all of it, she kept making it out alive. Most people would call that good luck. That moment changes everything for her. Her whole view shifts, and she starts to see that maybe she really is blessed with good luck. Seiran Mule thinks back to the first time they met. That day, he went down the hill to remove the seal. While doing it, he noticed something strange about the cart. There were signs that someone had purposely damaged the part meant to keep the axle in place. Kyung had already been thrown from the cart before the fight for the kingdom truly began. Looking back, it's also suspicious how easily the forest path gave way under just one child. He believes someone wanted her dead long before the kingdom fight. Then that curse sound rings in his head again. The voice calls Kyung out for pretending she doesn't know someone is after her. The truth is, she already knew who had been hunting her and who really wants her dead. Before long, her brother and his thugs finally catch up to the duo. He's confused that they're trapped at the bottom of the salt mine now. They won't be able to break through the walls and escape again. Once he gives the signal, his men rush the wounded enemy. Right now, the only thing keeping Seiran Mule going is the luck that always seems to pull Kyung out of deep trouble. And then, a miracle finally happens. A mass of electricity starts forming between the two sides, and the emeralds appear with big news. Seiran Mule has been chosen. The lackeys can't understand what this creature is saying. As for their hidden leader, he loses patience and screams at them to charge anyway. Meanwhile, Seiran Mule is shocked to learn he's one of the chosen. After all, there were only 5 people in his tribe. With him, that makes 6. The only answer is that one of the chosen already died. That person was Stargazer, which left an open spot for someone new. Since Seiran Mule is the second bravest warrior in his tribe, he's fit to take that mantle. From now on, Seiran Mule will act as a vessel for God's will. Those who carry God's will can also borrow and use God's power. From this point on, he's officially one of the chosen, and the battle is about to change. The monster vanishes, so the leader orders his men to take the chance and attack. Instead, the goons rush straight toward their deaths. As for our guy, he's now completely charged with electricity. After pulling the mirror from his chest, he quickly burns the wound shut to stop the bleeding. The poor fools running at him clearly don't understand how bad this is for them. He raises a hand, calls down a storm of lightning and fries the whole group, killing the attackers on the spot. The ones still standing panic and start backing away, along with their cowardly leader. Of course, that means they're wasting the only real chance they had to capture the duo, because Seiran Mule is completely drained after that move, but Kyung doesn't seem to realize it. Seeing how strong that power is, she wonders why the Black Scale tribe doesn't fight the tribe of ears. Siran Mul knows the reason this power has limits that keep the user from abusing it. He can already feel a kind of mental strain. Maybe that's why Owen always smoked a cigarette after using it. That makes Kyung worry about him, but he assures her he's fine. If anything, he feels a little better now that he's not bleeding anymore. A little later, Siran Mul keeps taking down anyone else who gets in his way. And don't forget Hegemonia, who placed his bet on Junhui, the candidate who was supposed to win the succession ceremony. Hegemonia has no choice but to step in and stop Nebula from stealing the win. He sends his sword-bearing lion to fight Siran Mul. The duo has no idea where this insanely strong cat came from. The tiger suddenly charges and attacks. Siran Mul doesn't back down. He uses all his power and electrocutes the giant cat, cooking it alive. At this point, Kyung is losing it. How does a tiger with a sword sneak into the automation castle and march straight into the salt mines? She's seen so much insane stuff in just a few hours that she wants out. The last thing she wants is to find even weirder things outside this cave. Outside the cave, they finally catch up to June, and he still has the nerve to complain about his situation. That probably gets on Kyung's nerves since he's the one who started all of this. Instead of taking responsibility, he blames everything on her for getting involved in the fight over his inheritance, which he says should have stayed between siblings. He also blames her for involving outsiders, a species he sees as a direct threat to humans. Then the people hiding behind the duo suddenly make a threat, pushing things even closer to pointless bloodshed. June can't believe what he's seeing. The strength and stamina this cat is showing are unbelievable, especially since it should have collapsed long ago from blood loss. At last, Kyung points her finger at her hypocrite of a brother. He's the one hurting the future of the automation castle. The castle survives through trade, but by refusing to work with nearby powers, it keeps isolating itself. Because of that, its influence can fall, and hostile forces nearby could invade and take control. If her brother were even a little smarter, he wouldn't have made such stupid choices. Unlike her other siblings, she's not foolish or desperate. She wants to do something bigger for the automation castle instead of being selfish. But her words mean nothing to this low-level fool. He says he never saw her as one of his sisters. Then, he spreads his fan, making it clear he's signaling something or someone. She suspects the gesture is meant to alert a hidden assassin somewhere in the building ahead. And sure enough, an arrow comes flying at them. Kyung notices it through the reflection. That reflection makes it clear they'll die soon if the arrow isn't stopped. She's already too slow. Siran Mul also sees the arrow coming, but he's late by a second. The obvious entity should have warned them before the arrow was even fired, but their bodies still hadn't fully reacted, so that option was out. Now Kyung has to think of some way to avoid the arrow. After a moment, she imagines the wind might be able to push it off course. The obvious entity grabs onto that possibility and instantly creates a small tornado, knocking the arrow off its path. Everyone is shocked, including Kyung. She starts questioning what this obvious entity really is. What is it, really, a curse or luck? The entity says it's neither. It can see limited futures and choose the path that best fits the moment and brings the best result. Put simply, the entity can control probability. Right after that, a system notice informs Nebula that Hui Kyung has awakened a demonic property called probability. Hegemonia feels like a complete idiot for thinking what Kyung had was just a curse. He's reeling from that mistake while Nebula falls into despair. Hegemonia is sure this character was listed as a cursed entity. So what changed? He blames Nebula for changing the character description, but Nebula reminds him it had always been written that way, even before they entered this world. That raises a question. How did Nebula know she had a demonic property? The truth is, Nebula didn't know at first either. He thought it was a curse that also brought luck. Then he realized something: all the accidents Hae Kyung went through were actually murder attempts. He figured that out when the bathroom walls broke. Boss had destroyed them before the girl got inside. Even in situations where she should have been trapped or buried alive, she still made it out safely. That's when Nebula finally understood. The thing inside Hui Kyung wasn't some terrible curse of misfortune. It was the demonic property of probability, a power that can bring incredible luck if used well. Even though Nebula got lucky with his pick, Hegemonia still believes he hasn't lost. His character Jun Hae Kyung still hasn't been defeated. Then the situation shifts again when the Lord of the Automation Castle arrives. He orders everyone to stop. Since the Lord himself has returned, the family has to end the fighting. To settle the chaos, he'll choose a successor. Hegemonia is sure the Lord will choose Jun Hae Kyung. After all, father and son share the same political views. That puts Kyung at a huge disadvantage. This is where the Nebula argues with his rival. The moment of truth has finally come. The Lord steps forward and orders everyone to stop the chaos. Instead, he says he'll name the next successor. But before he can decide, Kyung asks him something very simple. Why did you spend all this time trying to kill me? The question catches the Lord off guard, though he still looks ready for it. The crowd and June too are stunned by her accusation. He doesn't deny it. Instead, he asks when she figured it out. Kyung says she's known for a long time. She just chose not to face it and tried to forget. She never wanted to believe it. The truth is, he blamed her because her mother died giving birth to her. She also knows he deliberately branded her as cursed, a lie he made up himself. At last, the father admits what he did. His wife's body was too weak to survive childbirth, and she died. She had meant everything to him. Losing her left him in unbearable pain. In that moment, the only word in his mind was curse. He convinced himself Kyung was the curse that took her mother away. Being lord of the castle of automata meant endless hard days, and in his eyes, she had taken the one thing he truly loved. After the confession, Kyung gives her father one chance to make his final decision. But Ji-hee cuts in right away, asking if his father is about to let guilt control him and hand everything to her. The father reassures his worried son. Even exhausted and emotionally drained, he says his choice will be made only for the sake of the castle of automata. This is the last decision he can make freely as a pawn of the gods. The lord takes a breath and starts to announce his choice. Meanwhile, Hegemonia begs every god he knows to make things go his way. The Nebula finds that pretty funny. Praying won't do a thing when Hegemonia is a god himself. But then Kyung's demonic trait steps in, and just by reading the slight movement of the lord's tongue, she figures out he's about to name her the next ruler of the castle of automata. Even so, Kyung doesn't look happy. She knows her father is choosing her out of guilt, even if he doesn't realize it. If she's chosen, it won't take long for rumors to spread that the lord gave his title to his daughter out of pity. Shun would only make those rumors worse. That would make her doubt herself, like she only got picked because of luck, not merit. And because of that, the four great families of the castle of automata would refuse to follow her, putting even her seat as lord at risk. So with that in mind, she tells her demonic trait she doesn't want to be chosen as her father's successor. She wants to earn that spot herself. So before her father can name the next lord, she cuts in and declares her wish to become the lord of the castle of automata. Her bold announcement shocks everyone, especially her hidden brother. You have to understand, directly demanding the lord's seat from the lord himself is basically rebellion and a direct challenge to his authority. That's why everyone is wondering where she found the nerve to question him and threaten him in front of all those soldiers. Then to make her point clear, she signals to Seiran, and the lizard man releases his electric power, sending a shock through the room. By now, it should be obvious to everyone that Seiran is one of the chosen of the Black-Scale tribe. He may not be able to kill everyone here, but he can absolutely kill the lord and take her out safely. June tries to convince his father it's just a bluff. The lizard man is already injured and worn down, so he shouldn't be able to beat their men, but his father sees it differently. When he visited the Black-Scale tribe, he had already seen the strength of their chosen. One thing is certain, Lakrak is not someone they should provoke. The lord thinks it over. Lakrak is a pawn of the gods, a piece on the board meant to stop the lord of the castle of automata from making stupid choices. In any case, he warns Kyung that if the lord of the castle of automata dies before naming a successor, the families of the castle of automata will choose one of their own heirs instead, which means Kyung will have no chance. Of course, Kyung already knows that and is ready for it. If that happens, she'll just get a little help from the Black-Scale tribe and drive out anyone in the castle who tries to stand against her. Her hidden brother snaps back, calling her evil plan trash. At that point, the lord of the castle of automata knows what he has to do. He steps forward and officially hands his title to Kyung. Not surprisingly, her hidden brother collapses in total defeat, his legs giving out under him. A few days pass, and the castle of automata is more active than ever, with the local economy growing fast. People give all the credit to the fight over the succession. The economic shift and future growth are huge. More merchants keep arriving, along with people from different races and all kinds of backgrounds. The four major families stay quiet because the castle of automata is growing so much. That clearly shows they aren't rebelling against the new lord's harsh decisions. Not surprisingly, June hears all the praise spreading about the changes the new lord of the castle of automata has brought. As the hidden brother who lost, he can't stand it. So he decides to flee the castle at night. He plans to leave his home behind, build power somewhere else, and come back later with a real strike. But as he's leaving, Seiren shows up and stops his escape. They argue for a bit, and Jun insists it's none of his business where he's going. Seiren agrees with that. Jun doesn't deserve any explanation. Still, he'd rather not let someone like Jun live much longer, since he could become a pain for the castle of automata later. As the man leads his horse out of the castle, a goblin assassin drops from the wall at Seiren's signal and cuts the bastard's head off. With Jun officially dead, Hegemonia has finally lost to the Nebula. The Nebula enjoys seeing his rival accept defeat so openly. Then again, admitting you lost is part of getting better and becoming a stronger player. After Hegemonia accepted the loss, he left without a fight. He swore he would lead the Null tribe across the continent and keep going until they reached the end of the West. It seemed like he didn't care that the prophecy had failed, or about whatever might happen because of that failure. He plans to keep marching and absorb the skills of the continent's people along the way. With Hegemonia's race pulling back, the Nebula now has a chance to use the path that's already been opened and build up his own forces. The northern regions and the southern half of the peninsula are coastal, so the Nebula may get the chance to make use of them. That abominable god, the frogman, had controlled the sea, but since the serpent only ruled over a lake, it couldn't really use that power. Now the Nebula holds that sea domain, so coastal lands could be a big advantage later on. But that's a problem for another time. Right now, he wants to see the current lord. Cutting back to Boikyung, the girl falls asleep and slips into some kind of dream. When she opens her eyes, she finds a mysterious figure standing right in front of her. It doesn't take long for her to realize it's the god of the blue insect. She instantly drops to her knees in respect, thanking him for all the help and kindness he's shown her so far. She's just one person, and she doesn't think she's important enough for an abominable god to value. So she has no idea how she could ever repay the god of the blue insect for helping her. The nebula suddenly places a piece of iron in her hands. It's a medallion merchants use for trade. She admits she's confused and apologizes because she doesn't understand what the god of the blue insect is trying to tell her. Maybe she thinks he wants money. Then Saren suddenly startles her from behind. She's shocked that he's even there. Before she can ask him anything, her vision fades, pulling her back into reality. She knows what she saw wasn't just an ordinary dream, but she still has no clue what the god of the blue insect was trying to tell her. Since he showed her that piece of iron, she guesses it must be connected. And just as she wonders what that iron could mean, she hears someone bragging about the quality of the salt in the market. Someone is selling salt, and the buyer says he's never seen material this good before. The buyer introduces himself as a traveler from the west, a place where the sun sets. With the Null tribe gone, the western road is finally open for him to pass. The Birdman is happy to meet someone from the west and is willing to trade with him. The buyer, who appears to be a troll, wants to buy all the salt. In exchange, he offers pieces of iron. He even has a whole box of those iron pieces and hopes it's enough to pay for the high-quality salt he's getting. The Birdman looks pleased by the amount and quickly agrees to the deal, but Killing cuts in and tells them to stop. That troll doesn't seem happy to hear that and asks the Birdman if it's true. Under Killing's sharp stare, the poor Birdman has no choice but to back up the young girl's words. Not wanting trouble, the orc starts to leave. The only reason Killing stepped in is because the Birdman was selling it way too cheap. The Birdman argues that shipping costs dropped after the Null tribe left, so selling salt at such a low price actually makes sense. Killing knows that too. She's a merchant after all. But here's the key part. Only the Null tribe can make goods this rare. So even if those items are cheap to make, the price doesn't have to drop. If something is treated like a luxury, people will still pay more for it. There's one more thing she wants to point out. The iron piece the troll brought earlier. She puts one of her own iron pieces on one side of the scale, and the troll's on the other. Once she compares them, the weight makes it obvious the orc was offering lower quality iron. His piece is much lighter than hers. Because of that, she warns them to always check the weight of iron pieces before making a deal. Then Lakrak shows up with an iron piece of his own. He likes that weighing device and asks her to test his piece too. The moment she takes it, Killing can tell this iron is very different from the others. Lakrak explains that it came from an ancient relic they found in old ruins. The metal is high quality, but it was so hard to melt that the slaves gave up on it. That's why he brought it here. He was hoping the automation castle could melt this iron and turn it into weapons. That's when Killing realizes what the god of the blue insect was trying to tell her. He wants her to make weapons. Proudly, she says the automation castle can handle it. But that confidence won't last long. The slave put in charge of melting the metal comes back with bad news. He was sure he could do it at first, and Killing trusted him. Now he reports that after working all night with everything he had, he only managed to make a single sword tip. A job that normally takes about 10 beats to melt iron, now takes 30 or even 40. That's why he can't keep doing this for long. If he pauses even for a moment, the heat drops, and that wastes more charcoal than needed. And training a whole team to work with this metal would be an even bigger problem. In the end, Killing gives up on that slave, clearly disappointed. Meanwhile, he's just glad to be done with a job that was way beyond him. Killing starts to panic over how she's going to keep the promise she made to boss Lakrak. She accepted the job with confidence, and backing out now would make her look useless. Still, Saren insists Lakrak wouldn't take offense. He's one of the kindest people here, and he wouldn't try to make her feel worse about the failure. Saren may be right, but Killing still refuses to lose face like that, so she finally decides to use her last slave. She tells him to follow her because there's something she needs to check herself. Soon they head down a dark hallway and pass by a wooden monster on the way. Those creatures move on their own, so no one in the automation castle can fool them. Even so, they're not the real reason she came here. At last, she opens a door and shows Saren what's inside. There's a water wheel turning, and Saren has never seen anything like it before. This wheel stores and moves water, and since it's inside the inner palace, enemies can't steal their supply. More importantly, the mechanism beneath it creates steady power without stopping. Kyung wants to use that power not just to break iron plates, but to improve it and change the entire automation castle. For that, she asks Saren for help, and he agrees. A few days later, Kyung is already drawing new plans for an upgraded water wheel system built to make more power than ever. She raises the wheels higher and adds extra ones for more force. Then she asks Zhao what she thinks of the blueprints. Surprisingly, Zhao likes the new design. Since they have enough flowing water, she believes all the wheels can turn. But building it will take a huge amount of labor and money. They'd also need to bring in strong wood that doesn't grow nearby in large amounts. Kayamug isn't worried about the cost, but Zhao tells her money isn't the only issue. The real question is whether the results will be worth it. Kyung's position in the castle is already weak, and spending a huge amount for almost no return would bring heavy criticism. A few days later, Kyung sits alone, thinking through new ideas. She even calls on her demonic property of probability to help. That power makes one thing clear. It's not prophecy. She can't see the future or predict what will happen. All she can do is affect the present, so the odds lean her way. In simple terms, she doesn't watch the movie of the future. She edits the movie while it's playing to make the outcome favor her. Even so, Kyme still goes on to explain how her new water wheel design is supposed to work. But when she asks whether it will succeed, the demonic property refuses to answer. It already told her it can't see the future. Still, it does admit the idea is pretty good. After that, Kyme lifts her head. She's going to make this idea real. And with that, construction begins. It wasn't easy at all. The work brought one problem after another, and several accidents happened along the way. At one point, they were even attacked while gathering materials. Worst of all was the long trial and error stage. After many failed attempts, they had to tear everything down and start over more than once. That burned through their funds and took a huge amount of time. On top of that, there was already a shortage of workers, and the labor force they still had was causing trouble too. But Kyme refuses to listen to excuses. She gave her word to the god of the green insect, and she plans to keep it no matter the cost. With that unshakable will and her fierce need to keep her promise, her people have no choice but to follow her orders despite all the complaints. Even Nebula is surprised by how seriously she's taking this. He doesn't even remember asking her to build 4 wheels, but maybe this is just what humans do. Humans are driven by goals. They throw their whole lives into making things happen. Compared to them, the lizardmen seem much less focused. Either way, Kyung using the god of the green insect's name helped speed things up. The other families in the automation castle couldn't resist much, especially since the project was already helping their business. As more workers stayed and more goods moved around, the trade district kept growing, which helped the families tied to commerce. Building the 4 wheels was never a smooth journey, but Kyung's stubborn effort finally brought the machine to life. In this world, it stands as a peak achievement, something born from the automation castle itself. On the day it begins operating, Kyung and everyone else watch as the wheels start to turn. At last, the 4 water wheels pay off. Kyung apologizes to the god of the insect for using his name to get the result she wanted, but hopes the god will be kind enough to forgive her and understand why she did it. Around the same time, Nebula gets a notification that their ironworking skills have advanced to level 2. That lets the civilization produce high-quality iron. Not only are Nebula's people ahead in iron production, they've also created their own currency and a writing system called the Kyung letter system. That officially makes Nebula's civilization the most advanced in the world, compared to every other faction. Nebula isn't surprised though. He knows exactly what humans can do. That reckless drive of theirs is the very reason he chose them as his second species. A few days pass at the automation castle and some elves arrive, shocked to hear the water machinery working all the way out here. The sound alone tells them the system must be massive. A stone tongue nearby pushes them even further, explaining that the water wheels aren't just for smelting iron. Their power is also used to forge weapons. Then the peddler turns back to the high-quality seal he's selling. As soon as the elves examine it, they can tell it's excellent. Without hesitation, they offer iron plates as payment, saying these are top-grade plates from their homeland. The peddler immediately weighs the iron plate they offered. Turns out, by the peddler's standards, it's low-grade. He's openly disappointed and says he has no interest in trading with people he can't trust. The elves are confused, feeling like they're being accused for no reason. They're sure their iron plate is good, but the peddler tells them to visit the central bank of the automation castle and exchange it for better plates. The elves think he's making way too big a deal out of it. Of course, the peddler gets angry when they question his craftsmanship. He starts lecturing them about how much work goes into making that iron plate. By the time he's done shouting, he's completely intimidated the elves. From the shadows, Kyung watches the whole thing. It looks like that peddler really took her lesson about pricing and value to heart. Seeing the elves, she suddenly remembers that it's rare for them to come this far. So to learn how they really do business, she decides to keep them around for a while. After following them, what she learns is not pleasant at all. It turns out these guys are shady businessmen after all. Kyung realizes the automation castle's booming economy has started attracting scammers too. She wants to find out where these guys came from. But then Nebula gets a private message from another player. The sender is Eldar, the god ruling the elven civilization. Nebula tries to figure out what this player really wants. The elves live on the northern coast, far from Nebula's lands, so there hasn't been any room for border fights or land disputes. In the end, he accepts the invitation, mainly because he knows almost nothing about the northern coast beyond the jungle. He might learn a thing or two. On the other side, the player puts on a very graceful, polished act and introduces themselves in that exact style. For a moment, Nebula wonders if this elven god is seriously role-playing to match the game's mood. Some players really do throw themselves into a character. This elven player seems to be one of them. Honestly, it's still hard to tell this weirdo's gender. Even so, Nebula returns the greeting. Eldar is pleased to meet someone so well-spoken, unlike Hegemonia, who they see as nothing but a barbarian. They even brag about driving that barbarian group off the northern coast. Hearing that, Nebula starts piecing Hegemonia's situation together. After getting overpowered by Eldar, Hegemonia must have tried to drag him into it. That raises a new question: just how strong is this role-playing player? If they could push back someone like Hegemonia. Without wasting time, Nebula asks why Eldar wanted this meeting. Once again, Eldar puts on that calm, elegant smile and carefully explains that if Nebula agrees, their forces will be withdrawn. Nebula shuts the call down right in Eldar's face without answering. Cold move, but he does want to know what Eldar is planning. The problem is, he can't check for himself. The northern coast is too cold for his insects to travel there, and he can't just leave on his own either. He still has to watch over Automation Castle. Then again, Eldar has the same problem. Eldar doesn't know much about Nebula either. That also explains why elves had been moving around Automation Castle. And yes, this elven god really is a guy. Since Nebula still hasn't learned what Eldar truly wants, he decides to stay ready for a fight. Back at Automation Castle, the Castle Lord is meeting with the elven group. Their representative introduces herself as Leonor, the leader of this merchant guild. The Lord says she hardly needs an introduction, since everyone already knows who she is. He figures she's here because of the elves who came to trade yesterday. In fact, he had been expecting her. That's why he prepared a gift ahead of time. When she opens the box, there's a crystal inside. The Lord says he found it in an ancient ruin and hopes she'll accept this humble gift and overlook any offense. Hinder knows the gift is valuable. Still, she rejects it to his face, making it clear she won't sell her dignity that easily. Leonor quickly bends down to pick up the precious crystal and gently asks what else Hind wants. At the same time, Hind is trying to understand why the elves suddenly want to trade with Automation Castle. It's rare enough to see them leave the northern coast at all, so she speaks plainly. If they want her favor, they need to follow the law instead of stealing their way forward. On top of that, she doesn't want them acting superior. If they really want to build a relationship, she suggests they buy these toys modeled after the blue insect gods. The elves refuse, saying they already worship the gods of the dancing shadows. Still, they add that trusting more than one god shouldn't hurt her. A few days pass after that. At the castle, Saren brings Hing news about the elves. The elven chief is demanding an apology, claiming Hing insulted their faith by suggesting they change religions. That gets right under Hing's skin. To her, these people are just pretty cats hiding behind smiles. Instead of letting it slide, she decides to hold them responsible. After all, they were the ones who tried to bribe the Lord of Automation Castle. Looking out the window, Saren says their envoy will probably return before the rainy season ends. Henning refuses to meet them no matter what. By now, she's pretty sure what these elves are after, so she orders Saren to get ready for war. A few more days pass, and the rain finally stops. Then one quiet day, the soldiers on the castle wall spot an elven army on the march heading straight for the castle. Leading them is Chief Hasadian. After taking one look at the castle, the Lord of Automation Castle gets cocky and careless. Showing just how foolish he is, he orders his army forward. An army of 300 clueless elven warriors pushes ahead. Eldar is there too, confident that sheer numbers will be enough to humiliate the enemy. The walls of Automation Castle may be tall, but they're still made of woven material, and the castle only has a little over 150 soldiers. Since the elves have weapons that can fire past 80 steps, the humans seem badly outmatched at range. Meanwhile, Nebula watches everything unfold, and he has plans of his own. Soon, the tribal chief gets bad news. A force of 70 soldiers is marching from the canyon toward Automation Castle. He doesn't like hearing that at all. It means the enemy knew this was coming and prepared for it. What he can't understand is why only 70 soldiers are coming. Then he gets hit with another shock. More forces are behind them, cutting off their retreat and trapping them in the middle. The ones blocking the way are lizardmen riding their giant birds. The chief is stunned. He never expected the lizardmen and humans to be working together so smoothly. As for Eldar, he's about to lose it when he realizes the enemy isn't just the humans, the lizardmen are with them too. It seems Eldar never knew Nebula controlled both the humans and the lizardmen. When he contacts Nebula to complain about it, Nebula just tells him to check the local player list. The moment Eldar does, the truth hits him out of nowhere. Nebula is the one ruling this whole area. Eldar had thought Nebula only governed the humans, but once Nebula clears up the misunderstanding, the role-playing weirdo is left in total shock. With the lizardmen closing in, the elven army panics and falls apart. And to make it worse, those 70 soldiers from the canyon finally arrive and get ready to wipe out the elves with a volley of arrows. The instant the arrows fly, blood starts spilling. While the soldiers are still in chaos, the lizardman force crashes in and makes things even worse. The elven commander quickly orders his men to hold formation, but they're too terrified to even move. Then once Laycrack gets close enough, he unleashes his special attack, shocking the soldiers in front of him. After that first strike, he leaps high into the air and slams back down. The other soldiers follow his lead, smashing and cutting through elven troops on every side. The lizardmen are completely running over those 300 useless warriors. The elves are so scared that they turn and run for their lives. That gives Nebula's side the perfect chance to finish them off, and the next charge ends the battle. Stingray arrives too and does its part. With Lacrack calling for one final push, Eldar finally admits defeat. At that point, he doesn't even want to interfere personally through dissent. Nebula wastes no time making his demands clear. Information, skills, and resources. It sounds like broad daylight robbery. Even if Nebula says he doesn't need everything at once, Eldar can either accept that or align himself with Nebula. The role-playing weirdo starts weighing his choices. At first, he thinks Northern trade information isn't worth handing over. But then he remembers how bad his position is now. He has already lost nearly 300 warriors, and surviving as a player with what remains won't be easy. Nebula, on the other hand, already has 2 species under his control. If Nebula teams up with another player, Eldar knows he'll be the one getting crushed. So as usual, he puts on that fake graceful act and agrees to Nebula's terms. He's willing to cooperate and provide all three things Nebula asks for. Eldar asks him to forgive his past arrogance and hopes they can get along from now on. Now that they're finally on friendly terms, Eldar is ready to share everything he knows about the North. Nebula learns there's an alliance there made up of three players: Solongos, Lim-Chun-Sik, and Eldar. Solongos rules the rare centaur race. Nebula doesn't know much about that species. Their whole race has the advantage of being natural mounted fighters, but they struggle to grow their population and gather resources. It's not a race Nebula would have chosen, though it's still a hard one to fight. Then there's Lim-Chun-Sik, who rules a crude species called ogres, a race with little besides size and brute strength. An ogre's average intelligence is only around 10, though blessings from a minor domain have improved that somewhat. That also reminds Nebula that he gave several blessings to the humans as his second race, so even a dumb race like the ogres could still advance if boosted by a minor domain's blessings. From that, Nebula figures Lim-Chun-Sik is probably the strongest of the three. So he first assumes Lim-Chun-Sik must have been the one who fought Hegemonia. But that's not what happened. Hegemonia only shares borders with Solongos and Eldar, leaving no direct border with Lim-Chun-Sik. Nebula quickly understands what really happened. The three alliance members had been preparing to attack Hegemonia together, but Hegemonia got forced into facing Nebula before that plan could happen. Now that Hegemonia is out of the picture, Lim-Chun-Sik has turned on Eldar instead, demanding huge offerings if Eldar wants to keep the alliance alive. Meeting those demands became too hard for the elven god, and that pressure is what eventually caused friction with Nebula. Nebula can tell the system favors Solongos over Eldar, probably because Solongos leads a nomadic race. Both elves and ogres are settlers. For a settler civilization, power comes from how much land they control, so Lim-Chun-Sik wants to take Solongos' territory and gain that edge. Since Eldar isn't used to this kind of pressure, Lim-Chun-Sik plans to use him and throw him aside. Once he realizes how bad things really are, the elf god falls into despair, though that worry is about to shift. Nebula reaches out with an alliance. For a second, Eldar can hardly believe it, then reality hits again. His main forces and his high prince are already gone. He doesn't even know how much he can still offer, but Nebula has already spotted the one advantage he still has. Nebula brings up Eldar's divine title, the god of dancing shadow, and the small domain of arts. Eldar confirms it, but he still has no idea how that could help. Nebula just smiles and keeps the details to himself, leaving us hanging. The story then shifts to the north, where the centaur general is meeting with his prophet. The prophet has come to share a new prophecy that has arrived. Soon this land will be visited by a king. When that king appears, the world will be turned upside down. Those in power now will lose their place, and those who roam the land freely will lose their way. Everyone will step aside for this king. He will rule the land with only the gods above him. The proud general immediately declares that he must be that king, with only the gods standing at his side. But his confidence starts to crack when he hears the rest. He isn't the strongest one. Right away, the general assumes the chosen king must be one of the black-scale lizard men. But the prophet shuts that idea down. He says the one in the north is far stronger. The one fated to become king is a giant ogre with overwhelming strength, huge size, and even greater intelligence than the elves. Of course, the centaur chief hates hearing that he'd be nothing next to that monster. The prophecy enrages him so much that he beats the prophet for bringing such a terrible future. He insists that Tamaridu, leader of the centaurs, is the only one worthy of that peak. He will bow to no one but the gods. What Tamaridu doesn't know is that this prophecy was staged by Nebula through Eldar, and now that Eldar has done his part, Tamaridu is furious and refuses to accept it. All Nebula has left to do is make that prophecy come true. Back with Tamaridu, he struggles through the harsh northern land, pushing through the freezing wilderness. He's trying to reach the high northern mountains, a place tied to honor and glory, but his strength starts giving out, and he can't climb any higher. Then things get worse when a bird falls across his path and ruins his climb. Thankfully, it was only a dream. Still, the dream feels like a warning he can't ignore. Even so, he refuses to give up on becoming king. Just as he's thinking about his dangerous position, a guard comes in with news. Someone has come to see him. A little later, the visitors are brought before Tamarido, and it's not just one guest, but envoys from different nations. First comes an elf from the same tribe as the dead prophet, a red-eyed elf. He also speaks of prophecy, but his version is different. He says the Golden Chief Kajin is destined to become king. Still, that future can be stopped if Tamaridu becomes king of the north first. The next visitor is a human from the Automation Castle. He already treats Tamaridu as the true king of the north and brings gifts fit for a centaur ruler. Then the third and final guest arrives, a cat man named Owen, speaking for the Red-Eye tribe. Tamaridu assumes Owen is there to recognize him as the future king too, but Owen says the opposite. He came to tell him to give up that dream. Tamaridu asks why. Is he not brave enough to take the throne, or does he still need the approval of other tribal chiefs? If that's the issue, humans and elves have already acknowledged him. That leaves only the cat men. Careful with his words, Owen says his chief Lakrak would never accept Tamaridu. He personally believes Tamaridu shouldn't keep chasing the throne. Not surprisingly, Owen's blunt tone only makes Tamaridu even angrier. but Owen backs it up with a solid reason. This isn't about Tamaridu's strength or worth. It depends on whether the gods accept him as king. That hits Tamaridu like a blade. He can't understand why his own god, the god of pressure, would refuse him. Owen explains that it's simple. Just like tribes have a ranking on Earth, the gods have a ranking too. Put plainly, the ogre's god stands above the centaur's god. That truth finally lands, and Tamaridu struggles to accept this cruel rule of the world. The weak must follow the strong, or get swallowed up. Furious, he throws his sword at Owen to scare him, hating the way Owen speaks of his god. But Owen stays calm. To him, none of this is blasphemy. It's just the cold truth about the god's order. If Tamaridu is really angry about it, then his anger should be aimed at the god that keeps crushing his own. Tamaridu may be reckless, but deep down he understands what Owen means. That dream he's been having wasn't random. It was a bad sign. Even knowing Tamaridu's desire, his god never gave him a vision telling him to become king. That falling bird was a warning to give up. In the end, he admits Owen is right and asks for more advice. Before leaving, Owen pushes him a little further. He brings up the black-scale warriors who would disobey their commanders if it meant protecting what mattered to them. After thinking it over, Tamaridu finally understands what he has to do. He must become king for his god's sake. He has to walk the path his god never wanted him to take. Meanwhile, Nebula and Eldar watch everything unfold just as they hoped. Nebula pulled this off by using the small domain of arts, and Eldar is shocked by how much better Nebula used it than he ever could. That domain works by moving people's hearts through art, and art can be many things, like murals, statues, or prophecies. Nebula chose prophecy to manipulate his enemy. He can even push another player's race into actions their own god never wanted, and Solongos' centaurs are about to suffer because of Tamaridu's rebellion. Even so, Eldar isn't sure that's enough to secure victory. Nebula stays confident. They've already swayed other players' races, but the real question is whether Solongos can still ruin the plan. Nebula has already thought of that. Solongos knows the centaurs can't keep up in economy or technology forever. They're nomads, while ogres are natural settlers, so in time the ogre civilization would outgrow them, and Solongos wouldn't be able to stop it. That's exactly why Solongos will see Tamaridu's rebellion as a blessing in disguise. Right now, he has a chance to prevent the centaur's future collapse. Then we cut to Solongos, who is apologizing to Lim Chunsik for his rebellious High Prince Tamaridu, but Lim Chunsik tells him it isn't his fault. He says the real mistake was his own. He ignored the elven god's scheme after joining hands with Nebula. Still, he's sure that when the battle for the throne happens between Tamaridu and Kajin, the outcome is already decided, so Solongos has nothing to worry about. But that isn't really why Solongos is uneasy. He's troubled because he honestly believes Tamaridu would crush Kajin. Both players trust their high princes, but only time will show who survives the fight for the throne. At last, the day of reconquest arrives. Tamaridu and his warriors are ready to unleash chaos. They start by cutting through the goblin mercenaries in their way, who seem to be working for the ogres, but once the fighting starts, the ogres suddenly emerge from hiding. The centaurs realize too late that the goblins were only a distraction. The huge ogres swing their heavy weapons and slaughter the centaurs without mercy. The battlefield turns brutal fast. Elsewhere, Tamaridu charges in and cuts down several ogres with a single sweep. Regular ogres are no match for him. The only one he sees as a real rival is the ogre chief Kajin, and right on cue, Kajin enters the battlefield. He's furious that Tamaridu betrayed the bond between their nations, and he wants blood for it. The two leaders clash, their weapons slamming together until both are knocked from their hands. Tamaridu follows up with raw power, trying to overwhelm his enemy, but the giant ogre counters and grabs him by the neck. With one move, Kajin drives Tamaridu into the ground, then finishes him off. The centaur chief dies almost as fast as the fight began. Back with the two gods, they're also watching this slaughter unfold. Even though Eldar thought he knew how it would end, he's still stunned that Tamaridu couldn't land even a scratch on his opponent. The ogres are strong, and blessings boosted their minds, but centaurs are still a rare race made for elite combat. Still, Eldar is worried about Nebula's main force, the lizardmen. Since they're weak to cold, he doubts they can hold out against the ogres. My guy explains he never planned to send the lizardmen into a direct fight with the ogres. Of course, Eldar has no idea what Nebula means by that. When he asks what Nebula is really planning, my guy dodges the question and asks the elf about his rank in the game. Eldar is clearly embarrassed, but admits he was around rank 3,400. Nebula actually doesn't think that's bad. It's not amazing, but it's still decent. That also clears up one thing for Nebula. He used to think players were picked based on rank. Even so, saying it's all just random doesn't make much sense either. Two top players being picked out of thousands feels way too unlikely. Leaving that mystery alone for now, Nebula turns back to working with Eldar. Then we cut to Lim Chunsik, who is busy studying Nebula's profile. Since Nebula used to be a top player, it doesn't take this fool long to realize exactly who he's dealing with. Chunsik is not happy about facing a high-level player this early. Even so, he believes the gacha gods blessed him by giving him the small domain of birds. He knows Nebula's insects and lizardmen both struggle in the cold, and he plans to use that weakness against him. He's already getting everything ready. Sure, he's up against a strong player, but Chun-Seek is also proud of the level 20 account he used to have. Winter is almost here, so Nebula won't have much choice but to start the fight, and Chun-Seek is ready. Then suddenly Chun-Seek notices a nearby elf village has caught fire, and it's not just one place. Multiple insect villages are burning at the same time. He quickly figures out what Nebula is doing. It's a burn and deny tactic, the classic scorched earth strategy. The whole point is to destroy anything the enemy could use. Nebula stays calm about it, but Eldar can't stand watching his villages burn. Nebula assures him the elves were already evacuated. What really shocks Eldar is seeing a scorched earth move used this early in the game. Nebula agrees. Normally using it this soon backfires, but this case is different. Their enemy is stuck in the far north, where keeping food supplies going will be hard. The Blackscale tribe controls everything around the automation castle, and now that the nearby elf villages are gone, the ogres have nowhere left to raid or trade for food. That's the ogres' biggest weakness. They need huge amounts of food just to survive. With winter closing in, their supplies will run dry fast. Chun-Seek thought Nebula's cold weakness would decide the battle, but the real killer is starvation. Nebula also gives Eldar credit. Without him, this plan never would have worked. Normally a player would have to burn their own land to pull this off, but since the ogres were on elf territory, Nebula kept his own resources safe. The trade was worth it. By the time the second winter hits, the enemy is doomed. The scene shifts to a goblin castle, and the whole place is in chaos as the ogres storm in. These starving giants are here to wreck the goblins and steal whatever food is left. But by now, most of the goblins have already escaped with their supplies. When Chief Ogre Kajin hears that, he realizes just how bad things have gotten. What makes it worse is that his god hasn't answered a single prayer, almost like he's been completely abandoned. The ogres start dying from hunger, and Chun-Seek can do nothing but watch the survivors suffer. In the end, he swallows his pride and contacts his old friend and rival Solongos. But when he asks his former ally for reinforcements, Solongos gives him even worse news. He's already lost most of his forces. After Prince Tamaridu got crushed by Kajin, losing soldiers was bad enough. But then the lizard men took over the Centaur lands. Still on the bright side, Solongos is glad Chun-Seek reached out, because there's something he wants to discuss. Eldar had contacted Solongos, and offered him a chance to ally with Nebula if he helped fight Chun-Seek. Hearing that, Chun-Seek almost thinks he's been betrayed, until his old friend assures him he turned the offer down. Forming an alliance with anyone was the last thing he wanted. On top of that, he wanted to respect the time he and Chun-Seek once shared before becoming enemies. Now Solongos wants to rebuild their old alliance and launch one final attack using whatever strength they have left. Chun-Seek thinks it sounds great. In fact, he's excited. Even without much of an army, they can still go after Nebula directly. This won't just be a clash between two civilizations, it'll be a fight between gods. Chun-Seek plans to descend onto the battlefield himself and strike Nebula's forces head-on. And Eldar is already out of the picture, since after fighting Nebula before, his divinity level should have dropped too low for him to descend again. That leaves Nebula alone against two gods at once. Even with high divinity, he'll be overwhelmed. So the remaining ogres and centaurs gather the last scraps of their armies and finally march straight to the battlefield. Once they arrive, they see their enemy has shown up too. Chun-Seek wastes no time descending into Kajin, and Solongos does the same. Together, both gods lock onto one target. Nebula's prince, Argai, doesn't hesitate for even a second before descending into Lacrak's body and meeting the attack head-on. He cuts through them like fire through butter, then shocks both enemies in place. That's all it takes to drop these two fool gods in an instant. Once defeated, both gods turn into statues and get sealed. If a player dies while descended, they lose a massive amount of experience, and their divinity level crashes. If that level falls all the way to 1, they get sealed. To finish them off for good, Nebula smashes the statues, killing both of them once and for all. If the statues were left intact, they could have come back later after the sealing process ended. But Nebula didn't think they were worth keeping alive, so he turned them to stone and ended it. With both of them dead, he lines up his next move with a smile on his face. The reason he's smiling is simple. This is about as fed as a player can get in this game. Killing both gods also lets him absorb one of their many small domains, though he can only take one at a time. The moment he confirms it, the gacha gods reward him with the small domain of a jungle, while the second option is the small domain of birds. Jungle is fine, but bird seals the deal. That's exactly what Nebula wanted. For a second, he considers replacing the insect blessing he gave to the humans and cats, but then decides to save that upgrade for the next generation. Nebula has finally dealt with the 3 players who were causing him trouble. With the current problem handled, he decides to look farther ahead. His eyes turn east. Based on what he learned from the Locusts, 5 players are split into 3 groups and fighting each other there. But he chooses not to get involved, and lets them wear each other down, unless they become a real threat to his land. To the east, it's all ocean. His real priority now is taking and expanding more land. That narrows it down. The north and south are the 2 directions that matter. He needs to claim both before the NPC tribes settle in too deeply. The problem is Lacrak can't be in the north and south at the same time, so asking the elves to handle the north starts looking like a real option. After many days, the scene moves north, where the cold is brutal. The surviving elves have been sent here to live. They're not happy about it either. Winters here last forever, and rebuilding their farms will take a long time. Worse, they're always at risk from ogres and goblins hunting them down. Everyone wants answers from their chief, Leonor, who sits there in silence and takes all the complaints. At last he speaks, and this time it's good news. The prophecy says someone from the south is on the way to help the Green Eye Elf tribe. Right then, a soldier reports that a group of humans is approaching. To Leonor, that confirms these people are probably the help they were promised. Without wasting time, the elves head out into the cold to welcome their guests properly. When the humans finally arrive and step down from their wagons, the one leading them turns out to be Hui Kyung, Lord of Automation Castle. Since the two leaders have met before, they can skip the introductions and most of the formal talk. Leonor quickly invites his guests into his tent, but Saren is stopped by her wife. That overprotective powerhouse steps ahead and insists on checking the tent for assassins before her beloved chosen of the gods goes in. Leonor isn't really in a position to argue, so Saren enters right away after that. A little later, the two lords finally sit down inside the tent. To get the talk started, Leonor asks why they came. Park Young assumes the prophecy already told him, but she explains anyway. Her green insect god wants to help poor pushed-aside races like the elves. Leonor can't tell if she's being sincere or just talking down to them. Then she points to the tools and weapons she brought, along with grain seeds that can grow in cold weather. Leonor is clearly thrilled, but that feeling turns serious fast when she brings up the price. Her god may have sent her to help the struggling elves, but from her point of view, doing it for nothing would make no sense. Leonor makes it clear they're broke. They already spent the last of what they had just getting here. Naturally, Hui Kyung acts like she's ready to walk away. Time is valuable too, and she doesn't want to waste it. But Leonor is done playing along. He'd rather she just tell him the real reason for this visit. After all, she wouldn't come all the way to this frozen land if there wasn't something here she wanted. The elf spreads out a map of this harsh land. Then he points to one spot rich in natural resources. There's an iron mine there, and the land around it is fertile enough to grow crops too. Leonor says he's willing to trade whatever they produce later at a cheap price. Kyung isn't sure she should hand over goods now for something that only might exist in the future. To reassure her, Leonor gives his word and personally guarantees it as Leonor of the Elves. In the end, Kyung agrees because she sees the value in it. Even so, she won't rely on a spoken promise alone. She wants something solid to back up his pledge. That makes Leonor hesitate. The future value of those ironwoods in the land is far greater than what he's getting right now. He's basically selling away his descendants' future. But without this deal, there may be no future at all. So he accepts that this must be the value his god saw in the deal. Once both sides press their handprints onto the contract, the agreement is sealed. Both sides swear to honor and keep the contract. That becomes the first credit deal on the northern third continent since Nebula began recording history. This isn't just a contract or a simple trade. It's the start of a huge economic shift. The Lost World used to be a wild place where every tribe cared only about its own blood. Outsiders weren't seen as partners. They were threats. That fear and mistrust kept civilization stuck and killed trade before it could grow. But things are changing. These tribes aren't just desperate nomads moving from camp to camp anymore. They're settling down, growing, and tying their futures together through written contracts. A time is coming when trading things you can't touch and trusting future promises will become normal. It's the beginning of a more advanced economy, a major step that will change the rules of survival. It had been a long and bloody process, one even Lakrak had gotten used to. But now that it was over, he could finally breathe. The squad tribe had been the last obstacle for the lizardmen, and most of them ran in fear. A few stayed behind, so Lakrak ordered his warriors to clear the area. Those holdouts fought to the very end. They were as stubborn as stone like all dragons, but it meant nothing against the lizardmen's greater strength. After the slaughter, Lakrak walked to the sea and looked away from the scene behind him. There was something almost hypnotic about the waves. Here at the shore, the peninsula ended just like the bloody path Lakrak had led his tribe down. They had taken the whole peninsula from the northern mountains to the southern coast, just as the blue bug god wanted. Now the entire peninsula belonged to the lizardmen and their god. But as Lakrak looked back on the ruined villages, he wondered what came next. He had only ruled his own tribe before. Now he had to govern every thinking race in the conquered land, and he had no idea how to do that well. Luckily, Sung-Woon had been watching his subordinate the whole time and was ready to help. He also had his own concerns about what kind of system they should use, since each one had pros and cons. One option was feudalism. In that system, a king gives titles and land to feudal lords. Those lords manage and defend their own territory. While paying taxes to the king, it lightens the king's burden and helps expand his power. But there's a big downside. The king can't fully control how those lords deal with each other, which often leads to civil war. And while constant wars can push technology forward, they're much harder to manage and usually end in chaos and destruction that wipe out any small gains. Another choice was monarchy. In that system, the king stays in the capital and sends officials to rule different provinces in his name. Ancient China used something like this, and it was the model Sung-Woon liked most. It could build one stable nation out of many races. With trained administrators, each region could also develop faster. Most important of all, a strong central power would make it much easier to mobilize the military. Still, setting up that kind of monarchy would take a lot: roads, ports, royal legitimacy, and a system for choosing officials. Eldar listened to all of this and started getting annoyed, realizing he was just there to hear it. Even when Nebula asked which system he thought was best, Eldar didn't bother answering. He knew MC had already made up his mind. Now all that was left was to put the plan into motion. And as usual, dreams were the best way for him to pass his will to Lokrak. That night, the Lizardmen leader received a revelation in a dream. The very next day he gathered the important Lizardmen to share it with them. Jayla was eager to hear what he had seen, and Lokrak didn't keep her waiting. He began drawing on the ground. In the dream, he had left his body and been pulled through the air at great speed. He flew over the jungles all the way to the far northern coast. Below him, he saw countless lands and the many villages he had once marched on to spill blood and destroy. The others had trouble following every detail, but they still listened closely to their leader. Lokrak, on the other hand, already knew what had to be done. He drew a full map of the lands from his dream and prepared to explain it. First, he showed them where they were now. Then he asked the name of that place. One of the lizardmen answered right away that the dragons called it Maganon, meaning the end of the land. Lokrak wrote the name onto the map. Next, he asked for the name of the place where they wiped out the red-skinned orcs. Yer remembered it was called Selman, but there seemed to be other places with that same name, so Lokrak decided to call it South Simon. This went on until most places had their names. Only one area still had none. When Lokrak asked what it was called, no one knew. No intelligent race lived there. There were good reasons for that. The land was rocky, had no fertile soil, and wild cockatrices lived there, so everyone avoided it. Jael was surprised that nobody knew its name, but Lokrak actually did. This was the land from his dream. Even though high mountains surrounded it, there was a narrow path through vine-covered trees and brush that led inside. Near that ring of mountains, there was a fertile valley with a river running across flat ground until it reached the ocean. Jael quickly realized this was the land the god had shown Lokrak in his dream. The blue bug god had called it Orizon, which meant the land where God is. According to his god's will, Lokrak was ready to become king of Orizon, and the whole tribe was ready to go there for their king. Sungwoon watched all of this with satisfaction. The foundation of a new government, with Orizon as its capital, had begun. Even if many people on the peninsula accepted Lokrak's power, some would always resist, so turning everyone into one country would take a lot of work. First, everyone had to learn that Orizon was the capital, and Lokrak was king of all these lands. Roads also needed to be built from across the continent to connect back to Orizon. To support a monarchy, Lokrak also needed an administrator for each province. He called that position warrior commander. But even more important was creating one set of laws for the whole territory, the rules those warrior commanders would govern by. The problem was that the Castle of Automation and Elwyn Village already had their own future rulers and laws. Lokrak solved this by letting their local leaders remain in place to watch over their people and stay in contact with the future kings. Hui Kyung received the title Margarita of the Castle of Automation, and Lanor was named Elf Marabgon. To Sungwoon, this system still looked crude and kind of dumb, but it was progress, and the problems were being solved little by little. Even that was enough for the system to notify Nebula that the nation had entered an early era of monarchy. In the end, the protagonist used monarchy for the lizardmen lords and feudalism for the humans and elves, with all the strengths and weaknesses that came with both. Through all of this, the one thing that confused Eldar was that his elves were now part of the kingdom of our boys. MC didn't see any issue with that. Since all the elves lived in his territory, Eldar ended up in a strange position. Everything he owned belonged to MC, but everything MC owned was effectively under his care. A few years passed and peace ruled over Lokrak's kingdom. The old warriors who were used to non-stop battles and conquest started growing restless. Even people like the fishermen were getting tired of it. And this wasn't just any lizardman fisherman. It was Tatar, one of the war chiefs backed by Lokrak. He had once led an elite lizardmen squad and he couldn't get used to the peaceful life around him. That was because he'd spent most of his earlier life in war. He had been one of their best fighters, which was why he had been chosen as a war chief. Someone still had to protect this place. After all, even this foolish lizardman land still belonged to Lokrak. But there was a problem. This land had no real defenders. It sat in the east, surrounded by other lizardman lands in the ocean. Unless someone came from the sea, no threat could reach it. To his surprise, someone really did come from the sea. Far off in the distance, countless boats appeared, packed with strange creatures no one could make out at first. Before long, it became clear who they were. Smart beings that looked like crayfish, and they were pretty scary to see. The young elite Ludigos thought they were monsters, but Tatar knew better right away. These crayfish-like creatures used boats, so they were probably intelligent and able to talk. So Tatar chose to meet them himself on the shore. Even so, he was clearly nervous. Keeping his distance, he asked who they were and why they had come. When no answer came, he introduced himself in a harsh tone as War Chief Tatar and ordered them to explain their visit. The poor crayfish nearly peed themselves from fear. They were just turquoise lobsters who had been blown across the ocean by a storm, and now they only wanted to know where they were. With pride, Tatar told them they had reached the land of the nation of Hukrin, or black scale in the Ludigo tongue. Nearby, the young Ludigos stayed tense, ready to charge the second their leader gave the word. He was sure Tatar wasn't the kind to spare an enemy, and these crayfish-like beings were complete strangers, so he expected Tatar to capture them for information, or just kill them on the spot. Even the frightened lobsters felt the danger coming off Tatar, and got ready to run on all their many legs, but they didn't need to. Instead of attacking, Tatar told his men to set up a temporary place for the guests to rest. They had to be hungry, so he also ordered them fed with whatever food was left after the Ludigos ate. That shocked everyone. The blood-soaked Tatar they knew wasn't as simple as they thought. The turquoise lobsters were deeply moved and promised they would never forget Tatar's kindness. After resting and eating, they headed back home while the young Ludigo watched them leave. He couldn't understand why Tatar had helped them. If it were him, he would have chased the lobsters off at once and reported to Lakrak that he had driven away intruders. To him, Tatar had just thrown away a perfect chance to earn merit with the king. Truthfully, even Tatar wasn't fully sure he had made the right call. Maybe they really were enemies, but he still couldn't act any other way, and there was a reason for that. To explain himself, Tatar asked the young Ludigo if he knew how he had lost his left eye. Of course he did. It was a famous story among the young Ludigos. Tatar had fought 10 trolls at once when they tried to rob travelers, and that was when he got hurt. To be fair, those travelers were only some strange halflings, not allies of the young Ludigos at all. After Tatar lost his eye, he later met with Lakrak. The king of the young Ludigos said that fighting 10 trolls at once and losing only one eye was something to be proud of. But there was still a problem. Tatar hadn't lost it while helping the tribe. He lost it while saving a group of halflings, so Lakrak asked if he regretted it. Tatar answered by bringing up an old story. Long ago, a group of Ludigos led by Lakrak had been wounded and exhausted, after crossing a barren land for ages, with no hope left. Then, at their worst moment, Lakrak received the blessing of the blue bug god, and in return, that god asked for nothing. He had simply taken pity on helpless travelers. Lakrak was stunned when Tatar said he had helped those halflings for the same reason. He wanted to show the same mercy as the blue bug god. Tatar added that, at the time, he felt he had no choice but to help. That answer satisfied Lakrak. Tatar had been right and had done the proper thing. Lakrak told him to keep acting that way, and if anyone said he was wrong, Tatar only had to tell them about this talk. He even made it clear that he fully agreed with Tatar and backed his decision. Now only time would tell whether Tatar had been right about those lobster-like strangers. Soon, the same young Ludigos rushed into his office with news. The crustaceans had returned. Tatar quickly went to meet them in person again, to find out what had happened. Their leader, Lubo, warmly greeted the one who had saved them. But Tatar cared about only one thing. Why were they back? Had another storm caught them? No, this time they had come on purpose. They wanted to buy the iron Tatar had told them about before. Their island was at war with another one, and they badly needed outside resources and technology. To pay for it, the lobster folk offered a box full of shiny precious stones. Tatar wasn't impressed at all. Maybe the Lord of Automation would think they were worth something. Still, he didn't know how valuable the stones really were. Rather than show uncertainty, he pushed for something clearly useful instead, the boat-making skill these lobster folk used to cross the sea. They didn't like giving up the technology they were so proud of, so Lubo started explaining that building those boats took a long time and was a very hard process. Tatar brushed that off. He said he didn't care about complicated things, and if Lubo didn't like the offer, then there would be no deal. The lobster folk couldn't accept that outcome. They were desperate for resources, so they quickly agreed and promised that next time, they would bring an empty boat and use it as an example to show how to make more of them. That worked for Tatar, and he agreed to trade salt and iron for it. A seagull watched the whole exchange from above, almost like it knew something it shouldn't. But it was only one of the seagulls Sung-Woon used to watch over his creatures. That little bird zone was proving very useful, and through it, he learned everything he needed about this race. These lobster folk were a crustacean species from the southern archipelago called the Esticidians. Many tribes lived across those islands, and they were always fighting each other. Their civilization was around the White Elder level, and they probably weren't ruled by a player. Since they lived on islands, they had advanced boat-building skills. That alone would be a great trade item, and Weiqiang would definitely be interested. Deep inland, boats became far more valuable and could bring in huge profits. But what mattered most to Sung-Woon was the shipbuilding knowledge itself, since it let him raise Emerald's boat-building skill to level 2. Either way, Lakrak would understand how valuable a good boat was, and with Jael's help he would surely try to make one too. Now it was only a matter of time before all the creatures under his control started using boats to travel the rivers and Hukrin. That would open the perfect chance to expand across the waters. As surprising as it was, the old warrior Tatar seemed to have real talent for diplomacy, so the protagonist could leave dealings with the Asticidians to him. And judging by their level of civilization, those crustacean people would likely become an allied nation of Hukrin before long. When that happened, MC's civilization could tap into the gold mines in the archipelago and turn that gold into a new currency for trade. In the end, even Nebula's small sea region had become very useful. Then Sung-Woon's thoughts about the future were suddenly cut off by a call from a strange creature that addressed him as creator. It was Hongo, and he immediately ordered him to report. Some time ago, Nebula had put Hongo in charge of managing and breeding a species of locusts, and he wasn't supposed to report unless something serious happened. Well, things had gone wrong. Because of the protagonist's earlier actions and Hongo's mistake, the one behind that locust species had been exposed to the other gods in the area. Song-woon had taken that risk because he felt forced to. The level 3 locust species had started shrinking in number. Recently, he had ordered Hongo to guide the locusts toward the iron farms of other players to slow them down and speed up his own civilizations. He wanted it done carefully so no one would notice the interference if possible. But the locusts ended up attacking a camp owned by one of the more advanced players' civilizations, and the result was unavoidable. That player realized another player controlling a small insect zone was behind it. Luckily, Hongo managed to get away. MC had expected something like this sooner or later and had prepared for it. The only thing he was still a little worried about was Hongo himself. Was he safe? He had lost many locusts because of the powers of the other gods, but it seemed they still hadn't realized a being like Hongo existed. That was good news for Sung-woon. If the others found Hongo, the loss would be much worse. So Nebula ordered him to use the remaining locusts to create chaos and stay hidden. From now on, survival came first. Hongo understood the order and started carrying it out. After that talk, the protagonist realized he didn't like dealing with his own creations. They felt empty and hopeless, like NPCs in the Lost World. Back there, creatures spoke like they had real souls and personalities, not like robots. Still, that didn't matter much. What did matter was that Hongo had completed most of the mission, and the locust swarms had damaged crops and plants across the lands of the 5 eastern nations. If the gods ruling those nations learned Nebula was behind it, they would absolutely attack. Based on where those nations were, the 2 closest were the most likely to strike first, Danima of the Sataros race and Jukwa of the Liana race. It looked like both were already getting their troops ready. The other 3 nations were still watching from the back for now, but it was only a matter of time before they sent soldiers too. Of course, it wasn't fair for one player to face 5, but fairness didn't matter here. This world was unfair, and Sung-woon was ready to fight even 5 nations at once, because even that was within his expectations. Still, in Tamridu, the capital of Danima, the Sataros nation, Leonar's king Hati wasn't sure he and his ally could trust the 3 nations behind them. Sataros's king Pav agreed but said they still couldn't let the ones behind the locust blades do whatever they wanted. Their gods had made one thing clear: doing nothing was not an option, and those locust creatures had to be punished. They believed the servants of that evil red fire god made the other nations trade while they themselves lived in plenty. Worse, after taking the automation castle, the locust side started making high-quality iron plates with that technology. Their goods became the standard, so they gained the most from trade. And since their 2 nations were closest to Hukrin's border, they would take losses anyway if the other 3 nations marched through their land. In the end, they had no real choice but to attack with their own forces, trusting the prophecy of the 5 gods that the Sataros and the Leonar would join together and wipe out Hukrin's capital, Horizon. With that settled, Hati wanted to choose the best way to strike. Pav already had a plan. Hukrin was boxed in by mountains, and the only safe route led through Automation Castle. There was another path along the southern coast, but it was full of the red fire god's insects, and the land there was too rough. So their best move was to use the one opening they had, hit Automation Castle, free it from Laycrack's control, and push forward. There were 2 roads to the castle. The Sataros would take the direct route. The Leonar, on the other hand, chose to make a detour and approach from the northeast. After agreeing on that, they worked out the details and decided to gather their forces for an attack 1 month later. A month passed, and once everything was ready, the armies set out. Their gods watched the whole march. One of them was Krampus, ruler of the Sataros and the god of life sacrifice. He had once ranked 1430 in the game, and now he was wondering why his ally planned to support her army with supplies this way. She intended to use her own stores until the army crossed the jungle. Then, once the Leonar reached the northern coast, they would have to tear through the villages on the way. Her name was Lunda, goddess of the Leonar, also called the goddess of supreme fruition. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't contact Nebula. He had blocked her. More than a month had passed, and he still hadn't unblocked her or any of the other 5 gods. Lunda couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Krampus didn't understand it either. If they could have spoken with Nebula, they might have settled things by simple compensation for the damage from the locust swarms. But he shut everyone out and never gave them the chance to talk calmly. On top of that, he had slowly been building up military training and scouting. By now, talks were too late anyway. Krampus and Lunda commanded more than 1,100 Leonar and 800 Sataros. Together, they had the largest army on the entire 3rd continent. Lunda was sure it was only a matter of time before Nebula fell. And yes, unlike Eldar, Lunda was actually a real girl. Suddenly, a notification rang out. It was a communication request, and Krampus instantly guessed it might be Nebula. He was wrong. It was Eldar. The Leonar army was passing through the elf colony, so they were about to talk. Lunda guessed he might want to negotiate, and Krampus was willing to hear him out. As Krampus knew, Eldar and Nebula were only loosely allied, which meant either one could betray the other at any time. So he had Lunda take the lead in the talk and listen carefully. Maybe they could use whatever terms Eldar offered. Eldar appeared in his usual style, fully acting like the elf god. He never seemed to drop that roleplay, maybe not even on purpose. There was probably a reason he had gotten a small domain in the arts. It was Lunda's first time meeting him, and she was stunned by how he looked. He not only looked like an elf girl, but acted in a very strange way too. Eldar kept playing the innocent victim and said he wanted help. Still thrown off by the meeting, Lunda hesitated before asking what kind of help he wanted. Right away, he launched into a sad story, how the sneaky Nebula forced him to submit against his will, then used him for his own goals and humiliated him whenever he could. Eldar said he had no choice after Nebula defeated Solongos and Lim. Nebula wasn't just stronger, his battle strategies were incredible too. Lunda was shocked to learn Eldar hadn't helped defeat them. Thinking about it, it was amazing that Nebula had beaten so many strong players on his own. But to Eldar, that wasn't surprising. Hadn't they heard Nebula's reputation? He had fought countless gods across countless worlds and reached the highest rank. Nebula was a real monster. Krampus and Lunda exchanged a look. It was obvious those newer players had come to this continent only once before. Eldar kept going. He said he survived only by begging for his life and obeying Nebula's wishes. It was all for survival, but now he was sick of it and desperately asked Krampus and Lunda to help him. Still, they were too cautious to trust him right away. Lunda asked for proof, something that would make his words believable. The traitor Eldar was happy to give it. He would offer anything if it won their trust. He showed them everything Nebula had done to him, leaving no room for doubt. The humiliation, the attack on the elves, and the destruction of his village. They were shocked that Nebula treated even an ally like that. To them, that life looked worse than being a vassal. Eldar felt the same, which was why he begged them to help free him from Nebula's grip. Even without an army to support them, he had something just as valuable. He knew Nebula's plan for this battle, and was ready to share it. After telling them everything they wanted to know, the conversation finally ended. Only then could Eldar breathe, both relieved and worn out. Now he wondered if it had been enough to convince them. Nebula had been there the whole time, and he enjoyed Eldar's performance. Eldar had done his job well. Sunwoo even wondered why he acted so well. Part of it was all that non-stop roleplay, but that wasn't the only reason. The story worked because most of it was true. MC had destroyed Eldar's army, broken the elf village, chased them north, and then forced them into a contract to sell off all future resources. Even so, Eldar stayed obedient and told those gods exactly what Nebula wanted, making them believe he planned a preemptive strike on the Satiros capital, Demurit. Even then, Eldar thought that alone wouldn't be enough to change the situation. As far as he understood, Nebula's real plan was to hit the Leonar troops first. But if the Leonar pulled back to Demurit, and the Satiros charged in, took Automation Castle, and kept advancing, the lizardmen chasing the Leonar could get trapped between both enemy forces. Nebula didn't see it that way. Eldar's math was wrong. The real plan was to strike the Leonar a few days earlier before they could retreat and beat them there. Eldar had actually helped with that, even without realizing it. He gave some of his supplies to the Leonar to make his story seem completely sincere. That was part of Sunwoo's plan too. Those supplies had been prepared in advance, and because of them, the Leonar army's advance slowed down a lot. There was a reason for that. The soldiers' food had been poisoned, and Hattie was furious when he heard. The food officer reported that the rations had gone bad, and there was nothing he could do about it. Hattie was ready to punish him on the spot, but one of his generals asked him to wait and listen. It seemed suspicious that the food had been fine until yesterday, and the only new thing they had eaten was the supplies they got from the elves. Hattie couldn't believe it. He had checked those elf supplies himself, and found nothing wrong, but the general said the food may have looked fresh on the outside while being poisoned inside. After all, the god ruling the lizardmen controlled filthy insects. That meant the information from the elves couldn't be trusted either, even if the god of supreme fruition had received the same message in a prophecy. General Yubei said that God might have been fooled. The elves, who were on the lizardmen's side, had probably poisoned them from the start. The ruined supplies were clear proof they were trying to deceive them. Then a messenger rushed in with urgent news. The lizardmen army was only a few hours away. Yubei quickly asked how many there were, and the answer hit everyone hard. The lizardmen numbered over 1,500. That was terrible news. After the food poisoning, they had only 900 soldiers fit to fight. Even worse, Leonar were already at a size disadvantage against the lizardmen. Even with equal numbers, now they were badly outnumbered too. An open battle would be hopeless. So Hattie ordered a full retreat and sent a message to the king of Satiros, saying they were falling back after running into the enemy's main force. Yubei suggested retreating into the mountains and forests and starting a guerrilla war there. That was their best shot at winning. The entire Leonar army pulled back fast. Hattie hoped guerrilla fighting would let them use their small advantage and buy as much time as possible. If the Satiros army could take Automation Castle during that time, the lizardmen would have no choice but to retreat. But Hattie's plan was never going to work. Something impossible to overcome stood in the Leonar's path. A giant named Stratus blocked the way. He warned them that this land was off-limits to anyone who did not believe in the green bug god. The terrified Leonar soldiers instantly ran from the monster, but they were already too late. Stratus was coming. He meant to make them pay for that sin with their lives. Hattie ordered his men to drop everything and scatter. Yubei wanted to stay and fight the creature, but Hattie quickly told him this was no ordinary beast. It was a guardian serving the enemy's god, which meant this was not their battle. The green god had sent that guardian to save his army, so the annoyed rat god called on Neji. The two monsters crashed into a desperate fight. Lunda watched the whole thing and could hardly believe how bad this was for her. That cursed mantis had absurd stats. It was the first time she'd seen so many essences poured into one creature. Cerritus had insane strength, speed, and intelligence. There was no way Neji could handle him alone. Lunda blamed herself for getting desperate and thinking things were going well. Now it looked like her army had no choice but to run back the way they came. But even if they escaped, that creature would kill Neji, catch up to the Leonar, and make his sacrifice pointless. So Cedricus had to die here and now. He was level 11 with only level 4 divinity, and that gave Lunda some hope. She had level 9 divinity and Neji had level 3. Together that made 12, enough to give them a chance. Lunda decided to descend into Yubei and help her creation herself. With both of them working together, they could beat Stratus in 30 minutes. Yubei was immediately filled with divine power. He realized a higher god had descended into him, and when Yubei told the king to pull his forces back while he fought the monster, the king didn't dare refuse. Lunda rushed straight into battle. She arrived just in time because her cat was already close to collapsing. Even so, he was still ready to fight to the end. Lunda told him to stay calm and keep fighting. They could not lose to this monster today. She planned to win by holding out until the lizardmen forces arrived. There was no mediator here for Nebula to use to help his guardian. Then she asked if Stratus feared death. He didn't. None of that mattered to him. He was just carrying out the task he was given and would see it through to the end. The 2-on-1 battle began, and while Neji locked down Stratus's movements, Lunda started breaking his legs. Even that wasn't enough to stop him. He still swatted Neji away with ease. To Cerritus, the pain meant nothing. He even saw it as a blessing from his god. Lunda snapped another one of his legs and realized he was completely insane. Still, that didn't matter right now. At this pace, Cerritus would be dead in less than 10 minutes. Then she heard a strange sound and a heavy impact. Hard as it was to believe, a single figure was racing toward them at incredible speed. The wildest, cruelest, most dangerous one of all had arrived. The Emerald, a conqueror among conquerors, the cat above all cats. Sungwoo's divine power made Lakrak faster than a cheetah and stronger than an elephant. And when that was combined with the demon power of an electric stingray, he became a one-man army that was almost impossible to stop. Lunda's calculations had been wrong from the start. Yes, the main force would take 3 hours to get here, but she also should have counted how long it would take Nebula to descend into Lakrak and arrive. After taking a divine ride through the air, he charged the mirror with that red light power and sent it crashing down like a meteor. It moved so fast there was barely any time to block it or knock it away. Lunda still got badly cut on her left arm, even though she tried desperately to avoid the hit. Neji went mad when he saw that electric stingray attack his god, so he rushed straight at Sungwoo. But the mantis grabbed that cursed cat in its giant hands and threw him aside like a bag of trash. He asked the stingray to lend him some of its power because he wanted to deal with that stupid cat first. Pointing a finger at the fat cat, our mate gave the order, and the stingray was more than happy to obey. The white cat then took the biggest electric shock of his life. Even with his mind nearly fried, that first blast still wasn't enough to finish him. So the stingray quickly fired another shock, finally cooking Neji alive and leaving Lunda in disbelief. But she didn't have time to scream over losing her creation, because the stingray immediately turned its attacks on her. Using Yubei's quick reflexes, Lunda barely dodged to save herself. Now she knew she couldn't hold her ground anymore, so she decided to retreat. Sadly, even if she cancelled her rest, there was still a 9-second delay before she could return, which was terrible news. If she died during that time, she'd take an extra penalty. So she started putting distance between herself and her enemies, just trying to live through those last few seconds. That was even harder now because Neji's death had already dropped her by 1 level, and she also couldn't afford to let Yubei die. At one point she found a fruit and started to tear it apart to recover some stamina. But her eyes widened when she noticed some kind of insects all around her. It didn't take long for her to realize this wasn't a real attack. It was just a distraction meant to block her view. So she stayed low and decided to endure a little longer. Only 2 seconds were left. And when that giant mantis tried to knock her down, Lunda jumped, but Sungwoo grabbed her by the throat from behind. Before she could even try to break free, he crushed her throat like a tomato, spraying blood everywhere. Because of her stupidity, she had already lost Neji, along with most of her forces, and the biggest blow of all was her divinity dropping hard from 9 to 5 because of that failed rest. If she timed it right, she would have only fallen to 7. Krampus then contacted her, and he was obviously not happy with how the battle had gone. He asked about her level, and without thinking, she lied and said she was still at 7. Even then, Krampus looked worried, because to him that was already a huge loss. That shook Lunda. If losing 2 points seemed that serious to him, she was afraid of how he'd react if he learned she had really lost 4. Even so, Krampus believed a level 7 god wouldn't have enough faith to manage internal matters well. Lunda tried to calm him, saying everything was under control. But the truth was, if the trees sustained by divine miracles were destroyed, she wouldn't gain anything. That would make her followers' faith fall even more. On top of that, the death of her High Prince Yubei made everything worse. Lunda then asked if the Satoros were preparing to attack, and Krampus confirmed it. Once he learned Eldar had deceived them, his army began moving fast. His cavalry should arrive in about 2.5 days. Automation Castle ought to be empty by now, so taking it shouldn't be hard. To be sure, Lunda asked if all she had to do was delay the main Lizardmen force for 2.5 days. Krampus agreed, thinking Nebula must have spent faith in that fight, so he'd likely focus on defending Automation Castle and march back with his army to save it. That worried Lunda, because her part would be hard to pull off. With her remaining cavalry, she might survive 2 days in a guerrilla war, but she wasn't sure whether to tell Krampus the truth. In the end, she chose not to. If she was being dragged down, she decided she'd drag him down with her. The next day, Krampus contacted her and reported that the Lizardmen forces were already moving his way, even though her job had been to keep them busy. Of course, we know she failed, mostly because there weren't enough Leonar riders to hold them back. But the biggest issue was Eldar's bad information. Under the original plan, the battle should have happened on the favorable ground of Hortron, but since the fight started days earlier than expected, they were forced to clash in open terrain with no cover and no real advantage. Krampus was clearly shaken, because he could already see defeat coming. Without a proper fortress to defend, he had no choice but to redirect his forces and set up camp at the capital. Lunda, meanwhile, knew they were in serious trouble. She couldn't imagine how Krampus planned to fight 17,000 lizardmen with only 800 satyrs. And on top of that, the giant mantis Stratus was basically a walking siege weapon. Even though her alliance with Krampus was still holding for now, she didn't think it would last much longer. In fact, she was already thinking about switching sides. She was considering an alliance with Wisdom. He might have a bad temper, but he was logical, and that made him seem like a more reliable ally in the long run. Krampus then asked for her help, saying that once the siege began, it would be very effective to attack Nebula's forces from both sides. She tried to dodge that plan for obvious reasons, and suggested attacking Automation Castle instead, but Krampus pointed out that she wouldn't reach it in time. Well, she reluctantly admitted he was right. Still, he said her idea wasn't completely wrong, especially since Automation Castle was empty. Then he proposed a new plan. Her cavalry would head for the castle, while his stone soldiers backed them up. He'd split the force into 200 cavalry and 300 stone soldiers. With 400 fewer enemies there, they'd face only 1,300 opponents. And with his 800 satyrs plus her 300 Leonar, Krampus believed they could hold their ground against the lizardmen and maybe even win. But from the look on Lunda's face, it's obvious this plan won't go the way Krampus expects. The web of lies around her was tightening, and she had no idea how to escape it. She had even lied that she had already dealt with Nebula's creation, that giant mantis. She knew that if Krampus learned the truth, any chance of an alliance with him would be gone. So she quickly decided to lie again. Right then, Krampus received a request for contact from Nebula. Lunda told him to reject it, but he went ahead and connected with our boy anyway. Nebula opened the conversation by asking if they had finally decided to surrender. Krampus is instantly annoyed by Nebula's cocky tone. He snaps back, telling him not to get carried away just because he won once. He doubles down, saying the bigger situation is still in his favor. It doesn't take Sungwoo long to figure out what's going on. One look at Lunda's nervous face clears up any doubt he had. He can't help laughing. The thought of Krampus getting lied to by his own ally is just too funny for him. Meanwhile, Krampus gets more and more annoyed. He's still mad that Nebula kept blocking him before this, and now that they're finally connected, all Nebula gives him is that mocking attitude. Sungwoo quickly backs off a little, saying he didn't mean to offend anyone. Krampus doesn't care. He flat out refuses to surrender and won't even entertain defeat. That only makes the protagonist's dark little smile grow wider. Without saying another word, he ends the call. Krampus is left fuming, muttering that he can't understand what that guy is thinking. Lunda reminds him this is exactly why she told him not to take Nebula's call in the first place. Then a worse thought hits her. What if Sungwoo knows she lied? After coming up with an excuse on the spot, she tells Krampus she needs to check on her army. Then she ends the call. Right after that, she starts sending mirror requests to MC. At the same time, he is just lying back and watching everything play out like a boss keeping an eye on his workers. Then his screen suddenly lights up with a flood of notifications from Lunda. The requests keep stacking one after another. Since Sungwoo has no reason to ignore her, he accepts right away. The second the call connects, Lunda comes in furious and starts accusing him for no clear reason. The protagonist stays calm and tells her to settle down. He points out that she has no reason to be this mad when he's the one about to get attacked from both sides. But Lunda keeps yelling. Fed up, Sungwoo cuts the call. She's not his wife, and he's not putting up with that attitude. He walks away, but Lunda calls right back. This time she's even louder, yelling at him for hanging up. She reminds him she's not his friend, so he better not treat her like one, then demands to know what he really wants. Still, MC refuses to talk while she keeps acting like that. Lunda desperately swallows her anger, takes a deep breath, and finally asks why he ended the call when Krampus still hadn't surrendered. Sungwoo explains that his first plan was to get Krampus to surrender and make a deal with the 5 players so nobody would attack for now. But given the situation, he decided it would be more efficient to crush both Krampus and Lunda's nations and take them over, even if it takes more work. So instead of waiting, He'd rather wipe out both Krampus and Lunda and occupy their lands, even if it costs him more effort. Lunda argues that his civilization doesn't have enough people to guard all those borders. That's when he lays out his plan. He'll keep the Satyr territory for himself and split Leonar's land between the other 3 players. He's sure they'll gladly take free land without needing to fight for it. Lunda fires back that neither she nor Krampus will just sit still if he tries to steal their nation's land. Sungwoon already thought of that. He has no plan to leave either of them alive, so there would be no risk to his strategy. That clearly shakes Lunda. She asks if that's supposed to be a threat. The protagonist stays calm and says wiping them out is simply one of his options. Realizing she can't turn this around, Lunda gives in. She asks what he wants in exchange for sparing her life. Without hesitation, Sungwoon demands detailed information on the Leonar, the satyrs, and the trolls. She says she can tell him about the satyrs because of her alliance with Krampus, but she's not sure she knows anything useful about the trolls, since she has no alliance with Wisdom. MC makes it simple. She needs to form an alliance with Wisdom and get him that information. He doesn't care how she does it. That embarrasses her, because she has no desire to play double agent for anyone. Frustrated, she starts slamming her desk and cursing. Sungwoon brushes it off. He reminds her that her alliance with Krampus won't last anyway. This attack is going to hit Krampus hard, and his last army will fall too. Then he points out what happens if he tells Krampus the truth about the battle. Since Lunda already lied to him, she'd lose her alliances with the other 4 players and end up completely alone at level 5. Her face burns with anger, and she storms off, refusing to cooperate. After the call ends, she sits back down and thinks it over. She tries to find some way out of this mess. She looks at her Leonar people. Some of them are living without a care. Others are praying for her to end the conflict and battles without anyone getting hurt. But from the look on her face, she doesn't know if she can answer those prayers. With no other choice, she meets with Nebula. He greets her like he expected this all along and asks if she's finally made up her mind. She says yes, though she sounds desperate. Nebula keeps that eerie smile and tells her to start with what she knows about the satyrs and the Leonar. After that, the battle with the allied nations comes to an end. It seems Krampus had a hard time accepting Nebula's ceasefire offer, but Lunda managed to persuade him. In the end, they agreed to a truce. Meanwhile, at the automation castle, we meet the cheerful Huer Kuang. She's waiting at a meeting with representatives from each race, and she proposes a merchant alliance. She reminds them that building Huitran took help from many skilled merchants, and everyone made money through trade along the way, so keeping these meetings going would help everyone. By sharing information, buying resources early before prices rise, and avoiding taxes between allies, they'd all benefit. The white-haired man adds that they could also trade goods banned by the nations without drawing attention. They could stock up early, then sell once prices go up. They could even buy out certain products and control the price themselves. The troll representative raises a fair point. Since they're different races from different places, how can they trust each other in the long run? Huikyang says there is one way. Build that trust around faith in a god. The troll isn't interested. He has no intention of abandoning his own god, and he shoots back by asking why she doesn't abandon hers instead. So Huikyang pulls out a die and settles it with a roll. The rule is simple. They'll follow the god of whoever rolls the highest. And we all know how that turned out. A system window confirms it. Under Huikyang's lead, the Merchant Alliance, now called the Fifth Wheel, has officially been formed, with the Blue Insect God as its main faith. This alliance helps everyone involved by making black market trade monopolies and price fixing much easier. As a secret trade group, they can now invest in profits without paying taxes. Sungwoon thinks it may be a little early for a secret organization like this to appear, but he was expecting something like it. He's impressed by how Twikyun used her demon trait, probability, to make it happen. She really went all out this time. With the fighting over, everyone can focus on their own nations for a while and deal with what has happened. That means the borders probably won't change much for some time, which could slow things down. Even so, the protagonist is set on preparing better for future wars with other nations. We've come a long way, so here's a quick look at how far Nebula's civilization has grown. The first major event involved Lakruk, who was taken from the Blue Lizardman tribe. After Nebula chose him, he took control of the tribe. The second big event was the defeat of the Abomination, the ancient Koloptera, that let Sungwoon gain its essence and create the sacred beast, Shrades. The third major event was the defeat of the Frogman tribe and the Abominable God, which helped Nebula gain the demon trait of fire. The fourth was the secret operation and the battle for Automation Castle through Siren. Nebula's prophecy came true, and Huikyang finally took the throne over all her siblings. The fifth event was the defeat of the elves, who invaded Automation Castle. After that loss, Nebula also brought Eldar under control. Nebula then went on to defeat Solongos and Lim. He moved the elves to the north coast and conquered the dwarf castle of Maganon on the southern shore. Another major step for Nebula was the founding of Huitran, with Orizon chosen as the capital city. So far, the players we've met include Nebula, Hegemonia, Eldar, Lim, and Solongos. Season 2 opens with a sweeping shot over a market in Orizon. At one of the shops, Lakrak is with another lizard in red, who excitedly shows him a new product made for their leader, and it's paper. Lakrak asks about it, and Zowel explains that one of the remaining lizards claims to be a paper artist. Thanks to him, they learned how to make paper that's lighter and cheaper than parchment. Lakrak wonders if making it is hard, but Zawal tells him the process is pretty simple, especially with the wheels built in Orizon. Once paper production is stable, they'll be able to write letters more often and keep better records, marking a big step forward for their civilization. With that, their recorded history won't be lost. Looks like Lakrak has something to show Zawal too. He says paper is useful, but once it's damaged, you can't really fix it. Then Lakrak points out that he has brave warriors and smart allies by his side, Zawal included, and with their god still with them, he believes they can beat any enemy. But if those enemies attack in two places, even their god can't be everywhere at once. So Lakrak comes up with a plan. He draws a line across the map and says they'll build a barrier. Zawal understands the idea, but reminds him a wall that huge would take forever to finish. To work as a real defense, it would have to be even bigger than the walls of the Castle of Automation. And since they don't have the same tools as that castle and it would need to be made from stone, Zawal says it would still take at least 100 years, even if they used all available manpower and spent all their money. Lakrak is shocked, not because it's too long, but because he thought it would take 200 years. Even so, Zawal's point stands. Keeping a project going that long would be nearly impossible, and even 100 years is too much, so Lakrak starts looking for a better answer. After thinking it over, he suggests using the Dark River and the three walls as natural barriers. If they leave those areas out, it might take 80 or maybe even 70 years, but that's still basically a lifetime. So Lakrak changes the plan completely. Instead of trying to slow the enemy down, they could call their allies faster. He proposes using fire signals, a system built around 5 signals. 1 open flame means everything is fine. 2 means an enemy has been spotted. 3 means the enemy is heading their way. 4 means the beacon has been lit. And 5 means the battle has started. This would protect the dark area without linking every wall together. The mountains themselves would serve as natural defenses, and forts in the valleys with beacons on the walls could do the same job as beacons in the dark. Once he finishes the full layout, Lakrak asks Zawal how long it would take. Zawal answers right away. It could be done in 5 years. Pretty amazing how a 200-year idea turned into a 5-year one. 3 years fly by and we're back in Orizon. Inside a mansion, Lakrak is alone, deep in thought. He realizes keeping a nation together may be harder than building one. He has to protect his people from outside threats, while also holding them together from within. The problem is, every race besides humans fears the lizard men. Fear makes obedience easier, but it doesn't create stability. Without harmony, people either submit unwillingly or rise up. On top of that, he can't force everyone to believe in the green insect god. If only there were some way to bring all their hearts together. Lakrak knows he's a strong fighter, but not wise enough to be a true king. Still, he's smart enough to understand that sharing land isn't the same as real unity. A familiar voice agrees with him. To Lakrak's shock, it's Stargazer, somehow standing inside the mansion. Stargazer says that even if people live on the same land, they don't live in the same time. Overjoyed, Lakrak jumps up and asks how his old friend is here, like he wasn't supposed to be dead. Stargazer quickly hushes him with a finger to his lips, and Lakrak suddenly remembers Stargazer's final words. Even in death, the green insect god would guide them. Lakrak desperately wants to ask how he survived, but he knows death is a secret matter, so he stops himself. Instead, he asks what Stargazer meant about people not living in the same time. Stargazer looks up at the stars, then asks if Lakrak remembers the stories he used to tell him. Pointing upward, he asks whether the stars seen in Orizon and the ones seen in Maganan are the same. Lakrak isn't sure, but says they do look different, even if only a little. Stargazer asks about the lands of the Leonar and the Satorans next, and Lakrak says those skies are even more different. Stargazer nods and explains that just like the sky changes from place to place, everyone lives in their own time. As king, Lakrak must learn to live in his own. Everyone lives their own life in their own time. Even on the same land, their hearts stay apart because of that difference. As king, Lakrak has to understand it. Of everything Stargazer ever taught him, this way of reading time may be the most important. Lakrak realizes his bias toward dragons came from the fact that each species measures days differently. That thought leaves him uneasy, and when Stargazer asks what's bothering him, Lakrak admits that teaching others is hard, especially those hostile to humans. Stargazer says that's exactly why he came. He points to a bright blue star and tells Lakrak that it represents him. When it lines up with nearby stars, it forms a constellation of Lakrak riding on a cockatrice. That wandering star, bright in summer and dim in winter, is called Owen. Stargazer believes that when the time comes, Owen will pass over Lakrak, and Lakrak will hear all the stories Owen has gathered until then. Lakrak cherishes the time he has with Stargazer, and Stargazer shows him Shunta, Aloy, and even the figures of Huikenfu, the ogre chief Kajin, and Tamaridu. Lakrak feels peaceful in that shared moment. For a little while, everyone is together in harmony. At last, Stargazer feels God calling him back, and he knows it's time to leave. Lakrak begs him to stay a little longer, saying there's still so much left to share, but Stargazer gently tells him that's just part of living. Curious, Lakrak asks about the challenge, hoping to learn more. In a darker tone, Stargazer says the challenge belongs to the dead. That answer saddens Lakrak. He's always feared death, so he wanted to know what comes after it. Stargazer understands, saying it's natural for the living to fear death. He explains that the dead can't change anything. Even if their god lets them watch, they can do nothing more. That is their limit. Only the living can change the world, and Lakrak must never forget that. As Lakrak looks at his god's constellation, he drops to his feet in reverence. Then suddenly someone calls his name. He snaps out of the dreamlike state and sees Zal standing before him. It's an important moment, and all his vassals have gathered to discuss major matters. Lakrak tells Zal to bring a large sheet of paper and some charcoal, enough paper to draw the sky. At that same moment, a system window appears, a major achievement, the creation of the Emerald Calendar, the first calendar of the Green City Act. It's based on constellations and marks the months by the positions of the emeralds. The Emerald Calendar is praised for its accuracy, matching the real orbital period with 99.8% precision. 3 nations adopt it, and it's recognized as a near-perfect way to track time. Nebula watches the notice with pride, remembering how he used Stargazer to lay the foundation for this system. It cost him a lot, though. The more Stargazer revealed, the more faith value he lost. Knowledge pulled from the dark doesn't come free, but Nebula sees it as a necessary investment. He seems to be talking with Lunda, and he's glad the Leonard will benefit from the calendar too. But judging by her reaction, she doesn't seem very thankful. Nebula even explains that it's a solar calendar using leap years, not just something based on the moon. She could at least act a little happier about it. Instead, she only pretends to be pleased. Lunda says she somehow managed to fool Krampus and Wisdom, but keeping up appearances drained a lot of her resources. Now she's too stressed to care about her title. Nebula asks why she contacted him, and she reveals that a new force is about to appear in the middle of the continent. That catches Nebula off guard, and Lunda adds that it might even be a player. Sungwon asks why she thinks that, but right then he gets 2 system notices about a clash between civilizations. It seems 2 separated tribes have made contact, and both will get a huge experience boost. Nebula also gets another notice, saying the opposing tribe has faith. That removes any doubt. It isn't an NPC tribe. Still, it makes no sense for a player to suddenly show up in the center of the continent. What makes it even stranger is that about 22 years have passed since the game began, and this tribe never made a move until now. They just appeared out of nowhere. Nebula suggests it could be an abominable god, but Lunda says she tried sending horns to them, and they showed up in the local player's inventory, so it can't be an NPC. Her horns are being blocked. Sungwon still doesn't fully trust her, so he asks if she might be trying to trick him too. In response, she sends over everything she has on the mysterious player, and that civilization. She also explains that the information about vampires came from the player named R1026, who controls the civilization of Juman, whose main species is Nixon, called Nix in singular form. Normally, R1026 would send this only to Seng Huan, but this time it also went to Wisdom, Krampus, and Lunda. After seeing the report for himself, Sungwon thinks none of it makes any sense, and Lunda agrees. Then he asks what they're calling this new player, and she says the first character is the Hanja Jolul, so they used the next 2 characters, and started calling him Jolul, Jolwu B. Nebula reflects on how a player with such a strange name shouldn't even exist, and neither should this mysterious vampire. The ones fighting on screen are the Nix, and some of them became vampires after being bitten. The system window explains that vampires spread like zombies, turning others into their own kind. The change usually takes at least a day, sometimes several. During that time, a person's abilities usually drop, but in rare cases they can get stronger. Lunda finds it crazy that even Nebula doesn't seem to know this kind of vampire. He agrees, and she adds that Krampus said they wouldn't know about it anyway, since this is an event with an insanely low chance of happening. Still, Nebula says something like this shouldn't even exist and thinks it's more like DLC, basically like an expansion pack for the game. He reminds her this lost world isn't exactly the same as the game they used to play. They don't even have the graphics menu or the logout window anymore, so they can't just log out. If things that used to exist can vanish, then things that never existed before could suddenly appear too. Nebula decides to warn AR, since she's another player and should also look into who's behind this. But Lunda says that won't help much. Wisdom and Krampus are already watching the vampires. She also mentions she's dealt with zombie apocalypse events before, and this infection spreads much slower. Even so, Nebula points out that zombies are dumb, while vampires keep their minds, so writing them off would be a huge mistake. Lunda still isn't sure if she should warn AR. AR is allied with Zhang Yuan. Wisdom works alone, and with her own tie to Krampus, that makes 3 separate factions all fighting each other right now. If AR gets hit by this vampire mess, that would directly help Lunda and her ally. Nebula understands what she's thinking, and says they'll talk more in person later. Then he ends the call and starts going over all the vampire info he got, but he still can't figure out where this strange anomaly came from. The story then moves to the mountains. There, 5 major players are on a conference call. The first is Zhang Yuan, who hides his face behind a large mask. He's the invisible god Flo. His species is Kobold, and his nation is Mgol. The third person there is AR-1026. She's known as the invisible god Root, but from here on out we'll just call her AR. Her species is Nyx, and her nation is Golman. They're talking about whether to move and support Hegemonia or Nebula, but Krampus thinks both sides are equally awful. Lunda agrees with that, though she says Nebula would still be easier to talk to than Hegemonia. After everyone shares their thoughts, one person still hasn't given a verdict. That's Wisdom, the chanting god. His main species is Troll, and his nation is Subchlormian. He sides with Lunda. Then with Wisdom speaking up, Nebula joins the Skype call so they can settle this. My guy feels pretty gross knowing they were all just talking about him. Of course, everyone greets him with cold, unfriendly looks. Wisdom gets straight to it, and asks if Nebula knows why he was called here. Nebula plays it cool. He says he has an idea, but guesses aren't always right. Lunda gets annoyed thinking about how shameless this bastard is acting when she already sent him all the information. Wisdom drops the act and reminds Nebula that something strange is happening in the middle of the continent. A player they're calling Jalo Wubi has appeared with a new species known as vampires. Nebula says he already knows. He also confirms that the vampires that started in Air's Juman have already spread into all 5 players' lands. Now they've become a major force. Nebula already knew that too, so no one is shocked. Wisdom finally asks the real question, will Nebula help them? Nebula throws it right back and asks why he should. That shuts everyone up for a second. Lunda meanwhile thinks to herself that this guy really loves playing these kinds of mind games. Wisdom explains that locusts recently showed up in their fertile lands, wrecking their food supply, and everyone knows Nebula caused it. Nebula brushes that off, saying Krampus and Lunda attacked him before, so as far as he's concerned, they had it coming. Then Zhang Yuan snaps. He fires back, saying that wasn't even a real war. Seeing him lose it, Nebula pushes harder. If they're that mad, they can come after him anytime. Before it gets worse, Wisdom quickly calms Zhang Yuan down. He says Nebula is clearly provoking them on purpose, and if they let anger stop them from getting his help, this whole thing will spiral out of control. Zhang Yuan isn't sure Nebula is doing it on purpose, but Wisdom insists he is. Once things settle a little, Wisdom brings the talk back to the main issue. He says that if they work together, they might be able to beat the vampires on their own. But if their move fails, the vampires will just keep growing stronger, and sooner or later they'll have to ask Nebula for help anyway. Naturally, Nebula enjoys hearing how well they understand his importance. Since he has no reason to help them, he could just sit back and watch. But Wisdom pushes back, saying that if they collapse, Nebula will deal with the fallout too. Fighting 5 divided enemies is way easier than facing one giant vampire force. That actually leaves Nebula quiet for a moment, because Wisdom's logic is solid. Nebula remembers seeing Wisdom's name in the game's top 10 rankings. If this is the same person, then Wisdom is one of the most skilled players here. Even so, Nebula isn't going to agree that easily. He shoots back that for him, even a united enemy would be easier to handle. Lunda asks if he's refusing just because he doesn't feel like helping, but Nebula says she's wrong. He finally makes it clear, if they want his help, they need to pay him properly. Wisdom immediately asks what kind of payment he wants. Staying completely calm, Nebula lists his terms. 3 people each from the Candle Craftsman, Glass Craftsman, and Brick Craftsman groups. Those talents have been monopolized by other civilizations, and he wants them too. On top of that, he asks for 12 gold slots. Nebula's demand leaves everyone speechless. Krampus almost explodes in anger, accusing Nebula of taking advantage of their desperation. He even suggests Nebula might be working with Joel Wubi. Nebula calmly tells that red-faced hothead that if they keep acting like this, they're just asking to embarrass themselves. Before things get worse, Wisdom steps in again. He tells everyone to take some time to think, and says he'll call Nebula back once they've made up their minds. With that, the call ends. Not long after, Nebula gets another video chat request. He answers right away, and this time Wisdom says they've agreed to the deal. They'll send the Candle Craftsman tonight and deliver the gold little by little as they gather it. In return, they want Nebula to share his plan to defeat Joe Wubi and the vampires. Wisdom is sure Nebula must already have a strategy if he was bold enough to demand such a high price, but Nebula casually flips that idea on its head and says they're mistaken. His plan is already in motion. Then an unknown Nyx appears on Nebula's display, and it's not hard to guess this might be the Vampire Lord, a loyal follower of Jalo Wubi. The story shifts into a flashback, as Guman is consumed by fire. In the middle of that ruin, a lone woman escapes. She's the same woman we saw before. This disaster began when the Knoll tribe launched a sudden attack. During the raid, the key holder of the Juman tribe, her mother, was sacrificed. She fought bravely and gave everything, but in the end, she died. After that, the invisible Lord of Vampires chose a new key holder from another family, cutting off the old bloodline. Backed by that power, the new key holder started hunting down the survivors of the former family to wipe out the original line. She can't believe this is what loyalty to her god has led to. She wants to know why her god abandoned them. How could the invisible Lord of Vampires not give them even the smallest miracle? She starts wondering if they were nothing more than tools meant to be used and thrown away. Broken and desperate, she begs the invisible Lord of Vampires to answer her prayers. But just as her cries fade into nothing, a dark, mysterious being appears right in front of her. She looks up in fear, wondering if this unknown god came to kill her. But she has nothing left to lose. With the last bit of strength she has, she asks the being for just a cup of water. Instead, it throws down a bag of blood and a piece of rotten meat at her feet. But to her, that awful stuff looked like sweet water and fresh bread. She starts thanking the being, tears running down her face as she takes a bite. After eating the rotten meat and drinking the blood, she completely gives herself over to the being. She vows to do anything for it. Then the entity offers her a sword. The instant she grabs it, her hand starts moving on its own, and before she realizes it, the blade is pointed at her. In terror, she begs the being to save her, and eventually her hand stops moving. Shaken by what she sees as the being's mercy, she decides to accept it as her new god. She promises to serve it no matter what, and calls it the god of rotten flesh and blood. A system notice appears revealing that the god of rotten flesh and blood has chosen Chief Shivan, and with that, the first vampire is born. The story cuts back to Nebula as he watches the vampires grow at a terrifying speed. In only 6 months, their population climbs to 6,000. In less than a year, their vampire army reaches 4,000. Using that force, they launch an attack and take the capital of Guman. One of the players, dies while using Descento, losing both her life and everything she built. His level probably dropped to 4 by now. If someone had helped back when the vampire force was still small and wiped them out, none of this would have happened. Instead, every player chose to stay out of it. And this is where that led. The vampires built their own nation and named it Baika White. Their ruler is the Vampire King, and most of the generals are people other nations cast aside and mistreated. In the end, they want revenge on the gods who abandoned them. Nebula says he can explain how to beat the vampires, but the real question is whether anyone can still pull it off. Now, vampires have 3 weaknesses. Krampus cuts him off right away. Surprised to hear that, he thought they only had 2. Nebula tells him to list the ones he knows first. Krampus says everyone knows vampires can't handle sunlight and are weak to gold. As for the third, he guesses they get weaker as more generations pass. Nebula corrects him, that's actually a strength, not a weakness. High-level vampires have great physical power, but sunlight and gold still hurt them badly. As the generations go on, their bodies get weaker, but so do the effects of sunlight and gold. Wisdom asks about the plan Nebula mentioned. Based on the scouting reports, the vampires still don't seem to be moving. Nebula clears that up, because it's already moving. Just so it's clear, because is the name of the vampire civilization. Then he reveals the real point. Being a vampire is itself their built-in weakness. That's the third weakness he meant. Krampus asks him to explain. Nebula checks because March status over the last few days. Their 4,000 troops split into 4 groups of 1,000, and spread out in all 4 directions from the center of the continent. That sounds easy to deal with, but each nation's army is only about 1,000 too, so the balance is bad either way. Lunda studies the 4 maps and points out that they all look the same. Nebula says those maps are from different days, which means the forces haven't moved. Lunda suggests they may have stopped to reorganize, but Nebula disagrees. There's no way all 4 armies would stop for that reason alone. He thinks something else made them go quiet, and he believes it connects to the vampire's third weakness. Wisdom finally asks what that weakness is. Nebula reminds them that people first treated vampires like zombies, but there's one huge difference. Vampires can think. Zombies are just infected people, so they don't really have individual behavior. Vampires aren't like that. Vampires have ranks, and some were turned against their will. Lower vampires obey the middle ranks, and those obey the higher ones. But that chain starts to crack the farther down you go. Londa tries to piece it together, and Wisdom steps in to help. He says Nebula means lower vampires don't share the same purpose or loyalty as the higher ones. Nebula adds that vampire unity depends on that built-in obedience. At first, they had to kill to survive and to force others to submit. They were hunted too, so staying together kept them alive, and the weak followed the strong. But once the vampire nation Baiko was founded, they entered a world where they could live without killing anyone. Now they don't really have a clear reason to fight. All that's left is a hollow habit of obeying their superiors. And even that is starting to break. Some generals don't want to risk heavy losses. Their basic needs are met now, so they aren't just thinking about survival anymore. They're planning, weighing their options, and waiting to see which general makes the first move. Then we cut to one of the vampire generals, Junior, sitting in his room. He's frustrated, thinking about how to take control of the continent before his chance slips away. What he can't understand is why the other generals still haven't acted. Then he hears a door. Someone is already there. That person shines direct sunlight at him with a mirror. The instant the sunlight touches his skin, it starts to crack. Junior reacts fast and throws a sword with perfect aim. It hits the mystery woman right between the eyes. She drops at once. She had used the mirror on purpose, knowing sunlight is one of a vampire's weaknesses. Junior's servant rushes in and apologizes for the trouble that interrupted his night. He says one of their servants escaped and caused this mess. Junior calmly says the woman got in before night fell. The servant then asks why he's still awake. Junior says he's still trying to figure out what the other generals are thinking, then asks if the servant has any idea. The servant says it's because not all of them follow the god of flesh and blood. Junior already knows that, especially since Satiros follows the god of life. The servant adds that some vampires follow that same god too. Junior is stunned. He can't understand how such vampires could exist. He hates the gods who abandoned them, and to him, only the god of flesh and blood ever cared. So the idea that some vampires don't follow that god sounds insane to him. The cloaked figure explains that not everyone became a vampire by choice. There's no doubt Vampire King Shavan carefully chose his generals before turning them. But the generals who made more vampires probably weren't nearly as careful. Some of those under them may think very differently, which could explain why certain armies stopped moving. Junior insists they should know they have no choice but to serve the one who gave them immortality, the owner of the fangs that changed them. But the servant pushes back, saying that loving the one who made them vampires doesn't mean obeying every order without question. After Baca was founded, the generals had to compete with each other for better land. The servant hints that's why none of them want to move first and risk major losses. They need to protect their own strength. Junior admits the servant has a point. Then he orders him to tell every soldier that once the sun goes down, they march. He's determined to prove to Vampire King Shaven that at least one general is different from the rest. Back with the group, Nebula says one of the vampire armies will probably start moving soon because one general seems especially loyal and obedient. Krampus points out that if they start moving again, that weakness won't matter anymore. Wisdom says understanding the pattern is enough. If their actions are predictable, then miracles can be used to steer them and buy some time. If they cut the vampires' supply lines while they're separated, they can break those armies apart. With better control of the battlefield, they'll have more ways to play this. Krampus gives Star Citizen some praise for the sharp explanation. Wisdom quickly replies that it isn't a star. Nebula asks what it is. Then, with pride, Wisdom reveals that it's the great dodecahedron of the Kepler point polyhedra. A short silence follows after a name that weird. Strangely, nobody laughs. Nebula even says he'll remember that from now on, and apologizes for getting the title wrong earlier. Wisdom asks if Nebula plans to break the vampire army by creating social division. But instead of agreeing, Nebula says that could work, but it would take too long, and the damage would spread everywhere. So he'll do the opposite, bring them back together. The masked figure asks how Nebula plans to unite them. Nebula says their confidence is exactly what's getting in the way. They're so sure they can crush everyone that they've spread themselves all over the place. So he plans to hit them with one huge blow and make everyone focus on him. Then the scene shifts to Yamar. There, a servant enters Junior's room and announces that enemy forces have arrived. Junior quickly asks if it's the Satyros. The servant says no, it's actually the lizardmen of Hukran. The view shifts back to our group. After what feels like forever riding their cockatrices, they finally reach their destination. Lacrack looks fired up as he asks Zalal if he's ever heard of Tatar, the legendary warrior who once beat 10 trolls alone. Rumor says Tatar now works in the southern archipelago and has risen to a high position. Thinking about that, Lacrack proudly says that no matter how much he trains, there are still countless warriors stronger than him. He admits he rarely gets a real chance to show his strength. But after spotting some trolls in the distance, he shouts that now's the perfect time to work hard and steal some of Tatar's fame. Zalal smiles at his leader and says Lacrack is already a great general and an elite warrior. To someone like him, fame like Tatar's shouldn't be such a big deal. But Lacrack reminds him that to become an elite warrior, someone has to be cursed. With that, my lizard guy charges in and starts cutting them down left and right. Then Junior jumps in too, like an angry cat fighting for the god of flesh and spoiled blood. Still, that kid eventually burns out. By this point, Lacrack has killed 9 trolls. Smiling, Zalal points out that Lacrack is still 1 troll short of claiming the title of Troll Slayer. Lacrack says his troll count dropped because everyone got fired up after his speech and rushed in like crazy. He also argues that since the last one he killed was a general, it should count as at least 2. Zalal just makes it worse by pointing out it only had 1 head, so it still counts as 1. Even so, Lacrack insists they are not real trolls anyway. They're vampires. After clearing the city, the group reorganizes the camp, checks their gear, and gets ready to push deeper. Then the story cuts to the Vampire King's residence. Shivan is clearly upset after hearing that General Junior died along with 400 soldiers. The report says there were around 300 enemies, fighters from the Kakatu Knights of Hukran. Hearing that only 300 warriors wiped out 400 vampires makes her furious. A fox-faced officer, I still don't know by name, explains that the Kakatu Knights struck while the other units were already spread out. She cuts him off and tells him to shut up. Shivan admits those enemy forces are strong, but for them to attack this fast, they must have cut down their supply load and stopped searching the area for resources. And since they crossed another nation's land to get here, that suggests Hukran, Danium, and maybe other nations are actually working together. She studies the map on the table and thinks through how Hukran's troops are being supplied by the Satyros while moving through Becca like they own the place, even though it isn't their land. At least that's her guess. Most vampire troops are split into separate units, leaving only a few behind to guard the village, so there is no good way to stop the enemy advance. To make things worse, the 3 remaining generals still refuse to act. That leaves her with only 2 choices: send the 600 soldiers left in Yanar to block the 300 enemy leaders, or move the full force of 3,600 troops and strike Hukran's coast. The first option is not all bad, since the god of blood and exhausted flesh is backing them. But the enemy knights could just avoid a direct fight and keep raiding the land. Attacking Hoitrin instead is even riskier. If she moves the army without securing things here first, it could turn into a disaster. She struggles to decide what to do. Then her gaze shifts to Hoitrin's coastline. Her eyes widen when she notices something shocking. The coast is turned red. She reacts at once and orders her servant to gather every general and soldier. She wants the army to march east, and this time they will all attack Hoitron's territory. After that, we return to the players. Wisdom praises Nebula's idea of pulling the enemy back together and asks if they plan to hit them with a pincer attack. Nebula says that would be great, but asks if anyone here even has the forces to pull that off. He reminds them that AR and Nixon's forces were almost wiped out when the capital fell, and Lunda and Leonar are in bad shape. Only the other three factions are still doing fairly well. The masked man says his side is still in good condition and offers help. Nebula points out that his troops are too far away to arrive in time, so that leaves Wisdom and Krampus as the only two who can really help. Wisdom offers 300 soldiers and Krampus agrees to send about 500. Nebula says that should be enough. He then predicts that if the vampires plan to attack Hoitron, they will have to either cross the wilds or break through the mountain fortress on the road to the automation castle. Nebula is sure they will choose the second route. From the vampire side, the wilds are hard to cross because of the sunlight, while the mountain roads give them shade. That would also let them hit the castles along the way and refill their blood supply. So Nebula plans to chase the vampire army from behind with his own 3,000 riders, plus the forces from Wisdom and Krampus, while staying far enough back to avoid a close fight. Wisdom agrees with the plan, but he worries that if they follow the vampires too far past Becca's rear defenses, Hoitron's mountain fortress may not be able to hold against more than 3,000 soldiers by itself. Nebula gives him a confident, almost scary smile and asks why he thinks Hoitron can't handle it. Seeing that confidence, Wisdom finally feels sure things will work out. He says the rest of them will have to focus on crushing the vampires inside their own fronts, and Zhang Yuan will need to use those troops to take back AR territory. He's sure they can greatly weaken the vampires' faith, and by reducing their numbers at the borders, they can make a real difference. Still, one thing bothers Nebula. Zhou Wubi only used faith-based forces when taking the capital, and after that they have not really been used again. Right now, Becca holds the largest territory on the third continent. It also has a huge number of regular vampire soldiers. People often overlook that because they assume vampires are just an overpowered race. But the truth is, they are also very skilled players. With that in mind, Nebula wonders if Zhou Wubi's current divinity level might already be very high. At the highest estimate, they could be level 17 already. If that's true, the divinity skill gained at level 16 could become a serious problem. Even so, Nebula believes there is still a way forward, even if it will be tough. Then the scene shifts to Hoitron, where Shivan grits her teeth in frustration. The route ahead is rough, dark, and steep, with nowhere to hide from the sunlight until they reach the castle. She wonders if there is any way to get past this problem. Her assistant hesitates, then says the giant weasels might be their only option, but there are not enough of them to matter. Shivan instead orders the Leonar and trolls to move up to the castle walls. She has them carry heavy battering tools to break through the defenses. The assistant, clearly uneasy, warns that this will cause huge losses. Shivan calmly answers that they can use the bodies of the dead to make the darkness easier to cross. Right then, a cruel idea takes shape in her mind. If she is going to build stairs out of corpses, they do not have to be vampire corpses. Her assistant immediately understands the plan and realizes Shivan means to use the slaves as both a distraction and a way to reduce supply use at the same time. The assistant then says there are rumors about the slaves that every god has abandoned them except one. Only a single god still has not given up on them. Next, the vampires force the slaves forward, ordering them to march. Inside the castle, the other slaves are terrified, knowing they will be next. One boy thinks bitterly that in the end they are nothing more than slaves and food for the vampires. The gods he once believed in abandoned them. If that were not true, his god would not have left them like this for no reason. The god of blood and exhausted flesh does not accept the prayers of people brought in as slaves. But rumors are spreading that the lizard men of Hoitron are fighting fiercely inside vampire territory. That rumor gives the slaves a small spark of hope. The god of blood and exhausted flesh, the unknown god they now believe in, has become their last saving grace, their final hope. Then the time comes. The remaining slaves are ordered out. As people of many races panic, that human boy stands up. He knows holding on to hope is probably pointless, but the god of blood and exhausted flesh is the only thing they have left. As he moves forward, he notices piles of bodies lined along the path, creating a strip of darkness. He knows he may be the next body added to that horrible road. The vampire soldiers shout out their orders and explain the grim task. The slaves are to run to the Hoitron lizardmen's castle. If the lizardmen are willing to save them, they will open the gates. The crowd recoils in fear as they are shoved ahead and forced to move. Up ahead is the dangerous path to the castle, with 3 chains leading upward through the darkness. No one has ever made it past the second chain. The vampire commander starts counting. When he reaches 5, the order is given. Everyone must run for the castle. The boy has no choice. If he does not move, he will die anyway, so he runs. Another slave is beheaded by the vampires, and the rest rush forward, desperate not to die the same way. The boy sprints as fast as he can, but then an arrow flies toward him. No, not just one, a whole volley, enough to wipe them all out. Shivan's plan is simple: crush whatever hope the slaves still have. That way she can harden their morale and cut her losses at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Her assistant asks what happens if the slaves reach the gate and the castle lets them in. Shivan calmly points out that the castle is already shooting arrows at them. She believes no sane commander would open the gates now, but if they do choose to open them and play the hero, that helps her too, because she can launch her attack then. To her, the gods abandoned the slaves long ago. Even those who still believe are just tools in the gods' eyes, meant to be used and thrown away. Shivan believes only the god of blood and flesh is a true savior, and anyone who refuses that truth is the one being abandoned. She is determined to prove it. The boy, though, keeps running as fast as he can, somehow avoiding every arrow. He looks around and realizes there are no bodies near him, meaning he has gone farther than anyone else. But then he finally stops. The vampires watch in confusion, wondering why he stopped and why the lizardmen suddenly stopped shooting too. The boy is sure there is no way the gates will open. Running to the castle is pointless. From the start, it was obvious that opening the gates would just invite a full vampire attack. The vampires yell at him to keep moving or get cut down from behind, but the boy stays still. He's finally accepted the truth. Run or stop, he's going to die either way. Their gods abandoned them, so there's no reason to keep running like this. Tears start pouring down his face. Through the pain, he wonders why they were born into a world like this, left behind by their gods. Desperate, the boy begs for some kind of answer. Then suddenly, he notices blue and yellow lights drifting in with a strange grace. The sight leaves him stunned. His prayer has been heard. The front gate opens. From the Hukran Tung's side, though, the soldiers on the wall are ashamed to see the vampires sending more unarmed people at them. They have no idea what to do. Their commander is unsure too, but he suspects the vampires are using the slaves to wear down the climb up the hill. Then a familiar voice wonders if wasting slaves like this really helps. Commander Quezel answers that the vampires are probably trying to end things fast by getting rid of extra mouths to feed, in other words, throwing away what they no longer need. It's Lacrack, and he says there may be another reason behind all this. Commander Quezel goes on saying that General Ur has fought the vampires many times, so news that the tongues are killing them will spread far. He thinks the vampires are really using these slaves to turn public opinion against the tongues. If the main gate stays shut, the vampires can prove to the slaves that there's no hope, making them easier to control. Quezel admits the vampire commander is far more clever and strategic than they expected, but Lacrack says he has a different plan and orders the soldiers to open the gate when he gives the signal. The commander is shaken by that and asks if Lacrack truly means to save the slaves. He warns that they may not be slaves at all. They could be hidden weapons sent by the vampires. Lacrack says that's exactly why they'll stay careful and shoot twice if needed. Quezel argues that even if they open the gates, they still won't save more than about 12%, so the risk isn't worth it. Lacrack just smiles and asks if his friend is really trying to fight his leader's decision. He knows Quezel is a good commander, but he also knows he always beats him in games. Lacrack tells Quezel to open his eyes and understand. Quezel is great with numbers and logic, but he lacks the imagination to see the bigger picture. As those glowing birds drift around Quezel, he freezes in shock. Lacrack, meanwhile, confidently declares that his god has allowed him to open the castle gates. The gates swing open, and the slave boy finally makes it inside the fortress. He's exhausted and overwhelmed. At the front gate, Lacrack shouts for everyone to use the gold against the vampires. He tells them to be careful, push the enemy back, and rescue any wounded slaves they can. Soldiers on the wall report that the vampire cavalry is closing in. The moment the gate opened, they started rushing through the slaves. As the slaves crowd inside, the tongue leaders guard the gate and check each person to make sure no enemies slip through. Lacrack grabs the last slave and shoves them through the gate. Then a vampire charges at Lacrack, and he answers with lightning. The blast is so strong it lights up the slope, visible even from far away. It even catches Lord Shaven's attention. Her assistant apologizes, saying they never expected the enemy to open their gates. Shaven says she didn't expect it either, but now they have no choice but to continue the plan and begin the attack. After getting the order, the assistant moves to rally the troops. Meanwhile, Shaven thinks about the one big strength of her vampire army. It's made of many different races. The Leonar are fast and skilled in armor, while the kobolds are small and quick, making them useful against weak slaves. The trolls are tough enough to endure a hit or two, and the Nixons and Sadaros are strong, powerful fighters who make up the core of her forces. Her plan is to use each race's strengths to the fullest. On top of that, they all have the power of vampires, especially the third generation. Even the Nixon captain is strong enough to rival some trolls. A mountain castle like this one should hold around 2,000 troops. She's won battles against equal numbers before, and this time she has 3,400 soldiers. In her mind, victory is certain. At the same time, the Mick is watching her live on the screen, and he's completely ready to prove her wrong. He already guessed Shivan had no idea how to take a mountain castle, and now that guess has been proven right. He expected this because no commander of this generation has the experience needed to capture a mountain fortress. Most of them probably think it's the same as attacking any normal castle. Only Lacrack and Zaul, who built these tactics and trained through simulations, really understand how to handle this kind of fight. A mountain castle isn't just another castle. It's a completely different problem. Even if the vampires have ranged weapons, their bows can't match the power or accuracy of Lacrack's archers, and the defenders are shooting from higher ground, which gives them another huge edge. And even if the vampires somehow climb up and reach the walls, the defenders are ready for that too. Massive rocks are set to be pushed down, knocking any intruders right back where they came from. Then come the vampires of the second and third generations, elite warriors with terrifying stats, but even they can't stand up to Lacrac's godly attacks. A single swing of his blade is enough to wipe out a whole group. With a pipe in hand, Lacrac casually smokes while tearing those bastards apart on the battlefield. Soon, the front of the mountain castle is piled with vampire bodies, proof of how stupid it was to attack such a heavily fortified position. An attendant brings the awful news to Lord Shivan. They lost 600 warriors in that assault alone. Clearly irritated, Shivan doesn't even want to dwell on it and immediately orders preparations for another attack. She says the castle must fall no matter the cost. Desperate, Shivan calls on the god of blood and exhausted flesh to grant her strength. Meanwhile, the mountain castle keeps raining arrows down as everyone below tries to survive. One high-ranking vampire quickly cuts down a coward trying to flee and screams at the others not to give up, insisting they can still take the mountain castle. Nebula watches from the side, thinking these bastards are marching straight to their deaths. They've only reached the base of the walls, and they're already taking so much damage that pushing forward is way too costly. The bodies are piling up high enough to make a slope, but if they pull back now, they'll have to start all over again. If Shivan were a truly good commander, she'd realize a quick assault like this can't work. She should retreat, but Nebula is sure her fanaticism is blinding her. For now, Jawubi still isn't helping in the battle, and Nebula wonders why. He has a feeling Jawubi is watching from far away, but if that's true, then he still hasn't grasped how bad things are below. Shivan grows more desperate by the second. If this attack keeps going, she'll just lose even more soldiers. Then one of her soldiers rushes in with urgent news. He reports that from behind them, about half a day to a full day away, trolls, Satiros, and Tongue Guardians have joined forces and are marching toward her army. That news stuns Shivan, and for a moment she actually considers retreating. But then she realizes it's already too late. She's lost too many troops, and if her army gets caught while pulling back, they won't be able to stop the enemy advance. So the best option is to take the mountain castle as fast as possible and get inside. Only then does Shivan notice her mouth going dry. She's confused, since that hasn't happened since becoming a vampire. Before she can make sense of it, another soldier arrives with even worse news. The slaves have started a revolt. To see how that happened, we go back a little. The slaves had all been sitting in silence, listening to the distant sounds of battle. One asks what happened to the slaves who were sent out. Another says the vampires lined them up and ordered them to run toward Yukron Hill Castle, which was basically the same as sending them to die. But one of the slave counters adds that the fourth human child who was sent out is still alive. There were red birds flying above the castle, and then the gate opened. The castle opened for him, and that human boy got inside. No one in the cave can believe it. How could a human child enter the castle? Why would they let him in? That's when one of the slaves stands up, ready to rebel. She says the stories about the slaves fighting the vampires with their god watching over them must be true. She's tired of living like this, and at this rate they're all going to die anyway. So even if the rumors are false, she refuses to die like this. Her words light a fire in the others, and they agree to rise up with her. When a few vampires come in to check the noise, the slaves suddenly rush them. A brutal fight breaks out as slaves and vampires clash head-on. Back in the present, Shivan asks how many slaves are causing the disturbance. The attendant says it's not just a disturbance. Every slave has erupted into chaos. Shivan asks if all 1,200 of them are rebelling. He confirms it, adding that every soldier guarding them has been killed, and the uprising is spreading fast. He says they're doing everything they can, but there aren't enough soldiers to hold the slaves back. Furious and humiliated, Shivan jumps up and demands to know how they could fail to control a bunch of unarmed slaves. The attendant says there are way more slaves than guards, and the slaves are attacking like crazy. They don't care if they die, they're rushing for weapons and grabbing anything they can use. All the slaves are running to the castle because the gates are open. Shivan has no idea when Lacrac opened them or how he planned this so far ahead. For the first time, she admits she badly underestimated him. Then the attendant asks to split the troops up and deal with the situation. But Shivan's face shows something worse. Her nose pain has gotten much stronger. She takes it as a sign that the gods disapprove, even though she doesn't want to believe the god who chose her would blame her for this. Pushing that thought away, she says the hill castle must fall by tomorrow morning no matter what. She's ready to throw every soldier into the attack. The attendant hesitates and asks if she really plans to abandon the slaves. Even if they take the hill castle, they'll still need slaves for food and labor, especially with enemies closing in. Shivan glares at him and answers in a calm voice. Before he can say anything else, she grabs him by the throat. Then she pulls him close and drains every last drop of his blood. With fresh blood in her system, her mind clears up and sharpens again. She turns to the nearby soldiers and asks if any commander can crush the rebellion without weakening the main attack. The soldiers nervously say they'll do their best with the troops still in camp. She tells them to move. After that, she picks a cat soldier as her new aide and orders him to bring her armor. Then she says she'll force open the castle gates herself. The castle gate is already piled with bodies, but the vampire lady shows no sign of stopping. At the same time, parts of her camp are burning because of the sudden slave revolt. Lacrac watches the chaos with satisfaction. Beside him, Commander Quetzal asks when their reinforcements will arrive. Lacrack calmly says it's still too early for that. Since the attackers are vampires, he's sure the soldiers are the ones causing the rebellion. Quetzal asks why he thinks that. Lacrack only smiles and says it would be smart to gather the cat warriors. Quetzal disagrees. He thinks the vampires will stop attacking, pull themselves together, and go deal with the slaves. Lacrack doesn't believe that will happen, so Quetzal asks how the vampires plan to break through the gate if they don't regroup first. Lacrack points him toward the front, where Shaven herself is advancing to smash the gate. She calls out to him. Lacrack takes it as a challenge, like she's telling him to come fight if he isn't afraid. Curious now, Quetzal asks if Lacrack plans to go himself. Lacrack answers with confidence. If he doesn't face her now, she'll use her god's power to destroy the gates. She's desperate enough to come alone. Lacrack knows the slave uprising will soon spread behind enemy lines, and when it does, he orders Quetzal to deploy the cat warriors. The plan is to trap the enemy and wipe them out. Now that Lacrack's plan is clear, let's look at what Shaven is thinking. She believes that the moment Lacrack comes out to fight her, the cat warriors will gather there, and then the vampire soldiers can swarm in and tear through everyone little by little. If she breaks the gates and takes the high ground, she's sure she can reach the mountain castle and gain the upper hand. But then a huge shadow suddenly falls over her face. Shaven looks up and sees Lacrack riding on his cockatrice. She freezes in disbelief, and then he charges straight at her. Her weapons are knocked away. Even though she barely saves herself, the sheer force of his attack leaves her stunned. She never imagined Lacrack was this strong. After making some space, Lacrack comes at her again, and once more, she barely avoids a direct hit. Now she can hardly stay standing. Just 2 attacks were enough to make her legs give out. Even so, she refuses to quit and keeps fighting. Meanwhile, Nebula watches the battle unfold in front of him. He finds it funny that Shaven treated Lacrack like some normal cavalry soldier. In reality, this absolute monster is a level 21 hero-class being, and Anaxi is a cockatrice most hunters couldn't catch, even with a group of 10. The fight is already leaning hard in Lacrack's favor. On top of that, the slaves managed to bring down the vampire general. At this point, it's fair to say victory is almost within reach, but then Nebula notices something unexpected. That unexpected thing is Jail Wooby, sending him a whisper request. What feels weird is that of all people, this guy chose to talk to him, and right now, everything about this player feels suspicious. His name, his looks, his timing, even his species, since nothing like it has appeared before. Normally, Nebula wouldn't accept something like that, but this time he accepts anyway. The moment he hits accept, the strange guy appears, looking like some beat-up piñata and wearing what seems to be a human mask. Even Nebula is thrown off by how weird he looks, but he still asks for an introduction. Since everyone calls him Jella Wooby, he asks if that name is fine. The creepy guy says nothing, so Nebula asks why he isn't talking, since he's the one who sent the whisper. That's when the bastard finally opens his mouth and asks Nebula if he really thinks he can win. Nebula answers with a confident yes, and that leads the creepy guy to say he'll be the one who wins. Nebula makes it clear he's not about to lose to some freak and says he would have won even if this weren't a battle for the mountain castle. The masked bastard says he wasn't talking about those little 2-legged creatures. Nebula says that if he means Lacrack versus Shaven, then he's even less worried, and if that creepy bastard drops down himself, Nebula still doesn't care. But Joel Wooby gives the same answer. He's not talking about that either. Instead, he says, Nebula can't change anything in this world. Nebula has no clue what he means. If this guy really came from Earth like a human player, Nebula expected him to just talk about winning the battle. But you can't change anything. Bothers him, so he decides to push for answers. Nebula says again that he's going to win and build up his civilization, connect all the continents and put schools in every city. The masked bastard cuts him off again and tells him to stop. Then he says that kind of power was never his. It originally belonged to them. Nebula gets curious when he hears them and wonders if there are others like this masked guy. He asks who he is, but the man ignores the question and simply says he came to collect an old debt. With that, the whisper ends. Nebula is left with a pile of new questions, but he doesn't dwell on it for long. It's time to step into the battlefield. But right then, something else grabs his attention. A strange red energy. Back on the battlefield, Lacrack has already shattered Shaven's hand, but the rage on her face is still obvious. Lacrack, on the other hand, gets ready to end it for good. Anaxi lunges at her with insane speed while Lacrack drives his spear straight at her. But just as he's about to take her head, Anaxi suddenly slams to a stop and swerves aside. The red light Nebula saw earlier crashes down right in front of them, leaving Lacrack completely stunned. That red light wasn't a shining blade. It was a giant sword falling like a meteor, and the giant holding that sword looks a lot like the masked Joel Wooby, only far bigger. He's so huge, Lacrack has to crane his neck just to look at his face. This giant man has 4 arms and a body, so massive that Lacrack wonders for a moment if he's looking at a god. Along with the huge sword, he carries more weapons in his other hands. Nebula seems to understand exactly what's happening. He hoped Joel Wooby wouldn't know how to use this skill, but he was wrong. The skill is called Manifestation, something gods get at Divinity level 16. Unlike Descent, this lets the gods themselves come down to Earth, and they can choose a form based on the domain they rule over. Even Nebula is shocked by the size. The guy is so massive that even Stratus, that giant mammoth, might only look like a toy next to him. Lacrack looks shaken too and calls for a retreat, especially because manifestation burns through way more faith than descent. To keep this form at Jal Wubi's current level, he'll need sacrifices, and since he can't hold a large ritual right now, he has no choice but to take those sacrifices on the spot. That means he'll have to kill his own people. And suddenly the bastard grabs a bunch of people and throws them straight into his mouth. Shaven is completely stunned by the sight in front of her. At the same time, she feels proud of choosing this god. He doesn't care about friend or foe, he only wants blood and flesh. The whole insane scene makes her laugh out loud, because in her mind this god isn't much different from her. Meanwhile, after sizing everything up, Nebula knows he's going to lose some lizard men. Still, if they escape through the weaker side of the battlefield, the damage shouldn't be too bad. By the time that monster restores his faith, the mountain castle will already be empty. Then Shivan's remaining forces will retake it, but that will leave a huge scar on the vampire army and drain Jowubi's resources. They won't be able to use the mountain castle well, and only a few soldiers will remain. They'll have to cross the continent to recover. Once their power runs out, Nebula plans to deal with them himself. Other players took damage too, but he doesn't see that as his problem. At the same time, Lacrack orders everyone to get out of the mountain castle as fast as they can. No one knows when that evil god will strike. Commander Quezzle tells Lacrack to go down with his men, while he stays behind to handle the castle himself. But Lacrack refuses to leave his warriors behind just to save himself. Quezzle reminds him that he isn't just a leader, he's a king. Lacrack tightens his grip on his weapon and makes it clear that being king doesn't give him the right to act like a coward. Quezzle tries again, saying a king has duties. He's the one everyone looks up to, the example they follow, and the one meant to lead them. Their argument keeps going until an explosion makes both of them turn. Quezzle warns that if Lacrack dies, the whole nation could fall into chaos. His heirs are still too young, so he has to stay alive. Lacrack fires back that if being king means abandoning his people, then he was never fit for the crown in the first place. He looks at the monster ahead and realizes its stomach isn't even half full yet. Worse, not even half the mountain castle has been evacuated. Lacrack knows a god's power won't last forever, but if they just let this happen, the vampire king will survive, take the mountain castle, and then escape to the continent. The war might drag on for years, and they may still win in the end, but Lacrack wants no part in a victory built on countless sacrifices, so he rejects everything Quezzle says. Instead, he shoves his friend aside and charges straight at the monster. Even Nebula is stunned to see Lacrack make a move this reckless and desperate. To stop him, Nebula tries to descend, but the moment he activates the skill, a notice appears. Lacrack is resisting the descent. Nebula could force it through, but to his own surprise, he doesn't. If he forces the descent, Lacrack will freeze for a moment, and that moment would be enough for the monster to kill him. Meanwhile, Lacrack finally stands face to face with the monstrosity. The giant attacks at once, and Lacrack throws himself into the fight anyway. Nebula, on the other hand, is losing patience. He just wants Lacrack to give up already. He even sends red birds as a clear warning not to keep fighting. Lacrack ignores it completely, which only makes Nebula even more furious. The shot Lacrack fires at the behemoth is brushed off like a tiny scrap of iron, and it drops without doing anything. The monster answers right away, bringing its massive sword down at Lacrack. Lacrack barely jumps clear in time and fires back with his blue light. But to a monster this huge, that blue light is nothing more than another piece of metal. Since Nebula can't descend right now, he chooses another option and pours divine resources into the battle. That boost lets Lacrack fire a much bigger blast of light, and this time it hits the giant hard. Even then, Lacrack keeps resisting the descent, and it's driving Nebula insane. Nebula knows some black-scale warriors would disobey their chiefs if it meant saving Lacrack, which proves he's a true warrior. Still, Nebula can't accept Lacrack going against a god's will. He sees the twisted logic in it. Lacrack is trying to save more lives by putting his own on the line. Lacrack seems to believe that fighting this monster will shorten its manifestation time. To him, saving lives matters more than some clean victory, so he gives everything he has. When Lacrack gets close enough to the monster, he calls out to Stingray for help. The red light spirit gathers itself and fills Lacrack's mirror with electric power. Lacrack hurls the mirror at the monster's head with all his strength. When it ends, all anyone can see is smoke. Then red eyes begin to glow inside it, a clear sign things are about to get much worse. The giant swings its huge weapon, and with one crushing blow, Lacrack is defeated for good. To Nebula, it's pure devastation. The system honors Lacrack, warrior of the tribe, hunter of hands, mirror of light, first chosen, chief of the Black Scale tribe, founding king of Hykron, great mirror light dragon, and the model for all mirrors, the one who opened the way and a king greater than any other. Lacrack, the high priest, has died. Nebula loses experience points from the loss, but the emotional hit is far worse, not just for Nebula, but for everyone who admired Lacrack. Lacrack's lifeless body slams to the ground, and the giant brings down its sword again, trying to wipe out whatever is left of him. Nebula can only watch in shock. To him, this is the worst strategic loss he could have taken. Losing his most honored asset at a moment like this is more than just a small problem. Still, Nebula had feared this might happen. Now he plans to support Huiquzhing in Lacrac's place. As for Lacrac, Nebula intends to send him to the afterlife. But before he can move on to the next step, a notification appears, reminding him that Lacrac, respected by all, has died, and many are mourning him. Nebula finds that almost insulting, like the system is rubbing in what he already knows. Then something else catches his eye. Lacrac has been declared an apostle, and has reached a divine state that completely stuns Nebula. He never expected anything like this. It feels almost unreal. Apostles are beings who help the gods. When a god's creation grows enough, or when a special being like a dragon becomes part of the faith, they can be raised as apostles. Sometimes even ordinary beings can rise that way through ascension. An apostle can gain divine levels at once and spread faith by taking the lead instead of only following a god's orders. What bothers Nebula is that none of Lacrac's known conditions for ascension seem clear. These are the requirements for an apostle's ascension. The being must be at least hero level, meaning level 21 or higher. Their story must be known by the majority. They must have fully taken in the faith of their god. And finally, Nebula must have 1 million faith value. Only the first condition is easy to confirm. The others are vague. Nebula has no clear idea what known by the majority really means, or what it means to internalize a god's faith. Most of all, the last requirement shouldn't be possible at all. Nebula's divine level is only 11, and his faith value is just 100,000. That shouldn't be enough for an apostle. To reach 1 million faith value, his divine level should be at least 21, which makes Lacrac's ascension seem impossible. Then another notification catches him off guard, saying he has exceeded the normal faith limit, and that the faith count is still rising. Nebula is speechless. Even while faith is being spent, it's also pouring back in at an unbelievable speed. He has no idea where all this faith is coming from. Then the focus shifts to the behemoth burning everything in its path. Watching the destruction, the slaves begin praying to Lacrac. And it isn't just the slaves and the lizards, even the vampires are praying for him. Even so, Nebula thinks there still shouldn't be enough people praying to create this much faith. That breaks the game's rules. And yet, maybe Nebula has been wrong about all of it. He is completely shaken as he starts to wonder if this world was never really a game after all. The Lost World was a game, but this world doesn't seem to follow the same rules. The system only makes it look that way. If Nebula is right, then people's feelings, beliefs, and convictions can't really be measured so simply by the system. What Nebula is seeing goes beyond the system's limits. It's a miracle, something bigger than numbers and game rules. The combined feelings and faith of all these people have triggered something extraordinary. Then the system gives Nebula a new prompt. Lacrac is requesting Advent. Nebula is fascinated. Despite being dead, Lacrac still wants to fight as an apostle. At first, Nebula hesitates. He doesn't have enough data to support Lacrac in battle. Then he remembers something important. Lacrac's fame and the titles he earned in life will shape his abilities once he becomes a being of history. With that in mind, Nebula presses yes and wishes Lacrac well on this new path. Down below, Commander Quetzal is helping the other lizard leaders evacuate. Everyone is crushed after seeing their king die. Quetzal would rather grieve beside him, but there's no time for that. He knows he has to make Lacrac's sacrifice matter. Thanks to his king, everyone still has a chance to escape safely. But Quetzal can't help wondering how Zoel will react when he learns the king is dead. Until now, many on the continent fought for their own anger and their own gain. But Quetzal feels Lord Lacrac's actions will change something. He's sure Lacrac's death will leave a deep mark, even if he still doesn't know whether they can truly defeat this evil god. Just as Quetzal is thinking that, something unbelievable happens. A sharp sound cuts through the air, and a blade of light falls from the sky like a meteor. The flash makes everyone freeze. It burns so fiercely that even the huge monster is swallowed by the glare for a moment. Panicking, the creature throws its colossal weapon toward the source of the light. But the instant it gets close, the monster's weapon is knocked aside like a toy. Then the monster feels a familiar presence, and it starts to lose control. This isn't some ordinary being, it's Lacrac, returned through Advent. And he's not the same anymore. He's become an overwhelming force, a true monster in his own right, and clearly something far beyond his old level. The lizards erupt with joy when they see their king back on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the vampires are clearly shaken that Lacrac is still alive, or rather that he came back in a new divine form. The giant monster, though, is furious. To him, being challenged by a mere mortal is beyond insulting, so he grips his massive metal weapon and gets ready to bring Lacrac down again. But Lacrac didn't come back to take that. He sets his stance and starts gathering shadow power. The second that huge weapon comes down, Lacrac shoots forward like a blazing blade and slams into the monster's right knee, making it howl in pain and go numb for a moment. As Lacrac readies another strike, his updated stats appear on screen. He used to be a level 6 warrior and a king, but becoming an apostle pushed him all the way to level 13. The rest of his stats make one thing obvious. Being an apostle is no joke. Lacrac didn't just come back, he came back stronger than ever, and he's here to turn the tide. Nebula watches Lacrac's new stats in awe. He realizes the levels Lacrac gained as king carried over into his role as an apostle. And since apostles have divinity, those levels now include something called D-State, which measures divine power. Even so, Nebula knows that still isn't enough to beat Jael Wubi's level 16 manifestation. That giant form has 16D divinity, 3 levels above Lacrack. Still, Nebula notices something important. An apostle's real strength doesn't come from level alone. It comes from abilities, and from fame and titles turning into unique powers. Lacrack's first move when he blocked the weapon came from a skill called Hand Hunter that let him break apart the weapon despite the huge power gap. And Lacrack isn't a one-trick fighter. Now we're about to see another skill, Weapon Creation. He activates Weapon Creation and summons a giant sword facing the monstrous manifestation, which also arms itself with a sword to bring down the flying hero. The monster swings in a huge arc, but Lacrack is ready. He pours all his lightning into his own weapon, charging it with shadow power. This skill, Lizardmen of Thunder, is one of Lacrack's strongest. It burns faith to boost shadow-based attacks and turns him into pure destruction. As the dark giant presses in, Lacrack cuts through the incoming swing and charges straight at the bastard giant, hitting it with the biggest shock of its life. Even then, as massive as that shadow attack is, the beast still refuses to go down. The thought of losing to an apostle who just gained divinity is something it can't accept. So the giant hurls its huge weapon at our flying hero again, but Lacrack quickly rides along the sword. Then, after climbing higher into the sky, he raises his own divine blade ready to finish this. The Lizardman tribe backs him with all their support and prayers. Because of their loyalty to their king, the system announces a 4-point divinity boost from camaraderie, plus another 4 points from Lacrack's bond with the people of Hucran. He also gains 4 more divinity points from camaraderie with the slaves he helped, people who now know his name and follow him. Right now, Lacrack is gaining an apostle's faith through his camaraderie and charisma, and when that combines with his chosen skill, his stats rise based on the faith he just received. Put simply, the more people pray for Lacrack, the stronger he gets. With all that power gathered, Lacrack dives toward the monster, pouring all his lightning into the attack. Quetzal feels proud and full of hope, seeing his king fighting again. He calls on Lacrack to wipe out this evil once and for all. From the people's point of view, it looks like a blazing star is heading straight for the monster. The light is so intense that everyone has to cover their eyes. But one of the slave boys keeps staring and watches the giant monster and its massive head get erased by the light. That light feels like a ray of hope, destroying the monster and leaving everyone stunned. The former slaves are having the moment of their lives as they watch that monster finally meet its end. Quetzal runs to his king, drops to the ground at his feet, bows his head, and waits for Lacrack to speak. Lacrack tells him he has to leave now. Quetzal has no idea what he means, so Lacrack explains that he truly did die and this is his road to the heavens. Quetzal argues back, begging him to at least return to the palace and say goodbye to the ones he loves. Lacrack gently reminds him that the heavens aren't something they should resist. Quetzal breaks down, crushed by the thought that his beloved king is going to leave him behind. Then Lacrack offers him the divine blade he was holding and tells him to keep the weapon that killed the evil god in Hucran. Since it's a divine object, he needs to handle it with care. Quetzal lifts both hands with deep respect, as Lacrack smiles warmly. He tells him not to be sad because he'll still protect Hucran as an apostle of God. Quetzal promises that Lacrack's name will never be forgotten in this land. But Lacrack surprises him by saying that isn't what matters most. Quetzal doesn't understand, but Lacrack is sure he'll figure it out on his own. With that, he leaves everything in Quetzal's capable hands. The commander cries out, swearing he'll carry out his duty with everything he has. And then, his king vanishes before his eyes. After the evil god was defeated, some vampires were left in shock, while others scattered in small groups. Princess Shaven, having lost her god, was killed by her own subordinates and offered to Hucran. Time passed, and just like that, 137 years went by. In the capital of Hucran, Orizon, it was the 23rd year of the current reign. Inside one of the palace libraries, an elderly woman is clearly upset that they're planning to pass over the first prince and choose the third prince as heir instead. Her tone makes it clear she strongly opposes the idea. Behind her stands a white-scaled lizard man who seems completely unmoved by her complaints. He argues again that they should skip the first prince and support the third instead. But the old woman pushes back once more. For over 100 years, the first prince has always inherited the throne, so suddenly breaking that tradition doesn't sit right with her. And we can stop calling him the White Lizard Man. His name is Dunan, and he serves as the sacred minister of hunting. Dunan reminds her that Hucran's history has had exceptions before, so he doesn't see why this case should be different. She admits the first prince is a wild type, not stupid, just a fun-loving guy who chases money. But to her, that still isn't enough reason to strip him of his place. This woman is the head of the left cabinet, Hui Moon, and she doesn't think the first prince's unserious behavior is a big issue. Dunan disagrees. Rumors say that right after learning to hunt, the first prince went off wandering the streets of Orizon with thugs. If the kingdom's heir keeps avoiding responsibility just to play around, no minister would want to serve under him. Still, Huimun believes the first prince has been sick for a long time, and she doesn't want to put more pressure on him and make things worse. She even tells Dunan to be more careful with his words. The man from the left cabinet admits he may sound harsh, but that doesn't mean he wants the first prince on the throne. He suggests Huimun should quietly share her opinion with His Majesty before the decision is announced. He just doesn't want to shock the king on the very day he declares that the first prince is being passed over. That finally makes her snap a little. shocked by how cold-blooded this reptile is. Meanwhile, he keeps pushing the plan to make the third prince the crown prince and win over anyone who might object. Hua Moon is clearly unhappy with how he's handling such a sensitive issue, so she steps after him and demands that he think again. But her words mean nothing to him. He just ignores her, leaving her to shout after Dunan and curse the stupidity he always seems to show. To understand why this fight over the crown prince matters so much, here's the background. As we already know, it's been 100 years since Hukran's great king Lakrak died. The royal line continued through Lakrak's descendants. Some of the kings had their own strengths, but none ever came close to Lakrak's greatness. And while some rulers were underrated, the current king, An Pong, is mostly seen as the one who brought peace to the nation, even if he hasn't done much in the last 10 years. Now tension is rising inside the royal family over who will inherit the throne. The scene shifts to an older lizardman woman who serves as the teacher of the royal children. Her name is Ravina Quez. In front of her is the third prince, Kyle Lark Orazan, now 12 years old. Since Kyle has already finished nearly every book in the library across all kinds of subjects, his teacher asks what field he wants to study next. Kyle struggles to choose just one. He found too many of them interesting, so he asks if he can study more than one. Ravina tells him to start by explaining which books interested him the most and why. First, he brings up Owen's travel journal. He says he loves it because it describes places and species he's never seen before. It's a travel diary written by Owen, a catman who lived in Lakrak's time. Owen journeyed all over the world and left behind 9 travel journals before heading east later in life. Since no records exist after the 9th book, the 10th became known as the Book of Illusions. Ravina is pleased to hear Kyle's first choice. It only shows he's like many children who love adventure stories, but she's caught off guard when he mentions the next books on his list. He names Zawel's algebraic theory and Horizon's architectural design. Kyle says Zale's books make logic feel fun, and through her writing he can even feel how calm and caring she was. Zale was both a mathematician and an architect. She gathered the math knowledge of her time, which made her one of a kind in history. She also oversaw the 4 water wheels and designed the capital city of Horizon. Her books clearly record all of that work. What shocks Ravina is that Horizon's architectural design is packed with hard numbers and building plans, yet Kyle can still sense the mind behind it just by reading. Most scholars can barely understand Zawel's books at all, so Kyle's grasp of them is on a whole other level. He also brings up Ethics by Quezel, written by his ancestor. Hearing that makes Ravina proud that her family stood beside Lakrak and supported him, however they could. Quezel's Ethics mostly talks about Lakrak's way of life, along with some of Quezel's own thoughts. By now, Ravina is completely amazed by her student. For a boy this young to care about morality is impressive, especially for someone who might one day rule. And he's not done yet. Kyle also shows interest in Yura's battle in the plains, Seiran Mule's night sky, and Lakrak's How to Read the Sky. He goes on to explain what makes each of those books so interesting to him. Ravina is beyond stunned. A kid this young reading so much, and truly understanding it shows just how special Kyle really is. What bothers her is that Kyle is only the 3rd prince, so his chances of taking the throne are slim. The wild part is that she already knows he understands many subjects better than she does. She hopes he'll use that knowledge to help the kingdom, but she also fears his place in the royal family will hold him back. Kyle suddenly pulls her out of her thoughts. There's something he's wanted to ask for a long time. He isn't even sure if it counts as a question about studying, but it's been on his mind and he still hesitates to say it out loud. Ravina gives him permission to ask whatever he wants. So at last he says it. Can he qualify to become king? The question catches his teacher completely off guard. She nearly chokes on her tea as the weight of his words hits her. Right away, she asks if he's said that to anyone else. To her relief, he says no. She warns him never to say that in front of anyone else. Kyle understands how dangerous those words are, which is why he only asked her. Still, he wants an honest answer. Could he really become the next king? Ravina hesitates. The first prince, Basin Lac Horizon, has already been chosen as crown prince. For Kyle to become king, Basin would have to be removed, and anyone who opposes the first prince can be branded a traitor. In the worst case, a question like that could cost someone their life, so Ravina isn't sure she can answer him at all. Instead, she turns the question back on him. Does he want to become king? Kyle isn't sure about that either. But one thing he does know is this. If he did become king, he could be a great help to the kingdom. That answer catches Ravina off guard all over again. Now we cut to a quick bonus scene in Serenity Mountains before moving to Lunda. Pulling a little trick, she straight up flips the game table Nebula and Eldar were using. For some reason, seeing Eldar with Nebula only makes Lunda more excited. What really annoys her is that Nebula never shares the important stuff with her, even though she always tells him everything she knows. At last, Nebula decides to share a juicy detail, but only if she wins first. To find out what Nebula has been hiding, Lunda agrees to play, only to lose again and again. Now she feels like he's just messing with her on purpose instead of giving her the information. After one more round, she snaps and acts like she'll never talk to him again. Meanwhile, Eldar is curious too. Since he isn't secretly working both sides like Lunda, he promises the information won't leak. Nebula seems to trust him, and finally reveals something interesting. He points to the 3rd prince of Hukran on the screen. What makes this boy stand out is his unusual stats. He may not have flashy talent with a sword, but his intelligence stat is 107, making him absurdly smart. Even more shocking, Kyle is still level 0 and yet has the highest intelligence stat Eldar has ever seen, which is incredibly rare. An intelligence stat of 60 already makes someone a genius in this era, but going over 100 is just insane. Nebula is sure it'll be hard to find anyone else on the continent with that level of intelligence for decades. Here's a little background on the last 100 years. After the war between Hukryn and Baka, things mostly settled down for the next century. Aside from finding ancient relics, killing abominations and evil gods, and gaining small territories, the borders barely changed. As the borders expanded, managing problems inside the nation became more important, and that's the kind of thing Nebula is supposed to handle. That's why he believes this long period of stagnation is necessary in the game. Once the first wave of expansion ended, the real challenge became politics, especially dealing with many different species living inside Hukryn. That brought both small and major problems. Even if history barely records them, there were 6 uprisings. The hardest issue of all was living alongside vampires. After the evil god was defeated in Nebula's final battle, the slaves and vampires of Bacchus wanted to become citizens of Hukryn. Of course, that was a huge problem, since vampires live by drinking blood. Second and third generation vampires couldn't survive on animal blood alone, so they made a shocking choice. They hid in mountain caves and prayed to Nebula, saying they wanted to follow the will of the blue insect god. After witnessing the holy death of the apostle Lakrak, they no longer wanted to live by harming others. Around 1 million vampires chose death. Some ran away, and some gave in to temptation, but 600,000 endured the pain and faced death without backing down. They could have sinned again, but instead they reflected on their sins and accepted punishment. Even the lizardmen believed the blue insect god would forgive them right away, and then they passed away. The place where the vampires repented later became known as Ditapumba, a holy site of the Order of the Night Sky. It became a symbol of repentance and atonement, proving that even if you weren't a lizardman, true faith could still earn the blue insect god's blessing. After that, the blue insect god gained another title, Night Sky. That's how the Order of the Night Sky became a faith followed by many species, not just lizardmen. And this same third prince catching Nebula's eye will also help bring those changes. For a civilization to grow, it needs enough skills and inventions, and those inventions need to build on each other. With intelligence like Kyle's, he has huge potential to discover new things. If he becomes king, he'll have the influence to spread major inventions across Hukryn. Hukryn's current system of rule isn't very good. The left cabinet is open to many species and handles internal palace matters, doing the kind of work eunuchs did on Earth. But the right cabinet, which holds the real administrative power, is controlled by the lizardmen. And everyone knows what happens when too much power stays in one place. So the system has to change, and Kyle may be the one who can deal with the problem of harmony between species. The next king needs to be smart enough to face those tensions and solve them. Still, Eldar points out one big problem. Kyle is only the third prince. The first prince, Besayan, who is supposed to inherit the throne, spends most of his time playing around. Even so, that alone isn't enough reason to remove him. Once the crown prince is set, it's almost impossible for Kyle to become king. Nebula could just send an oracle and interfere directly, but this is an important time for royal authority, so divine meddling would do more harm than good. He'll need a more indirect method. Eldar asks what kind of method Nebula has in mind. Nebula leans in and whispers the sensitive details so only Eldar can hear. The plan sounds so bizarre that Eldar struggles to believe it could work. Maybe that's because Nebula has too much faith in the third prince's unnatural intelligence. Even so, Nebula is so confident in the plan that he's willing to bet on it. In the palace garden, 2 women nervously hide nearby while a giant beast sleeps in front of them. That creature is Manun, Orizon's guardian dragon. He comes from the line of the great Dragon King, founder of the nation, and as the stories say, dragons don't die of old age. Man kept growing for decades, and now he's about 25 meters long and around 150 years old. A beast that size eats a massive amount, and that creates another daily problem for the palace to deal with. Keeping him around is a huge burden. People also fear that if the giant creature ever goes mad, he could destroy everything in the palace. Some have suggested moving Manun somewhere less crowded, while others even wanted to offer him up as a sacrifice. But Manun's existence is a symbol of the royal line passed down from the Dragon King, so they have no choice but to keep him, even if he drains resources. Luckily, Manun is calm for now, doing little more than eating and sleeping, but that's about to change. Out of nowhere, the beast notices some familiar sky blue birds. That instantly lifts his mood. To Manun, those birds mean one thing: his old friend Lakrak has come to see him. And if your favorite person comes all the way from the sky just to meet you, that has to make you feel like the most important being in the world. Lately, Manun has been feeling strange emotions and a deep sadness, but he doesn't understand them. What he does know is that those blue birds always remind him of Lakrak, his second master. As much as he wants to chase those birds, he knows he isn't allowed to go past the border wall. The last time he tried, the guards forced him back inside. Even so, Manun badly wants to cross that wall and meet his friend again. Lakrak is grateful too. His god gave him a chance to sense his old friend once more. The king of birds is calling his dear old companion over, and that loyal friend answers the call, smashing through the walls just to reach him. Elsewhere in the palace, people connected to Manon suddenly hear the chaos he caused. By the time the guards check the disturbance, Manon is already gone, heading for the ancestral mountains. That sends a chill through everyone, though Manon's reaction isn't nearly as wild as theirs. His officials are furious because as hunting minister, Dunan is supposed to go out and capture Manon before the morning meeting. Since birds are involved, you could argue this isn't really the hunting minister's job, but Dunan already has his own reasons for not wanting this chase. His real work is setting up hunts for the nobles, not tracking down Manon. Still, once the order comes down, he doesn't have much choice. After a short palace meeting, Dunan stomps out of the castle, completely fed up. To make it worse, the army won't give him a proper hunting team. They'll only spare some palace guards for the mission. The problem is, Man could crush a bunch of royal guards just by rolling over. So Dunan's only real option is to lure the beast with food and somehow trick him back. Even then, plenty of people could get hurt. Civilian hunters also travel through the ancestral mountains. If Manon injures any of them, public opinion will turn on Dunan fast. It's not every day someone like him gets picked for a cabinet position, and if this disaster gets worse, all the blame will land on him. Even among these cold-blooded reptiles, racism is still alive, so people like Bros are the ones stuck fighting through it, and he's sure his spot as hunting minister is hanging by a thread. Back to the main issue. Dunan starts by asking what made Manon suddenly run off after behaving so calmly lately. For a moment he suspects someone set this up, and that weak wall was part of the plan. Then a few crocodiles fly past him, and one of them is being ridden by Prince Basin, the first crown prince of Hukran, Basin Lac Orizon. So here's the formal intro to the infamous first prince, known for his reckless, wasteful lifestyle. Dehian is pretty shocked to see the first prince dropping toward the mountains like that, and asks where he's going. As expected, Basin is heading straight for Manon. As first crown prince, he doesn't think he needs the hunting minister's permission. Normally, Basin wouldn't need anyone's permission, but the Imperial Conference already decided that the Manon escape case falls under the hunting minister's control. Basin clearly doesn't care about that ruling. If he thinks this is best, nobody's stopping him. Manon doesn't go wandering off every day, so Basin came out with his friends to see the beast, but now he wants the glory of catching it by himself. That worries Dunan even more, because the first prince's friends are useless. They're still drunk out of their minds, so Dunan knows they won't listen to a word he says, and even if the first prince is a skilled hunter, he stands no chance against something as huge as Manon. If anything, that may help. The bird Basin is riding can't keep up, so Manon might escape before Basin reaches him. So the minister tells Basin to report to the nearest forest ranger as soon as he finds Manon. Basin makes it clear he plans to capture the beast himself, not report back. Still, after hearing the minister out, he reluctantly agrees to send word if he runs into Manon. With that, he heads off on the hunt with his drunk friends. All Dunan can do is stew in frustration. But that anger starts to fade when he spots Prince Kyle watching from a distance. Their eyes meet, and then Kyle explains why he's here. He's looking for evidence tied to Manon's disappearance, and he's also noticed that Basin is already in the forest. Kyle admits the first prince is a strong hunter, but bringing in a beast as massive as Manon takes more than hunting skill. Dunan is more interested in what clues Kyle has found so far. The first thing Kyle points out is the strange wooden barrier. Just from looking at it, you can tell it shouldn't have broken so neatly. If brute force had done it, the wood would have shattered. That means insects probably ate through it, even if that sounds odd. Those wooden edges connect to the rest of the structure. The insects must have crossed the wood, but the strange part is that they only ate one section in the middle. If they had chewed through everything evenly, the whole structure would have collapsed when Manon escaped. Instead, only the middle gave way, just enough for Manon to trip it and break through. It looks like a perfect natural accident. Even if someone coated that spot with sugar, it still would have taken days for insects to eat through it. That's when Kyle connects it to an old title once used 100 years ago for the god of the night sky. Back then, he was called the green insect god. Go even further into history, and there are records of him being called the god of innocent drunkenness. When the Hukran tribe was starving and traveling through darkness, insects guided them and helped keep them fed. So Kyle's point is simple. The god of the night sky may have caused this. Dunan isn't fully convinced, and Kyle admits it's only a theory for now. He plans to test it by checking whether the other wooden pieces were eaten by insects too. Even if the night sky really is behind this, Dunan wants to know why. Still, right now he cares more about what happens next than who caused it. There are hunters and rangers in the ancestral mountains, but Manon is so huge people can spot him from far away. That should make it easier to avoid him. So regular civilians probably won't become victims. Still, someone might see this as a chance to chase down the beast and capture it. Once Dunan says that, Kyle points out that such a person may be the real target of the god of the night sky, and the most likely person is Prince Basin. At that point, Dunan finally understands what Kyle has been trying to say. Maybe the night sky truly exists, and wants the nation to follow his will. If that means making the third prince the next king, then Prince Basin's life could be in danger. This is serious. So serious that Dunan tells Kyle not to tell anyone. Kyle agrees to keep quiet, but asks for one favor. Since Dunan is going after Bess, Kyle wants to come too. That request puts the night sky on edge. He can tell Kyle isn't asking out of stubbornness alone. There's a reason behind it. If Kyle stays close, Besson is more likely to survive. After all, the night sky only wants Besson dead, and if Kyle gets hurt too, that helps no one. Cut to Besson and his wasted goofball friends following Manoon's trail. After a short trip, they find the beast resting on the ground nearby. It's unusual that they located him this easily. Manoon even left a clear trail behind, making the tracking simple. Since Besson isn't very bright, he figures the beast must be tired and hungry after being stuck in that lousy garden for over 100 years. He even feels a little bad for the poor creature that spent all that time sleeping. While Manoon keeps snoring, Beson's drugged-up friends suggest lifting the dragon and carrying him back to the palace. But the beast's scary noises, even in his sleep, make them instantly back off that plan. Then they start tossing out random ideas for a problem they clearly don't understand. In the end, they decide to lure the beast with fish or something similar, and Beson goes with it. He sends his friends to get fish while he stays behind to make sure Manoon doesn't wake up and move. Looks like Beson used that excuse to get rid of the idiots. First, because their plan was ridiculous. Second, if everyone stayed, Beson wouldn't get all the credit for bringing Manoon back. And speaking of credit, Beson takes us into a flashback where we learn a little more about him, like how people used to praise him for everything he accomplished. But he soon realized that still wasn't enough. He once asked his teacher Ravina why. If the god of the night sky is all-knowing, all-powerful, and everywhere, the world still has war, pain, sadness, and hardship. He truly wanted an answer. But Ravina didn't seem to have one. That day, she pushed herself hard trying to come up with an explanation that made sense. In the end, the lesson just moved on. That was when Beson realized the praise he got wasn't real. To him, real praise only comes when you do something so great that everyone is left speechless. Just like the god of the night sky, Beson had never felt that kind of recognition before. He knows many people don't think he deserves to be king, but that isn't something he can change. He was born this way. After all, people don't naturally admire him the way they do his younger brother Kyle, so he hopes to earn respect and public support by getting results. This is one of his few chances to prove he's worthy of becoming king. Then suddenly, his brother Kyle shows up. As Kyle jumps down from his bird, he lands badly and scrapes his knee. His brother and the hunting minister are both stunned and worried. Beson rushes over and snaps at the hunting minister for bringing someone so young into such a dangerous place. Then he orders Dunnan to get medicine from a cathedral near the mountain. With that, the Black Light heads off to fetch it. But Kyle says they don't need any medicine, especially since he's completely fine, which shocks his older brother. Turns out Kyle didn't really hurt his knee. It was just a trick to send Dunnan away so he could talk in private. Beson still doesn't get why Kyle risked getting so close to Manon just for that. And we all know Manon is incredibly dangerous, just not to Kyle. Soon, Kyle fills his older brother in on everything he's learned. A little later, Beson's face goes blank after hearing that the god of the night sky may be trying to take his life. Kyle admits it's only his own reading of the situation, though Dunnan seems to agree it's possible. Even if that's true, Beson still doesn't understand why Kyle came all the way here to save him. After all, Kyle could have stayed back, let the Prince of Heaven die, and moved one step closer to the throne. Their second brother is already a Prince of the Order of the Night Sky, so if Beson dies, Kyle would become the next Prince of Heaven. Curious, Beson asks if his younger brother really has no interest in heaven. But we already know Kyle has wanted the throne for a long time. That's exactly why he came. Not to kill his brother, but to have him give up the title of Prince of Heaven on his own. But Kuntz is left speechless and doesn't know how to respond. Kyle, though, doubles down. He reminds him that history shows the god of the night never fails. Other gods may fail to prove themselves, but the god of the night always wins. That shows how careful this god is, noticing every small detail to make sure the plan works. So Kyle believes Kuntz will eventually die unless he willingly gives up the title of Prince of Heaven. He's also sure the god of the night will keep using chances like this in the future. Even if he can't predict every move, Kyle promises to warn Besom whenever he notices signs like these. That way they can protect the kingdom and everyone in it. Hearing that, Besom says going against a god's will means going against heaven itself. They should fear that, not challenge it. Kyle answers that he understands this god well and he isn't afraid. At the very least, he'll make sure no one gets hurt. Right now, the path the god of the night has set puts Beson in danger. To stop that disaster, Kyle wants to steer things onto a different path, one the god has already allowed, as another option, one that keeps Beson safe. Then Kyle repeats his request. Beson should give back the position of Prince of Heaven. That way they can follow God's will without anyone dying. Kyle's calm but intense stare makes his older brother smile. It's like he just heard the funniest joke in the world. After a while, he settles down and admits he feels strangely relieved. Instead of brushing Kyle off, he takes his words seriously. He also reminds Kyle that even if he gives up his position willingly, that doesn't mean the future will go the way they expect. Kyle says he's ready for whatever comes next as long as he gets the title. Then Beson asks about Manon and how they're supposed to deal with the monster. They still don't know how to explain Manon's escape to the ministers. Kyle says he already has that covered, so they have nothing to worry about. Later, back at the palace, Kyle is seen meeting with the hunting minister. He's already planning ahead and getting to work. After handling things there, he joins his older brother. That leaves Dunnan sitting alone, deep in thought. Since Kyle says he'll be more involved from now on, it likely means he finally secured the throne. Nearby, we also find Nebula and Eldar watching everything unfold. Eldar isn't sure this is going well. Sure, the third prince is smart, but if he makes every move based only on his own reading of divine messages, things could get messy. Even if his guess is right this time, there's no promise it'll be right the next time. And honestly, a king that independent is pretty unusual. Nebula, on the other hand, isn't worried at all. Back when he played this game in the real world, he kept running into problems like this, where NPCs didn't act the way he wanted. Even so, he was a good player and always found a way around it. But now he isn't dealing with random NPCs anymore. These are real people with their own goals and desires. They may think differently, but as long as they help Nebula get what he wants, it can still work. Eldar disagrees. He thinks that same free will makes them harder to predict, and one unexpected move could ruin the whole plan. Nebula sees it differently. Just look at Lakrak's sacrifice. He went against Nebula's wishes and fought on his own, and it still led to a great result. In the same way, things with Kyle worked out smoothly because he made his own choice instead of following God's suggestion. And if things ever go bad, Nebula will just move more carefully and more slowly. For now, it's enough that Basin was saved. He could be a big help while the third prince still becomes the next king. The scene then shifts to the Kingdom Chamber, where the top officials are discussing Manon's escape. Salison, the Minister of Administration, is upset that the hunting minister still hasn't captured Manon. He's worried the longer this takes, the more the public could suffer. Dayan assures him that Manon's location has already been found, and luckily the beast is still asleep, so there's no immediate danger. That calms him down. Even so, he points out that His Majesty was so worried about this matter that he couldn't even attend the meeting. He still wants the capture sped up, now that they know exactly where Manon is. Dayan says he wanted that too, but several things got in the way. Earlier that day, when he went to the garden to track Manon, he noticed the wooden bars had been eaten by insects long ago. You could say that was just a coincidence, and maybe Manon could have broken the bars himself. But the third prince made an interesting point. He believed the god of the night sky sent those insects to eat the wood and let the beast escape. And since only one specific part of the wood was damaged, that makes divine involvement seem even more likely. That afternoon, Danon returned to Mang Place with several high princes, and after checking the area, they reached the same conclusion. The person in question is here himself. The Order of the Night Sky sent the second prince, Shanlak or Razanan. He came to confirm in person that this really was a miracle, caused by the night sky. With a high prince saying so directly, Danon couldn't go against that will and drag Main-Jen back. Everyone starts arguing over it. But in the end, they have no choice but to accept it, since the prince himself confirmed it. Even with that settled, Danon says they still can't just leave Main-Jen alone and wait for a disaster to happen. That's why he wants the Hunter expedition team expanded. Everyone in the chamber is surprised by the unusual request. Even Salison can't hide his irritation when he asks how many people Danon actually needs. First, Danon wants dogs and a wagon so they can carry enough food for Manyun. Second, he needs more money for repairs because the mountain roads are rough. There's also a chance Manyun could head toward the moon. So Danon wants authority over civilians, manpower, and even the palace guards in an emergency. At that point, it's obvious from Salison's face that he thinks the hunting minister is asking for far too much. But Danon fires back. If they don't give him those things, then their only option is to go against the miracle of the night sky and bring Manon back by force. He even says he's happy to hand the job to anyone who thinks they can manage this better. And he makes one thing very clear. He won't be held responsible for any damage Manon causes, even if he is the hunting minister. Later that night, we cut to Danon alone in a palace hallway, lost in thought. He can't stop thinking about the latest development, Kyle being chosen as the next king. Kyle even proposed a detailed plan that could greatly increase the hunter's power inside the Kingdom Chamber. Danon truly wants to follow that plan and strengthen his position in the Kingdom Chamber. That would give him enough power to push Kyle onto the throne. This man doesn't care what it takes. He's even ready to clash with the other ministers if he has to. As time went on, Danon slowly rebuilt the Hunter's expedition force, and the balance of power kept shifting toward the Hunters. 6 months passed in a flash, and King Anpiang removed Basan Lake Arezon from the position of Crown Prince, replacing him with Kyle. Just 3 years later, King Anpiang died from a terminal illness, and Kyle Lake Arezon became Hukran's 11th king. The wild part is he was only 15 years old, which likely made him the youngest king in the nation's history. Not long after, Basin is shown greeting the new king with deep respect. That only makes Kyle feel awkward. Seeing his older brother talk to him so formally embarrasses him, so he asks Basin to drop the ceremony when they're alone. But Basin insists that the ruler of the greatest nation on the continent deserves at least that much respect. Then he brings up tomorrow's first royal meeting under Kyle's rule, and he's sure the ministers will tell him to leave the palace, and that's exactly what's weighing on Kyle. In Hukran, the ministers hold a lot of power. Most of them are noble lizard men, so the system already leans hard in their favor. Kyle knows those sharp ministers will try to push Basin away from the throne so they can tighten their own grip and weaken the new king's influence. Still, Basin isn't too worried about being forced out of the palace. If anything, he's more worried he might end up holding Kyle back if he stays. Besides, there's no real palace role for a former dog king like him. He'd rather aim bigger this time and go after larger opportunities. That talk gives Kyle an idea, and he looks up, already thinking it through. He comes up with the perfect job for Basin and feels sure his big brother will take it. So Kyle tells Basin the full plan. The next day arrives and Kyle officially opens the king's first meeting. As the new ruler, he wants everyone's support. Since he has no opening announcement, he lets the ministers speak first and bring up their concerns. Just like Basin expected, one Lizardman minister steps forward and suggests removing King Basin from the palace. He argues that because Basin is the former dog king and close to Kyle, he has more access to the palace than any minister. That means anyone with bad intentions could use Basin to influence royal decisions behind the scenes. Surprisingly, Kyle agrees with the basic concern. He understands why they feel that way. Even the ministers from other races are caught off guard, especially since they expected Kyle to reject the idea right away. Encouraged by Kyle's response, the Lizardmen press harder and suggest sending King Basin out of Orazon Palace altogether. This time, though, Kyle shuts them down. He's offended that a minister would dare suggest something that should be the king's decision alone. Instead, Kyle points to the untouched lands beyond the Western Mountains. For generations, kings have sent expeditions there, but the harsh terrain always turned those efforts into disasters. A lot of people think the Western Mountains aren't worth the trouble, but with 5 nations threatening them from the east, Kyle can't afford to ignore any chance to expand. So his real plan is to send King Basin to the Western Mountains. The ministers are stunned. No one can deny Basin is an outstanding hunter and a strong fighter. Hunting Manhuwa by himself already proved that. The ministers start whispering. Some say the mountains are worthless, while others claim the land beyond them isn't all that large. But none of them have the authority to overrule the Supreme King anyway, so they reluctantly agree it's a good idea. With that settled, Kyle moves to the next step, forming a hunter team. And this plan involves boats. Every earlier attempt to develop the West failed because they tried going over land, so this new approach could work better by sailing around the mountains instead. One minister objects, saying there are no known ships for that route, so land is still safer. But Kyle already thought of that. That's why they'll build a ship. Too many years have already been wasted, and he doesn't want to delay exploring that untouched land any longer. The Lizardman minister keeps listing more problems they might face at sea, but Kyle has already considered them. The guy is running out of complaints and still can't corner him. By now, Kyle is clearly getting annoyed by all this whining before the mission has even begun. Since exploring unknown land means dealing with monsters and wild beasts, Kyle decides it makes sense to assign that Lizardman minister some responsibility too. Dunnan accepts his new role without protest. But then there's Minister Solison, who just has to complain about everything. Once that issue is handled, Kyle moves on to the next topic. This one involves someone who has been waiting outside the whole time, and now he's finally allowed to come in. A clearly nervous Lizardman enters, and his presence alone sends the ministers into an uproar. They react like a Lizardman walked in just to take part in high-level political decisions. As usual, Salusin immediately objects and asks the king what this is about. Kyle introduces the man. His name is Lump, and he's from the technical team. The king says he understands why everyone is confused, especially since Lump was a slave until recently. But because the position of technical minister is still empty, Kyle brought him here as a candidate. Of course, the white-haired Lizardman nobles are shocked. They react like Kyle committed blasphemy, just by letting a low-born man enter. Honestly, these black-scaled Lizardmen are deeply racist. They already look down on their own kind for being white, and now their hatred spills onto Lump too. Kyle expected this exact reaction. In fact, it's part of his plan. He uses the scene to pull attention away from Basan. Minister Salusin argues that the technical minister role has always gone to a Lizardman, so it makes no sense to suddenly hand it to someone like Lump. Kyle fires back and calls that what it is, blatant racism. There's no law saying only Lizardman can hold the job. The role belongs to whoever has skill with their hands and strong mechanical knowledge. Until now, Lizardman just happened to be the best at it, but not this time. Kyle has personally seen Lump's talent. To prove it, he asks the ministers if any of them know the latitude of the Arctic region of Horizon. The astronomy minister steps forward and says it's around 32.5 degrees. Then Kyle asks for the latitudes of northern Jaren and southern Maganin. This time, the room goes quiet, so Lump steps forward and answers, Jaren is 37.5 and Maganin is 30. He even explains the math. The Arctic latitude changes by 1 degree every 250 Ri. Since Jaren is 1,250 Ri farther north, it's 5 degrees higher. Maganin is 625 Ri farther south, so it's 2.5 degrees lower. Kyle is pleased and more than a little proud that Lump got it right where the Lizardmen failed. But of course, that still isn't enough for Minister Salusin. Feeling cornered, he starts talking about why Kyle became king in the first place. According to him, it's because Kyle carries the blood of the great King Thunder Dragon, and all the ministers are descended from the warriors who fought beside that king. He says that's why dragons became slaves. They were enemies of the Lizardmen until the end of Hucron. Even after the nation was formed, they were still seen as possible rebels. Kyle cuts in fast. He reminds them that the legendary warrior Tatar fought 10 trolls to save halflings, and King Thunder Dragon himself opened the castle gates to rescue slaves. If even King Thunder Dragon could show that kind of mercy, then what's wrong with making one exception? That still doesn't settle it. Solution erupts, arguing that allowing even one non-lizard man onto the council would change the whole balance of power. If they support the idea that anyone, no matter their race, can become a minister, the lizardmen may feel pushed aside and might even stop backing Kyle as king. To be fair, he does have a point. The whole system was built on the foundation left by lizardman ancestors, so letting another race climb into that structure is bound to shake things up. The ministers beg Kyle to rethink it before making the choice final. Kyle decides to take a moment to think before making it official. Still, he makes it clear that he wants Lump as technical officer and hopes the council will support him. Faced with Lump's obvious talent, Solution reluctantly agrees to allow an exception. With that, Lump is officially appointed as the technical officer. Now the meeting moves to the third topic, the coming solar eclipse. But before getting into that, here's why it matters. A solar eclipse, when the sun disappears or is covered for a long time, has always been seen as a divine sign or a message from the gods. That's why predicting it correctly is important for both national safety and royal ceremonies. The date of the eclipse is calculated from 3 sources: the High Prince, who reads the will of the night sky, the King, who makes his own estimate, and the Astronomy Minister, who uses ancient calculation methods. This time, something strange happens. Minister Solution gets alarmed when he sees that all 3 predictions don't match. The Astronomy Minister says he checked his numbers twice, using the old methods, and is confident in them. But Kyle's prediction is 4 hours earlier than both the Calendar Prince's reading and the Astronomy Minister's estimate. Solution demands another check. He hasn't forgotten how doubting Kyle made them all look foolish last time, and if this goes wrong again, Kyle could gain even more support for non-lizardman races. For a moment, even the Astronomy Minister wonders if Kyle may have miscalculated. After all, his own method has never failed in history, so they decide to wait for the eclipse itself. Solution is convinced there's no way Kyle is right. In his mind, the scholars can't all be wrong. If Kyle turns out to be wrong, Solution plans to use the moment to attack his decisions and humiliate him in public. But when the scholars' predicted time arrives, nothing happens. No solar eclipse appears and they're left stunned. Kyle calmly explains that the priests and the Astronomy Minister were using outdated methods. Lump, the same person they looked down on, found the error and warned Kyle. That's why Kyle's calculation was different and right. Solution and the Astronomy Minister snap back, shouting that the Great Dragon King wrote in the old records that the heavens never change. Kyle fires right back. Those books are relics, and it's time to accept that even their ancestors could be wrong. Back then, the ancients had no books to learn from. They discovered things on their own and wrote that knowledge down. But the ministers of today haven't found anything new. They've just been repeating the same history for generations. Kyle then brings up a calendar book from the nation of Mengul. It clearly says the movement of the heavens changes over time, proving the current method is wrong. After that, he doesn't argue anymore. The prince in charge is told to prepare the solar eclipse ceremony again, since it will happen 4 hours later. And sure enough, the eclipse happens exactly when Kyle predicted. A few weeks later, Basin sets sail on the first great voyage of his life. His mission is to explore western lands that still haven't been mapped. Beyond the western mountains lies a region that needs to be developed, and Basin leaving the palace is a key step in expanding Kyle's kingdom. Basin has no complaints. If anything, he feels free, like the world has finally opened up to him. The ship he boards is called Pirate's Humiliation. 3 ships carry the 150 soldiers assigned to the expedition. Basin is the official leader of the Western Exploration Team, but he isn't allowed to command just any ship. Kyle made it clear that selected people would be watching him at all times. One likely choice is a woman from a merchant family that has worked with the royal family for years. Right then, she runs over and Basin is introduced to Tuna the Wanatimo. She greets him with a calm blessing. Basin returns the greeting and reaches out for a hug. From one look, he can tell she's an elf. She happily points out that not many people notice, since most pirates barely see a difference between humans, elves, and Nixons. To them, they all look the same. Basin decides to get along with her, since they'll be spending a lot of time together. Still, there's one important thing she wants to make clear before they go any further. No matter how noble Basin is, once he's on her ship, he follows her orders. If he doesn't like that, he can find another vessel. Basin is fine with that rule as long as her orders are reasonable. Honestly, Tuna didn't expect him to agree so fast. Even so, she says she'll be thoughtful with him since he's both her guest and the leader of the expedition team. Looking around, Basin notices his belongings aren't here. Tuna assures him that Maid will bring them soon. Basin doesn't know any Maid, though he does think the name sounds cute. Before she can explain, the person she meant suddenly jumps in. He crashes into Basin so hard it makes him look tiny. The big guy seems annoyed about being called over and demands to know who wanted him. Tuna explains that Mighty isn't really a name, it's a title, since he's the first mate on the ship. And because this huge man says Might at the end of every sentence, everyone just calls him Mighty. Basin is a little shaken by the giant's presence, but he isn't scared. It's not his first time seeing an ogre. There are plenty at the palace. So he introduces himself. The giant returns the greeting and gives his name as First Mighty. When Basin asks if that's really his name, he says he never liked his old one, so he left it behind. To be fair, Basin has never seen an ogre on a ship crew before, Smaller crews usually mean less food to carry. Mage admits that, but says he works as much as he eats, so it balances out. Since he's from Jaren in the Northern Sea, he's also one of the smarter ogres. Those Northern Sea ogres are said to come from traces of a defeated god, but over generations their intelligence has slowly faded, so these days most of them aren't very bright. Even in Hukraan, the more gentle ogres who wear clothes are usually timid and used as laborers. That's why Bassin is surprised to meet such a smart ogre on a ship of all places. Mate then shouts at the top of his lungs, showing off how bold he is. He left land because the people there were too weak compared to him. Now he wants to conquer the seas and become the first ogre to do it. Bassin wishes him luck and hopes he reaches that dream soon. After that, Mate heads off to handle his duties and earn the food he eats. As for Bassin, he's pretty sure this guy isn't the one assigned to watch him. The one Atimo gets his attention again by calling him Prince, which Bassin doesn't really like, so he asks her to drop the title and just call him Bassin. Though the one Atimo still isn't sure she's comfortable being that casual. So he offers another option. She can call him Captain since he leads the expedition team. That at least works. Next, they talk about their first destination. As far as Bassin knows, they'll pass through Maganan, head south, then turn east and move up the coast. The one at Itamo says that's mostly right, but their first stop will be Bavran. It's actually the biggest port city in Danium after Orazon. That surprises Bavzon, since he didn't think they had any reason to visit a foreign city. The one at Itamo reminds him that this is a merchant ship, so they need to keep trading to keep things running. She says she'll explain all the details later, but for now she wants to show him where they'll be staying. As the ship moves across the sea, Bavzon spends the time zoning out. Soon, the one at Itamo comments that she's surprised he isn't crying like a baby from seasickness. Bavzon then asks what he's been wondering for a while. If she's a merchant, why take on something as troublesome as an expedition team? Her answer is simple. It pays well. When the royal family of Hukraan offers work, the reward is worth it. This time, she even got a glass-made item as a deposit. Bavzon doesn't seem to understand how valuable that is. As far as he remembers, he broke a few glass objects as a kid, which makes sense since someone of his status wouldn't really know their worth. She explains that in Hukraan, glass items are hard to make, so they sell for a lot overseas. They plan to sell them in Bavaria. In return, she wants to buy goods that only Bavaria has. The palace also gave her a list of things to purchase, and Bavzon naturally asks what's on it. That makes her sweat a little. She's already said too much. The palace orders were supposed to stay secret, but since this is Prince Bavzon, she figures there's no point hiding it, so she leans in and blurts out the answer. Niter. She heard there's a lot of it in Mangol, and while she doesn't know much about it, apparently it's good for farming. That makes Bavzon remember a small ceremony where the chosen make the shadow fall to judge whether a field has fertile soil. The one at Itamo saw that kind of ceremony too, though she was too young then to understand it. Bavzon keeps thinking, trying to figure out why Kyle secretly wanted Niter bought. Back in Hukraan after the solar eclipse incident, Kyle officially begins handling domestic affairs. Anyone who threatened his authority resigns formally, and he calls in the people who supported Bavzon to reassure them. In the king's chamber, one minister bows his head, relieved he wasn't thrown out. At first he thought Kyle planned to replace some of the current ministers. Since this man comes from a low half-good family with no last name, he seemed like an easy target. But Kyle doesn't seem bothered by the fact that he has no family name. In fact, Kyle wants to know why last names matter so much. The minister explains that not having a family name means his house didn't help found Hukraan, so he believes he doesn't deserve to be a minister. Kyle sees it differently. Since the man doesn't come from an influential family, that only proves he rose to minister through his own effort. That alone makes him fully qualified, and Kyle wants him to keep serving and help improve the kingdom. Hearing that, the minister tears up, deeply moved by how much his king believes in him. Full of emotion, he promises to devote his life to his majesty and do his very best. Then he bows out and leaves the room. After that emotional moment, Kyle's mood suddenly drops. The reason is simple. Dunnan had warned him earlier that the finance minister had hidden motives. But after that exchange, Kyle didn't notice anything hostile or suspicious about the man, so he's disappointed in Dunnan for making accusations based on old grudges. That leaves Dunnan speechless. While calmly but sharply putting him in his place, Kyle tells him to let go of past revenge and start fresh. Dunnan admits his mistake and his bias. He drops to the floor and apologizes to Kyle. After that, Kyle asks about the dog alchemist from the Hui family, Hui Ravina Mool. Dunnan reports that she has already arrived at the palace. Then we cut to Hui Moon, an elder of the family, leaving the palace while thinking about Hui Ravina Mool. He's trying to understand why His Majesty would call that woman to the castle. The focus shifts to the Hui family. They are the castle's main automation house, and a noble family that inherits the title of Margrave. They have traditionally served in left-side cabinet positions, and they're also a major merchant house. Among the non-lizardman families, they're seen as the most powerful. But along with their fame, the Hui family carries a cursed name, the Accursed Dogs. There's an old story about a lord of the automation castle who kept cats. Most people now call it just folklore, but the Hui family knows it's real. Whenever a child in the Hui family is born with dog ears, that child always grows up differently. They talk to empty air or show strange talents no one can explain. In the end, every one of them falls into madness. That's why their dog ears are cut off early, in hopes they can live a normal life. One legend says Hui Chung built a great merchant house with the power of those ears, but her end was tragic. Her lover was a lizardman named Saran Mule, and that started rumors that these children had mixed blood. Because of that, children born with dog ears were given the name Mule. No one knows if crossing species like that is even possible, but the rumor stuck, and that's not the end of it. The latest to carry that cursed line is Hui Ravina Mule. Like most of her family, Ravina was born in the automation castle. Treated like a cursed child because of her ears, she ran away at 9 years old. She hid in a cargo wagon headed for the continent. By the time the family's mercenaries found her, she had already entered the Alchemy Tower in Sanukomion. The Alchemy Tower is where people go to study forbidden knowledge. It's also where many dangerous people gather. So in a way, Ravina fit right in. Back in the present, Moon keeps staring at Ravina's ears and Ravina calls her out on it. She's used to those looks by now. Moon quickly says it's not disgust, just morbid curiosity. Then we learn why Ravina was summoned. His Majesty needs an alchemist. A quick note about alchemists: they reject the gods and put their trust in knowledge alone. That's exactly why Moon is so uneasy. If Kyle is asking an alchemist for help, then maybe his faith is starting to slip, and his rise to power was backed by the god of the night sky. So Moon asks why Ravina would even leave the Alchemy Tower after cutting ties with her family. Ravina reminds her that His Majesty called for her, and Kyle is not someone you want to refuse. Honestly, she's not wrong. But what really shocks Moon is how Ravina, living all the way out in Seoxmin, knows what Kyle is capable of. Even if rumors reached her, Kyle never went to the Alchemy Tower himself. Ravina calmly says he probably would have come in person if she refused. To avoid all that trouble, she answered his call. Moon keeps pressing her, but Ravina stays calm. She points out that she was brought here for her skill in forbidden studies, knowledge very few people have, especially not Moon. Moon argues that some knowledge is better left unknown. Ravina answers that King Kyle clearly doesn't agree. She brings up the many letters she received over the last year. Every one of them was full of questions about ancient knowledge. The questions were far too advanced, and the senders kept changing addresses, so the tower assumed they came from rogue alchemists. But later they learned the truth. Every letter came from Orizon, and in all of Hukron, only one person could send letters like that while fooling the whole delivery system. Moon freezes as she realizes Ravina is saying Kyle wrote them, and Ravina doesn't back down. According to her, King Kyle is an exceptional alchemist, and she says that like it's a simple fact, no matter how insulting it sounds, no one in Hukron can match him. Moon flares up, thinking Ravina is twisting things to make Kyle sound like an atheist. Before she can go further, a man enters the room. His arrival shuts Moon up at once. Still, she wants Kyle to confirm whether Ravina is telling the truth. Kyle answers carefully. He says reading a few alchemy books doesn't mean his faith has changed. Before Moon can push harder, he tells both of them to sit down. Moon thinks it over. Technically, being an atheist is illegal. In some countries, it can even get you killed. But even if Kyle didn't believe, no one could punish him. Even so, it would still deal a heavy blow to his political standing. Getting back to the main point, Kyle apologizes to Moon for hiding this from her. He knows she can be very strict, so he thought she'd worry more than needed. That's why he stayed quiet. Even after calming down, Moon still opposes his study of alchemy, since it goes against the traditions of their ancestors. The main goals of alchemy are turning things into gold and chasing immortality, two of the most desperate and twisted pursuits imaginable. Kyle sees it differently. He believes a person should build many skills, even if that means learning forbidden knowledge. In the end, what matters is how that knowledge is used. Moon reminds him that alchemy is banned by law. She's not sure whatever he wants is worth breaking both law and tradition for. To Kyle, it is worth it. So he lets Ravina explain. There was once an alchemist living alone deep in the northern mountains. The tower stayed in contact with him and exchanged knowledge. Then one day, his messages suddenly stopped, so the tower sent someone to check on him. A boy from the tower named Aaron broke open the door to the sealed house and went inside. Too late, the alchemist was already dead, and the cause seemed tied to forbidden knowledge. Moon isn't surprised. To her, using forbidden knowledge is like handing your soul over to some ancient evil. But Ravina says the alchemist's death was just an accident. Before dying, he left careful records of his experiments and the ingredients he used, which made it possible to trace what happened. He had been trying to make gold, and one experiment failed with a massive explosion. That failure led to a different discovery, greater than anything he had found before. Even though the test was tiny, the powder it created caused an incredible blast when lit. He stored it in a lead box for safety, but the container failed, it broke apart, and the shattered pieces tore into his throat. If you think about it, what he created was basically a weapon. The bad part is that this isn't some hidden secret, and Kyle isn't the first person to notice it. The alchemists in the tower are fugitives from all kinds of places, Ravina included. Some of them still have ties to their home nations, and those nations want them to bring the tower's knowledge back. Others want to stop alchemy from spreading at all. In fact, Ravina was ambushed more than 10 times on her way here. She's sure Siakmian, where the alchemy tower stands, has already been completely infiltrated by spies and armies. On paper, the current age looks peaceful, but if you look closer, it really isn't. Prices for certain ingredients are dropping, and every nation has secret workshops running tests to create a weapon called gunpowder. Kyle stresses just how important that weapon is. It can kill enemies with very little effort. It can sink ships and blow apart castle walls. Put it in the hands of even an ordinary soldier, and it can change the course of war. If they master it first, they may become impossible to defeat. Moon goes quiet for a moment, then answers. She still dislikes the idea, but she's willing to follow Kyle's lead since his judgment seems sound. If he needs help, she'll give it, and Kyle does need help. The project has been funded through the hunting expedition team, but that isn't enough. He also wants to use the king's personal funds. Moon manages that money, and since it belongs to him, she can allow it, especially because he asked properly. Still, she wants to know exactly how and why he plans to spend it. A system notice appears in front of Nebula Blackbird, listing every ingredient needed to make black powder. It looks like everything is moving just the way Nebula planned. Alchemy and advanced elixir making are hard to develop. The stronger a society's faith is, the more scientific methods get rejected. And since the Alchemy Tower in Sakmion is the most famous place in Hokrin for that knowledge, ordinary people can't just get access to it. White Ravina Mule has the demonic trait of probability, which gives her a high chance to survive, but that still doesn't guarantee she can properly learn those techniques. This time, though, Nebula got lucky. Eldar cuts in to point out something interesting. While they're talking about alchemy and weapons, they still haven't mentioned another source of power: magic. Alchemy and elixir making are forms of science. Alchemists are basically scientists, and their experiments follow scientific rules. But there's one secret they work hard to hide: the demonic trait. And that trait comes from an ancient evil tied to relics passed down through bloodlines. Traits like shadow, flame, probability, or gravity each connect to different kinds of power. What's passed down through demonic spirits is basically a superpower. When those powers combine with knowledge from ancient relics, they create a method that can even use higher dimensional force. That's what magic is. Unlike science, magic can only be used by a very small number of people. People like Ravina, who carry demonic traits, have the potential to become mages. Since the alchemy tower is full of cursed people, it's likely many of those alchemists also have demonic traits. Right now, though, there still aren't any true mages. Eldar agrees. Normally, they don't appear until around 100 years after the game begins. Magic is definitely powerful, but players usually prefer stable gameplay, so they stay away from demonic traits. Because the alchemy tower is in Siakmin, Eldar thinks Wisdom may end up getting a mage first. Nebula agrees, since that's where the odds are highest. But Nebula is also sure Wisdom probably doesn't want a mage appearing in its territory. Cut to Basan and his expedition group. They finally reach Bavarin. The port is packed with ships already docked there, which surprises Basan. Still, it makes sense. It's the closest port to Orizan. Ships leaving from here keep heading east past Amgol toward Danri. Some even travel farther, all the way to the western continent. That reminds Basan this is the same continent Owen was said to have gone to. He's still not totally sure the place even exists. The Yawanatumo says plenty of people fill their heads with stories like that and never return, but the continent is definitely real. Basan wonders why merchants don't just sail to that other continent and start trading there. It sounds risky, but maybe very profitable too. The Wanatimo says merchants will go anywhere if the reward is worth the danger. But that route is full of problems: pirates, dead winds, huge waves, sea monsters, and storms. So no, it's not exactly tempting. Since she has business to handle, she tells Basan to rest while she's out. He can look around too, as long as he's back on time. To Basan, that sounds great. After being stuck on the ship so long, a short walk feels like the perfect break. So he heads off to wander around. As he walks, he watches all kinds of people at work. He also spots some stones trying to sell their goods. At the same time, he keeps an eye out for any sponsors. At one point, he finds a stone merchant selling products from Hukran. The merchant happily says they get a lot of goods from there, especially after noticing Basan came in on the ship docked at the port. Then the stone warns that if they plan to sail back to Hukran after trading, they'd better pray to their god because they really shouldn't go. After taking control of the area around Bavaria, that group often targets ships about to leave. They're known as the Deep Night Pirates. Later, Basan asks the one Itimo about them. She doesn't seem too worried. If anything, she thinks they're probably just some new pirates suddenly getting bold and bothering port merchants for no reason. While checking the list of goods she wants to bring back, she realizes some of them won't be ready until tomorrow. But instead of staying, she decides to leave anyway. The other warships will pick up the rest of the supplies later. That worries Basan. If the warships stay behind, they'll have no protection. She reminds him that time at sea costs money. There's still cargo to unload and supplies to load at Sasan, and every extra hour means more spending on water, food, and crew pay. Basan begs her not to let them run into pirates, and the Honi Tamo can't help laughing at how scared he is. She assures him they've never met pirates on any of their trips, at least, not until now. The second they leave, pirates appear right in their path. Naturally, she's fed up. To shake them off, she orders the crew to lighten the ship. They start tossing out boxes of salt, food, and water. At the same time, everyone grabs whatever weapons they can find. Basan doubts they can actually outrun these guys. Pirates usually use merchant ships too. They're slower wooden boats, but they pay more to get better winds. These pirate ships are built the same way, and they're often carrying lots of cargo too. In simple terms, escaping won't be easy. The pirates keep getting closer. Their only real choice is to throw away everything they can, starting with the stones. But the one Asimo refuses to dump them. Honestly, she'd rather jump overboard herself than throw out the stones. Now that capture is getting close, Basin decides they just need to hold out until the warships arrive. He heard more warstones are supposed to come in the morning, so if they're lucky, the warships could reach them by midday. To make things worse, there's no wind at all. The one Asimo blesses her hands, pulls off her straps, and starts praying. She tells Basin to pray with her. The enemy is almost on top of them. The pirates grin when they see the ship moving so slowly. To them, that means it's loaded with treasure. They think they're about to score big. Thanks to the White Mirror God, Beson's side gets ready to fire a wave of arrows to keep the enemy back. As this happens, Beson realizes these pirates worship the White Mirror God, a name he's heard before. Then he loses a clean shot and drops the pirate right in front of him. A moment later, he takes down another one. Beson notices their ship has one big advantage. It's much larger than the enemy boats. That makes it harder for the pirates to climb up and lock them down. And on top of that, they still have one hidden trump card. The fools don't realize that secret weapon is waiting for them. They throw up ropes to reach the ship. The moment they get close, they're met by a huge raging presence, ready to slam the first pirate, and knock the others down too. That terrifying figure is Matey, and yeah, he looks more than ready to beat the hell out of them. Without wasting time, he starts smashing through all of them. An ogre showing up should have scared the raiders off, but their leader tells them not to panic. He says Matey isn't a fighter, just a carrier, so if they bring down the ogre, nobody will be left to stop them. Everyone points their bows at the big guy, and tough as Matey is, he starts crying like a scared little kid, even though the arrows bounce off him like he's made of iron. Even Bishan has no idea what he's looking at. He turns to the one Asimo and asks why Matey is acting like a baby. She reminds him Matey was just hurt, so of course he's reacting badly. Still, everyone clearly saw the arrows bounce off. Ogres really are built different, but the one Asimo reminds him again that ogres are people too. Sure, Matey may be crying more than someone his size should, but if he were truly brave, he wouldn't be stuck on this ship. He'd probably be serving somewhere as a general. Realizing nobody else can fix this, Beshin arms himself with a bow and arrows, and decides to fight as hard as he can. He tells the one Asimo to calm Matey down and buy them some time. She hates that idea for obvious reasons. If Beson gets hurt, it'll be her fault, and she has no interest in losing her head over this. Still, they won't be safe on the ship either. If the pirates keep pressing in, Beson says fighting is better than doing nothing. She reminds him he has a title. If he reveals himself as a prince of Hucron, the pirates might spare him since they wouldn't want to insult an entire nation. Maybe she has a point, but he refuses to abandon everyone else. Before the other pirate ships circle around and trap them from both sides, he has to do something. Even with Meiji aboard, they can't handle that many pirates, especially with him panicking. They need to break one side before the others join in. She keeps arguing while he moves toward the weapons. Their only shot is if she snaps Meiji out of this. Frustrated, she goes over to Meiji and reminds him of his dream to conquer the ocean. And now he's falling apart over a few pirates. The poor guy looks so shaken by those useless arrows that he can't even move. Meanwhile, Beson slips away while watching the enemy closely. Everyone is focused on Meiji. That gives Beson the perfect chance to catch them off guard, but the sound of heavy jumping suddenly ruins it. What is Meiji doing now? Turns out, Meiji finally gets his courage back and starts wrecking the enemy by hurling barrels at insane speed. The instant he throws one at full force, Beson jumps in to follow up on the impact. The barrel bursts open. Water floods the deck and the pirates scramble away from it in panic. The guy who had been hyping up his friends to hold their ground suddenly backs off like a ninja trying to slip away. Meanwhile, Meiji doesn't stop. He keeps up the pressure, throwing more barrels. The pirate boss, Shrimp, tells them to shoot Meiji again to scare him off like before, but the water-filled barrels keep crashing across the enemy deck hard. Out of options, Shrimp decides to climb the ropes himself and board the ship. That plan fails fast, because Boston is waiting for him. He cuts through the rest of the pirates too. With those bastards down, Boston tells the water hunter he'd better regret this. The pirate is shocked and excited that a normal merchant ship has a fighter like Boston aboard. Still, Boston only had the edge because he attacked from behind. In a straight one-on-one fight, he might not stand a chance. The pirate is sure he can beat Beson, since Beson has probably never fought someone from his species before. But that idiot forgets the biggest part of the whole equation. Meiji is still there, throwing barrels without fear. Before long, Meiji ruins the pirate's comeback by crushing him under another barrel hit. Now Meiji looks completely fired up after the Waninobo's push. This time, he really is ready to conquer the ocean. A little later, the pirate leader starts waking up. He hears Beson and the Hirintomo talking about how the tongues usually call Astacids dogs, which makes the Hirintomo wonder what they call actual dogs. Beson gives the most fitting answer possible: edible dogs. Tumo is sure this guy will hate the tongues if he ever learns that. The pirate wakes up screaming, demanding to know where his ship is. Tumo gives him the bad news. Her subordinates have taken control of it and are keeping it close behind them. As for the other two ships, those losers ran off without even trying to fight. The pirate refuses to believe it, but that's the cold truth. The moment the other pirates saw they were losing and the merchant ships were turning the fight around, they rushed to escape. Even so, the pirate still can't believe his own brothers left him behind. Then he turns pathetic and starts begging to be saved. He even promises to quit all his dirty work and live honestly from now on. The Wanatumo isn't feeling merciful after what he did to them. If anything, he should be thankful she didn't toss him into the sea, because she plans to hand him over under Hukran law. Basson steps forward to make a deal. All he wants are answers to a few questions. If the pirate doesn't know them, that's fine. Since the pirate has no real hope of surviving otherwise, he agrees to answer anything. Basson's first question is simple. If Astations can travel through the sea on their own, why do they use a ship? Honestly, that is not the kind of question anyone expected. Even the pirate looks embarrassed. Like out of everything Basson could have asked, why that? Basson notices the Wanatumo staring at him in secondhand shame, and he admits he's always been curious. The pirate finally answers. Swimming wears the body out, but traveling by boat is easier and less tiring. And without a boat, they can't carry cargo. With that curiosity out of the way, Basson moves on to his next question. This time, it's serious. He asks where the white spectacle god religion came from, and what kind of god the white spectacle really is. The pirate says that faith is widespread where he comes from. South of Hukran, there's an island region where the Astations live, and you can only reach it by boat. The place is made up of many islands, each with its own name, but in Hukran they lump them all together as the Southern Archipelago. After getting the basic geography, Basson pushes for more about the white spectacle god. According to the pirate, the white spectacle god appeared 100 years ago as a giant white spectacle. Back then, that god saved a chief from a tricolor cat and made fruit grow from the land when the tribe was starving. Those miracles happened across the islands, and some of them use different names for the same god. For example, on the northernmost island near Hukran, some call it the blue insect god. That makes Basson smile. Blue insect god was the old name for their white spectacle god. So this clearly means those spectacles worship the same god as Hukran. Since those spectacle tribes live far away and stay isolated, Hukran never had much reason to deal with them over religion. That's why this spectacle god wasn't known there as Hukran's god. Basson hates the idea of pirates using another name for the white spectacle god. To him, that's an insult. Lacrack would never forgive, so he asks the real question. Does this spectacle's whole tribe live as pirates too? The terrified shrimp quickly says no. As far as he knows, the other Astations live normal lives in the Southern Archipelago. He was captured by pirates when he was young, and those pirates had been abandoned by the Deep Night Pirates. So in short, the Deep Night Pirates are not from the Southern Archipelago at all. Basson figures they're probably from the Western continent, the only other continent they know about. But Shrimp says no. He heard the Deep Night Pirates are from the South continent. That one line hits the duo hard for obvious reasons. Right after that, we cut to the Southern Archipelago. There, inside one of the tunnels, Nebula appears. He's waiting for a meeting with the other gods. Wisdom is shocked. This is the first time Nebula has contacted him. And on top of that, it's an emergency call from a southern island in Hukran. At least the location choice is a good one. Nebula then reveals why he called them together. A fourth continent may have been found. Of course, that scares the hell out of everyone. The only one who doesn't look too surprised is Krampus, which probably means he already knew something. He confirms it right away. From what he knows, a group called the Deep Night Pirates has been active in the south lately. Apparently, Deep Night isn't from the west at all, but from a southern continent. Krampus never had hard proof though, so he asks Nebula why he believes that continent is real. Nebula admits he isn't fully sure either. He came only after hearing that report. The area belongs to the crawfish, but he hadn't paid attention to them for years, and during that time they were conquered by these Deep Night Pirates. The damage isn't massive, but they've been forced to pay tribute to them again and again. Wisdom points out that Astations tend to exaggerate, so maybe they mistook a very large southern island for a whole continent. Nebula agrees, but says the island in the southern archipelago isn't small at all. It controls the whole archipelago, and building a fleet that big from a single island would be hard. There are limits to technology and population, so Nebula doesn't think that explanation is likely. Wisdom admits this is clearly major news, but he still isn't sure it's serious enough for an emergency call. The last time they all met, they agreed emergency meetings would only be used for cases involving unknown players with glitchy names. Nebula knows that, and that's exactly why he called. As far as he's concerned, the Deep Night Pirates are backed by a continent and by a player with a glitchy name. He's completely sure of it. That means another evil god may have appeared just like the god of the vampires. Here's the key background. All these gods share. After the battle with the vampires, the gods of the third continent made new agreements. The most important one was about players with glitchy names. The former vampire boy they defeated, the one everyone called Jiol Wubi, proved just how dangerous those players can be. Right now, Hegemonia is searching the Western continent for more information. According to him, the first continent, the West, had a species called Guaralos. It also had another player with a glitchy name, and like the vampires, the Guaralo spread through a contagious condition. The difference was that only humans, elves, dragons, and other mostly human-like races could become Guaralos. They were weak to silver, got stronger after changing, and weren't harmed by sunlight. In some ways, they were better than vampires, but since human-like races weren't the main power in the West, they were beaten without too much trouble. Based on the game's setup, everyone concluded these evil gods might be tied to the ancient evil. They also made another important discovery back then. Besides the ones who quit when the game began, there were 27 players. But after checking players on other continents, the numbers came back like this. The first continent, Ebon, has 10 active players. The second, Sharnaf, has 8. The third, Grand Sidiac, has 11. That adds up to 29 players. The math doesn't work. For example, in Grand Sidiac, where Nebula and the others are, there are only 11 confirmed players, and the total of 29 already includes Geowubi and the Warrior Boy. So that means new players were added after the game had already started. Most likely, the one behind the Deep Night Pirates also has a strange name and came in later. If that's true, Krampus should have noticed too. After all, when he meets another player, their name appears in the local log. Krampus explains that the person he met belonged to a pirate group linked to the Deep Night Pirates, and the leaders were mostly Astations too. He never got the chance to meet the top figures himself. Since Nebula is so sure, Arkansas assumes he must have more proof that another god is involved. Nebula confirms it immediately. When he dealt with that new force before, a message appeared in front of him. Clash of civilizations. The opposing tribe has faith, and that proves the enemy is another player. Nebula also shows the strange name that appeared in the local log. Wisdom recognizes some of the symbols, and one of them can even be read as Shacha. So Nebula decides to call that unknown player Shacha. Now Zhang is sure an evil god is involved, based on that disturbing name. The next step is figuring out what species that god controls. Nebula says he's already seen that species, and he's ready to show it. Lunda is stunned when she notices the giant creature behind Nebula. But that monster is actually just one of Nebula's servants, a giant white mirror being. Nebula calls him Hilev and praises him for a job well done. The mirror creature is honored to serve, showing total loyalty, which makes sense since Hilev is one of Nebula's own creations. Then Nebula reveals the species controlled by the unknown player Shacha. Lunda and Krampus both react with disgust. The creature in front of them isn't a mermaid, it's a merman. That species is called the Deep One. Hearing that, Eldar remembers another name, Cthulhu. It's a reference to Lovecraft's work. Nebula thinks bringing up old fiction isn't helpful right now, but Eldar insists it matters. The traits of the vampires they fought were already well known, just like how dragons from the first continent resemble legends from Earth. Eldar's point is that these species names aren't random. They hint at the species' traits. That's probably because this world is heavily influenced by Earth civilization, or maybe Earth was influenced by this game world. That part is just a theory. Since Eldar seems to know a lot about Deep Ones, Nebula pushes him to explain everything. Eldar says the Deep Ones first showed up in H.P. Lovecraft's short story The Shadow over Innsmouth. The key detail is that they live in the water, and if you mix with one or fall under its curse, you can become one too. It sounds insane, but that's the idea. Krampus asks if they infect people like vampires or werewolves. Eldar says not exactly. Their blood has to mix so the change happens through reproduction. They serve an ancient god like Cthulhu, and they hide themselves to avoid being found. In the story, the protagonist visits a town that seems normal, only to learn it's a Deep One village pretending to be human. In other words, they can pass as human, but they still have fish-like features. Eldar explains that Deep Ones could slip into villages and live as normal citizens without anyone noticing. If a player misses that, the Clash of Civilizations event won't even appear. Their specialty is living near the ocean, and they can't go too far from it. After hearing all that, Nebula decides everyone should investigate the seas in their own regions. Before ending the meeting, Wisdom says there's one more thing to discuss. It's about the limited number of players allowed in this game. Everyone knows the Lost World was supposed to have 32 players, only 27 came from Earth at the start. Then 2 new players appeared and were eliminated, and now a third has shown up. That means besides Shacha, 2 more may still appear, or they already have, and nobody knows it yet. There's a chance the missing players are on the new 4th continent they just discovered. If it really is a continent, it has to be huge, but right now no one can tell for sure. It may already have built up some power, or even formed an alliance. If that's true, a temporary alliance between everyone at this meeting would help. Nebula clearly doesn't like that idea. Even though no one knows exactly where the southern continent is, it's probably closest to Hukrin. And if they make an alliance, who knows what kind of messy moves people might make in its name. That kind of infighting could ruin everyone. Krampus calls Nebula out, saying he just wants to beat Cha-Cha alone and shape the new continent, however he wants. That's not exactly Nebula's secret goal, but he admits his choice against an alliance is biased. Since Nebula won't change his mind, Sane decides to leave him at the front and let him deal with the mess himself. AR feels the same way, though he's still willing to help if Nebula asks. Krampus is also close to Hekron, and pirate damage could spread into his land too, so he'll need help from others along the way. With that, the meeting ends. That means Nebula will face this unknown species alone. Since Hegemonia is busy in a major war on another continent, Nebula asks Sang to pass along everything from the meeting, because he lives closest to Hegemonia. After that, everyone heads out. Nebula then thinks over how everyone acted. They were all ready to let him fight alone, even if no one directly said they wouldn't step in. To him, that makes one thing obvious. They all want to claim the new continent for themselves. Nebula says as much to Lunda. She finds that hard to believe. From what she heard, it didn't sound like anyone cared that much, but our mech doesn't buy that. He points to the way they chose their words. No one said they would stay out of it. Krampus even asked for help from others, which clearly means he wants partners for stepping in later. In other words, they politely warn Nebula. He's sure the others are already thinking about profit, and Krampus is probably speaking with those players right now. Eldar still isn't sure how Nebula plans to deal with an enemy they know almost nothing about. After all, the fight against the vampires was brutal. Nebula says this time is different from what happened with Joel. The players are ready now, so they won't get trapped so easily, and the enemy forces only seem to be at pirate level for now. He can probably handle that, though no one knows how many there are. Then again, it's not like he's been doing nothing for the last 100 years. Nebula also points out the two weapons they can use now. They'll show up in the game soon enough, mages and gunpowder. If he gets gunpowder before the enemy does, victory stays under control. That's exactly why Nebula wants to handle them himself. From the other player's point of view, the southern islands of Ukraine are the gateway to the fourth continent. The same goes for Cha-Cha and the Deep Night Pirates, so the others will fight to make sure Nebula can't take it all for himself. Lunda thinks it's ridiculous to believe the others would attack him without proof. Nebula reminds her that proof can be faked. For example, they could attack under the excuse of taking back the southern archipelago from the Deep Night Pirates. If that happens, it would end up looking a lot like an alliance anyway. In the end, everyone would just start fighting each other, and Nebula knows that very well. The battlefield has just moved from land to sea, and now Cha-Cha is part of the mess. Either way, war is going to break out, especially now that gunpowder exists. This fight against the evil god will involve Krampus, another player, and Cha-Cha, while Nebula, Lunda, and Eldar stand on the other side. So it's shaping up to be a three-way battle, and with that lineup, a naval war is basically guaranteed. Then we cut to Hucron, where a minister rushes in to meet Kyle. He's actually Prince Su-Hang, and he came to deliver a revelation from the Prince of Revelation. The message was meant to be passed on at once, so he hurried here without delay. Since it came from the Prince of Revelation, that means his god gave him this warning. The moment Kyle reads it, he immediately asks to see the Minister of Administration. When the man arrives, Kyle says he wants to send out a royal order. He wants every government office near the coast to be informed. If there are villages, groups, or people working with pirates, or any species that looks like fish, they are to be blocked or detained. The prince knew a major battle would come someday, but he never expected it to take this shape. A new demon king is appearing on the horizon, and that's happening in an age that was supposed to be peaceful. Kyle is worried about the chaos, but he doesn't think they should panic. More importantly, Halcron's soldiers are not the same warriors they were 100 years ago. Most people took Halcron's strength for granted and looked down on other nations. This long peace has already poisoned part of Halcron. Still, that doesn't mean everyone drank from the same cup. At least that's what Kyle believes. Even so, the new Demon King in the south is a real threat. Still, there were already plenty of signs that war was coming, and that may actually help. Without this Demon King, Kyle wouldn't have known where war would start or what to watch for. Now the target is clear. The problem is that all their plans were made for fighting in the north, not for war in the southern sea. It's true that Hecron's ships are still better than Danium's or Amgul's, but they're not as strong as Danri's. Sadly, Danri's is on the way to the western continent, so Kyle doubts they'll step in here. And if the other 5 nations besides Danri's decide to fight Hicron, Hicron will be badly outnumbered. Kyle already has a possible answer. By now, Ravina should have reached Sasalishan. He doesn't know if an alchemist's dangerous knowledge can really help save the world. But one thing is clear, he does not despise alchemists. In the end, everything follows the will of the night heavens. So even if an alchemist is part of that plan, he has no objection. Then Kyle reveals something very interesting, something only he knows. Ravina is the person on this continent who is closest to being a mage, and the fact that she survived the trip here from the Alchemist Tower makes that even more likely. There will probably be an order for which nations get gunpowder first, but eventually everyone will have it. Mages are different though. The outcome of this war may depend on which nation they join and what they choose to do. Deep in the dark mountains, we find a humanoid figure who looks like a mage. With him is a creepy monster that calls itself a spirit. The two are clearly not getting along. Based on his studies, this so-called spirit is really just a mage who served an ancient evil. The spirit keeps bragging about its own strength and mocking the mage, saying he's nothing without borrowed power. It even laughs at the useless wings he got. This mage-like man turns out to belong to the rare Garuda species. According to the spirit, that's why the god of Seokmian chose trolls as rulers, and used the Garuda-like species as little more than birds. They were thrown onto the front lines as shields of flesh. Their numbers were crushed, and then the god abandoned them without a second thought. The spirit keeps rubbing salt in the wound, saying that if the Garjas had been chosen by another god, their fate would have been completely different. But the mage tells the spirit to shut the hell up. He never needed a god in the first place. According to old Garjas stories, they were once called an emperor species and could rule the skies. Even during the ancient evil, the Garjas were honorable and fought as they should. But when the war turned ugly, the gods ran away. After that, for some reason, the Garjas lost the ability to fly. Whether in legend or reality, he's sure of one thing. Gods can't be trusted, and he doesn't need their help. He'll reach the sky with his own power. At least that's how this mage sees it. Once he gets out of this forest, he'll reach a river, and he's almost there. Soon enough, he finds the cold river. If the elven gods can cross it, they can keep chasing him. So the spirit decides to break the river and stop anyone from following. Even the mage doubts the spirit has enough power to pull that off. But then their path is suddenly blocked by a group of large troll mages. They quickly notice his withered left hand, a dead giveaway that this man is Mesdari. Mesdari is surprised to see them here since the people chasing him were supposed to be behind him. It seems everyone is after him because of the knowledge he carries, so he plays dumb and acts like he has no idea who Mesdari even is. Instead, he introduces himself as a Huron, someone raised in a Garuda clan village. He says his left arm looks like that because it was burned when he was young, not because it's withered. The trolls can clearly tell that's a lie. The Birdman argues that burned scars and a withered arm look different, just like trolls and Garudas look different. Then he tries to shift their focus by asking if they're looking for a Garuda named Mesdari. They say yes. They're sure even a pathetic drifter like him must know about the Alchemy Tower. The Birdman says he knows all about the Alchemy Tower beyond the Sky Mountains, the place where those frauds called alchemists live. One troll says their knights completely surrounded the tower, but some alchemists still vanished. By royal order, they're tracking down those withered alchemists before they can spread their evil knowledge. The Birdman says they should be able to find that Garuda alchemist, especially since there aren't many Garudas around here. He even promises to tell them if he finds one nearby. But the tusked men tell him to come closer. They won't let him go until they confirm he isn't an alchemist. With no choice left, the young man raises his hands and acts surprised, ready to be searched. Then they tell him to hand over his bag, and that's the turning point. Mesdari attacks first, since his cover is blown anyway. The tusked men react the second they sense killing intent. Mesdari grabs one of his chemical charges and hurls it straight into one bastard's eyes, burning through his face until he drops like a log. Word spreads fast that the boy with the drained hand is here, and the trackers chasing him start closing in. Mesdari only has sulfuric acid, one fire screen, and 2 gas bombs left. If he uses them now, he won't have anything to break the river later. But he has no choice. He throws the chemicals right at their faces. One tusk blocks the sulfuric acid, but what hits him next is liquefied gas, and Mesdari lights it with fire, turning the bastard into a burning crust. They scream in pure agony as they're cooked alive. Their leader backs away, abandoning his men. Mesdari can't let any of them live now. If they carry this news back, he's done. The problem is his flames won't reach that far, and he refuses to rely on the spirit following him. Soon, the big shot of the Tusk group arrives. He's clearly thrilled to have found Mesdari. They order Mesdari to remove his leg wrap and put down his things. In that state, there's no way he can fight them fairly, and the spirit knows it too. So the Catboy makes the smart call and gives up right away. He's forced to take off his bag, and the Tusks pin his hands behind his back. Mesdari makes it clear that even without his alchemy weapons, he's still dangerous. But the big guy doesn't back off. After all, he's the king of Sakmian, Dermalin Busa, chosen by their god Twisted Tie. Dermalin has heard that alchemists always want to challenge the gods, so he's wondering whether Mesdari should be burned now or judged by the will of his god. If Mesdari wants to see the strength of the troll god, Dermalin is happy to show him. The spirit gets excited and wants to test that god's power too, but Mesdari knows a god is watching this place. And if that god really is watching, any normal punishment would be the easy option. If Mesdari receives Twisted Tie's judgment, he'd be torn into 12 pieces on the spot. Mesdari has no idea why. Out of all the alchemists, a king came for him in person, especially when Dermalin had denied the Alchemy Tower until now. But Dermalin knows exactly how the alchemists have been hiding their knowledge. The only reason the tower was ignored before is that his god wanted their research to keep growing. They may not believe in gods, but that doesn't change how dangerous their work is. Trying to cut a deal, Mesdari offers to teach the king how to make gunpowder, if they'll let him go and come back later. But gunpowder isn't the only thing the king wants from him. Mesdari doesn't know it, but one alchemist inside the tower had already been talking to Dermalin, so the king already knows how to make gunpowder. Mesdari still has no clue what they really want from him. Then the king finally says it. His god wants magic. The sharp-minded bird tries to talk some sense into this giant beast, because magic isn't something you get just by wanting it. Dermalin says this isn't about curiosity or even about who Mesdari really is. He only wants power, as his god understands it. Magic is a force that can change the order of the world, just like a god can. Mesdari argues that magic is basically ancient myth, old stories buried deep in history, but the big bastard won't let it go. That's when Mesdari finally gets it. They don't want magic itself. They want a mage who will obey them. Dermalin is pleased Mazdari figured that out so quickly. Saves him the trouble of explaining. The other alchemist, though, wasn't nearly as clever. That boy gave up nothing except one detail. The best alchemist there was Mazdari. Now Mazdari fully understands they want him to become a mage. The king is even willing to hand over all the knowledge they've gathered on mages so far. If Mazdari takes in all of it, he might truly become a mage, and with that overwhelming power, the king wants him to spread the greatness of Recap. Even without this offer, Mazdari had already planned to finish his research by finding alchemists across the continent and becoming a mage. He was so close, just one step away. Now with the knowledge Recap collected, the path could be much easier, even if that knowledge was taken by torturing alchemists. Dermalin promises Mazdari the best treatment he deserves. After all, Garuda helped those bastards build this nation. But Mazdari isn't welcome among his own kind because he's seen as a disgrace, so Dermalin says it would be fitting if he restored his people's honor. The offer is tempting, but Mazdari still asks for time to think. Dermalin agrees, though not for long, especially since another mage candidate already slipped out of his country. That catches Mazdari completely off guard. An alchemist actually escaped, and he desperately wants to know who it was. He doesn't know, but we do. It was Ravina. Later, Mazdari sits in his cell, thinking about which lucky alchemist made it out alive during the battle. The spirit haunting him tells him to become a mage first, then ask all the questions spinning in his head or just find a way to escape. The window is high and dark, but the spirit is sure it could break down that iron door with ease. Mazdari says it's pointless because gods can watch whatever they want. The spirit keeps pushing him to do something instead of sitting there like an idiot. Mazdari lowers his head and starts thinking again. He doesn't understand why he's hesitating. He always believed he'd do anything to become a mage. Even if that meant becoming a god's slave, his dream would still come true. While he's thinking, someone appears at the cell window. It's Grasshopper, and he wants a quiet talk with Mazdari. He slips into the cell like it's nothing. Mazdari instantly goes on guard, but Grasshopper assures him he's a messenger of the gods, so there's no need to worry. His name is Hongo, one of the creations of the night sky. Hearing that, the spirit realizes he's talking about the gods served by the mages of Recap. Mazdari quickly asks what the night sky god wants with him. Grasshopper says his god sees everything and knows all that's happened so far. Mazdari finds it ironic that the night sky reached him through Dermalin, and even sent a protector here, despite this not being that god's territory. Grasshopper assures him the night sky isn't watching right now. He's certain because his god told him so, and he wouldn't lie about that. Mazdari then asks why he came. Grasshopper says he's here to deliver a prophecy. Mazdari will become the mage of Recap. Of course, Mazdari just stares at him in confusion. As far as he's concerned, if he escaped right now, that prophecy would fall apart at once. Grasshopper explains that he entered this room through divine power, so Mazdari can't get out that easily, and the prophecy doesn't stop there. The rest says that Mazdari, after becoming a mage, will betray Recap. The spirit laughs, because that sounds more like an order from the night sky than a prophecy. But Grasshopper makes it clear that this really is just a plain prophecy. With that said, Mazdari is free to do whatever he wants. Mazdari clicks his tongue. A divine messenger came all this way just to tell him that if he becomes a mage using Recap's resources, then Recap gains a powerful mage of its own. And by size alone, Recap is already the biggest nation on the continent. If it gets a mage too, it might even grow stronger than Recap. So the night sky has every reason to stay wary of Twisted Tie. What Mazdari still doesn't get is why go through all this trouble and ceremony when gods usually just command people outright. Grasshopper explains that the night sky god doesn't throw around orders so cheaply. More than anything, he respects the freedom of those under him. After all, he can still get what he wants without stepping in directly. Mazdari still thinks that makes no sense. What if he chooses to act against the prophecy? Surely the night sky wouldn't like that. But Grasshopper reminds him they can't know for sure. He believes the night sky wouldn't be upset either way, whether the prophecy comes true or not. With his task done, Grasshopper gets ready to leave. Before going, he warns Mazdari to bury his thoughts deep, since Twisted Tie might hear them. If that god catches his real thoughts, any plan to deceive him will fail. Then Grasshopper disappears, leaving Mazdari alone with his thoughts. The spirit tells him to escape now, since Twisted Tie isn't watching. But Mazdari has already changed his mind. He may have hated the gods before, but for now he's willing to follow the prophecy. Mazdari is thinking bigger than that. He wants revenge. He wants to destroy the ones who locked him up and tortured him. He also wants to surpass every other alchemist who died along the way. So he finally chooses betrayal, and the best time to do it would be after he becomes a mage. One thing stands out. The night sky gods seemed to know Mazdari would choose this path the moment he heard the prophecy. Even so, Mazdari doesn't panic. At last he stands and announces he's made up his mind. Mazdari will work for Recap. The scene shifts to a lone ship crossing the Great Sea. It finally reaches Sashin, with Lump and Ravina both on board. As for Sashin, it's a small port between Hukran's Orizon and Maganon. With its wide beaches and rich land, it's known for good farming. On the surface, it's just an ordinary port village like any other, which is exactly why no one paid much attention to it until now. This is where Hukran's secret order factory is really hidden, built by the ocean so ships can move materials in and out with ease. Lump explains this place isn't just for making weapons, it's also where the knowledge of non-believers is gathered, and the thing they brought on the ship came from that knowledge too. Lump tells Ravina not to talk about it. She reminds him the god of the night sky ordered it, so it shouldn't be a problem. Even so, Lump says the base is sacred, and until they confirm it works right, he doesn't want to risk bad luck. He hopes the god of the night sky is watching over them. The item they're discussing is a weapon, and they came here to test some newly made ones. That's why they're at this port. Ravina is surprised by how much faith Lump has in God, especially since his people have been hunted more than most. She also thinks he's an incredible maker. She only shared the theory behind the hunted race, and he already built a working result from it by himself. Now she's sure Lump is the one who can help push her next plan forward. Even if something goes wrong, she can still use her demonic property powers. The alchemy tower may be gone, but its knowledge is still here, and that could change the whole world. Looking up at the blue sky, she calls out to the god of the night sky. She wants to know where this world is headed and what he's really planning. The next day arrives. At the fish market, we find Bassan drinking and having the time of his life. He's already had plenty, and is thinking about stopping before he gets completely wasted. The men serving him are thrilled. A prince visiting their little village is the biggest thing that's ever happened here. They badly want him to mention their hospitality to King Kyle. As the officials running this small place, they love that kind of recognition. Then Bassan asks about Astasidian. He wants to know if the governor can really handle that pirate. The governor waves it off like it's nothing, and keeps pouring drinks, even though Bassan has clearly had enough. Bassan can tell the man isn't taking his duty seriously, and he wants to punish him for it. But as the king's older brother, anything he does could be called an abuse of power. Suddenly someone comes running in and whispers urgent, frightening news into the governor's ear. Noticing their worried faces, Bassan asks what's going on. The governor is obviously shaken, but he pretends everything is fine. That only makes him look more suspicious. Bassan gets up from his seat and heads outside. The moment he steps out, a cat person jumps down from the wall and greets Bassan with respect. He's here to deliver bad news. The pirate Astasidian escaped. Even worse, the cat person has taken a hostage and is causing chaos. That just makes Bassan hate the governor even more. This happened because the man wasn't taking things seriously. Cutting to the hostage situation, the choice of hostage is pretty interesting. Guards surround the bastard while his blade is pressed to Ravina's neck. She looks panicked and his whole body is shaking like a leaf. One guard tells the sea creature to calm down before this gets worse. But the cat person says he has every right to make a scene. Barasan promised to let him go after he answered every question. He demands that they bring Barasan to him. He'll only release the woman if he gets to speak with Barasan. The other cat people can't help laughing, hearing this pirate talk about morals and promises. The frantic cat person tightens his threat and warns Ravina not to move or she'll lose her head. Ravina, more annoyed than scared, reminds him she hasn't done anything wrong. He's the one causing all this trouble. The cat person actually apologizes. Since he's already rattled, she could easily break free with her muscle spasm technique. Before that happens, Basin finally arrives. That's when we learn the cat person's name is Godin. Basin immediately says Godin broke their deal. Still, he also admits Godin was the one treated unlawfully first. This time, Basin offers a promise he can keep. If Godin kills the hostage, he'll die for it. But if he gives up, Basin will let him speak. He needs to choose fast. In the end, there was really only one choice. And as expected, he lets the girl go. The moment the hostage is free, the other cat people rush in to seize the bastard. Ravina is honestly surprised by how well Bassan handled that. She had assumed cat people were all just muscle with no brains. Bassan says he only followed the wisdom of his ancestor. Rock, first try to reach your goal through words. If that fails, then you dirty your hands. Ravina is surprised to see that kind of resolve in Bassan's eyes. For a former prince, his answer is unusually clear. Now Bassan starts wondering who this woman really is. Right then, Lump arrives too. The second Bassan sees the short guy, he recognizes him. Ravina gets curious whether Bassan and Lump already know each other. It's a long story, so they take a moment to explain how all three of them ended up here. Looking at the situation, Bassan realizes this was all part of the king's plan to bring each of them to Sashin. And their arrival at the same time clearly wasn't a coincidence either. Then he asks Lump about the thing he's carrying. It turns out Lump brought a weapon, thinking it might be useful. And yes, it really is a weapon. The next scene takes us to Hukren's order factory. It's a secret place hidden from the rest of the world. There are more weapons like it here. They're big, heavy metal tubes, and Bassan has no idea how they're supposed to work. He guesses the hole in the middle might be there to launch the weight faster. With all his strength, he picks one up and slams it on the ground to test it. Lump stops that nonsense right away and says that's not how the weapon works. Then he takes it back and shows them the proper way to use it. He points to a wooden board marked with a red circle. That's the target. Next, he pulls out a bag of black powder and explains what it does. He loads the powder into the weapon and packs it down with a rod. After that, he places a projectile inside. Once the cannon is loaded, it's time to light the fuse. With the fuse burning and the cannon ready, he fires, and the projectile tears through everything in its path. It completely smashes the target. Bassan is stunned. That thing is almost as destructive as the light of the night sky. He can't even imagine what kind of weapon this really is. Ravina answers right away. It's for war. She seems to know exactly why they're all here. She heard Basan ran into some trouble with pirates, so he and his group stopped by Saijin shot, even though that wasn't part of the original plan. More importantly, Basan's group had to pick up a certain item there, and that item was a cannon. Basan is still shaken by the force he just witnessed. Its destructive power is unbelievable. Even so, he quickly notices the obvious weakness. Loading the gunpowder, packing it, adding the projectile, and then lighting it. That takes too long to start an attack. It's also hard to turn the cannon once it's set. He figures one of these might kill a few enemy soldiers in a chaotic battle, but if they spread out, taking down many of them would be nearly impossible. Then again, everything changes if they have a lot of cannons instead of just one. Even now, it's useful for keeping cavalry under control. It would be even more powerful in a siege, where the target stays in one place. That alone makes up for how hard it is to move, especially once cannons are mounted on ships. If they'd had one during the last fight against the pirates, the battle would have ended fast. At sea, these cannons could show their full power. They might completely change warfare. Meanwhile, Nebula is listening to every thought running through Basan's mind. Basan's ideas aren't wrong, but Nebula thinks this is only the beginning. These battle cannons are impressive, but compared to the weapons that will come later, they're nothing. They fire slowly, and after each shot, the inside has to be cleaned. They're so heavy that each cannon needs several people, plus training to use it right. Rain or heat makes things even harder, and black powder hardens fast once it gets damp. Still, Kyle is a genius, and that dwarf cat is talented too. So Nebula thinks they may soon create the next stage of black powder. For now, they'll have to rely on the current version, because perfecting one method doesn't instantly give you the next one. Even so, Nebula doubts it will take long. Once everyone starts using black powder, an arms race will begin. Nebula is almost certain war is coming to Eldar's surprise. Right now, the one bothering Nebula the most is Wisdom. The way he's gathering resources so aggressively is worrying. Still, it's not like Nebula has been sitting around doing nothing. The power in this world keeps growing, and because of that, the scale of war will be far greater than ever before. Nebula is sure they'll soon find out who came prepared. Then the scene shifts to the phone Itimo's face. She seems more concerned about Ravina. To her, that horned woman looks like trouble. But Bagasan doesn't really see Ravina as a threat. As a human, he thinks she's about as dangerous as Phone Itimo. That offends Phone Itimo since she's an elf and doesn't like being compared to a human. So she fires back. That lions and frogs both have eyes too, even though they're obviously not the same. She makes it clear that humans and elves are separate species, just like lions and frogs. They can't even have children together, so in her eyes they share no real similarity. Even so, Besson still thinks Ravina is a decent person. Just because she can be dangerous doesn't mean she's crazy. Still, she's willing to let Ravina's curse slide. What she can't ignore is that Ravina doesn't believe in any god. Besson doesn't care about that either. As far as he's concerned, everyone has the right to their own beliefs. The one Itimo points out that alchemists don't just doubt the gods, they're convinced gods aren't real. While they're going back and forth, someone calls for the captain and reports several unknown ships coming up from behind. Worse, those ships are moving fast. Besson quickly gives the order to find out who's behind them, but they don't have to wait long for an answer. Gaiden screams that it's the Deep Night Pirates. The ships don't look like the pirate group he knew before, but these are actually the main vessels from the southern continent. In the background, Gaiden keeps crying and panicking, desperately trying to save his own life. The one Itimo takes a closer look and confirms Gaiden was right. That leaves them with only one choice: fight. Basin, though, had been hoping for this exact moment, which shocks the Yoan Itemo. He wants to use the cannons in a real battle and see what they can do. Since she can't go against the captain's order, she reluctantly tells the crew to ready the cannons. Basin isn't backing off. Even without knowing much about the enemy, he plans to strike first. The lizardmen start aiming the tiger cannons at set angles toward the enemy. Their side only has 4 ships, and they're lining them up sideways. The enemy crew looks like outsiders from the sea. Seeing only 4 ships, they laugh at them. Their pirate leader is so sure he'll win that he thinks the god of deep night will reward him. Once their ships are set sideways, they stop moving, which confuses the enemy. For a moment, the pirates think their opponents got scared and might surrender. But that's not even close to the truth. As soon as the enemy moves into range, Basin orders the attack. Then the lizardmen begin blasting the enemy with cannon fire. One cannonball slams straight into a fishman and blows his face apart on the spot. The barrage keeps coming. Shots pound the ship, tearing into it again and again. The pirates are getting smashed left and right like they're nothing. At last, the enemy stops pushing forward. But the pause doesn't last. The pirate captain roars at his men to keep advancing. He's convinced no one can keep firing weapons like that over and over. Seeing that, Basin orders his men to get ready for another round. One thing is clear: these sea creatures aren't mindless beasts. Meanwhile, the fishman leader feels encouraged when the gunfire stops, taking it as proof his guess was right, so he commands his fleet to close in even more. What he doesn't realize is this: Basin is already ready for round 2. The moment he lowers the flag, his men fire another volley. Since the cannons take a long time to reload, there's always a gap between rounds. Of course, Basin already planned for that and prepared a second line to cover it. He also shows the phone Idemo how to keep some distance and buy time for reloading. Basin's real goal is to safely deliver the cannons and iron powder. He doesn't need to wipe out the pirates. Still, if they keep chasing him, he can do exactly that. On the pirate ship, the crew struggles just to get back up. Their captain orders every survivor to endure the bombardment and take control of the steering so they can keep the chase going. He believes the cannons are powerful, but they still can't sink the ships outright. So if his men get close enough, they still have a shot. Basin expected that. These creatures aren't brainless, and ship-to-ship cannon fire alone had always been bad at taking vessels down quickly, so he decides to use the big one. The moment he gives the order, they bring out the large cannon to destroy the enemy ship. As the cannon's barrel turns toward the pirates, his man pulls the trigger and fires the cannon empty. The blast rips a huge hole through the ship and leaves it completely useless. The pirates on board have no choice but to jump off the sinking vessel. Up in the sky, Nebula watches it all unfold. He looks completely pleased. It was a good call to interfere and draw the pirates here. That let them test the cannon's power. The pirates were driven off with almost no losses on their side, and since they had Ravina with them, even a failed test wouldn't have caused much trouble. Still, he has to admit Basin did better than expected. Nebula even thinks he may have gained a skill, one focused on command and leadership. Back in Rockrax's time, wars relied on strategy and tactics too, but individual fighters could still change a battle on their own. Once firearms appeared though, fighting skill became more standardized and command systems mattered much more. Nebula can't wait for the day Basin grows into a force no one can ignore. After that, Basin receives secret orders to drive out the pirates. Within a month, he takes control of the southern archipelago. By midnight, the celebration is in full swing. Even though Basin succeeded in pushing out the Deep Night pirates, he still doesn't know if he can leave right away. The southern archipelago may be pirate land, but they likely have a separate military base somewhere nearby. From what Ravina heard, there are 2 islands near the southern archipelago. Ormur Dolton. Ormur lies east of the archipelago and close to Danium, so it's likely used as a base for pirates traveling to and from Danium. Dolton is farther south and much more distant. Since it's closer to the southern continent, it's probably the real base of the Deep Night pirates. Basin already has enough well-equipped soldiers with cannons, but splitting them in 2 would be risky, so he plans to take one island first. Then a familiar voice shows up, saying Ormur has already been captured. That man is Mazdari, which shocks Ravina. As fellow alchemists, the 2 know each other very well. Basin stares ahead in surprise as he sees a troll fleet approaching the army of Shockmian. At the sight of that force, Basin quickly orders General Ian to prepare the troops for battle. Mazdari assures him they're here as friends. He says they only want to drive out the pirates as fast as possible. Since Mazdari and the trolls came on Danium merchant ships, it's no surprise the Asticidians weren't guarding against them. That doesn't calm Basin at all. He has no reason to relax when soldiers from Shockmian arrive on Danium ships. Even so, the troll general politely introduces himself as General Uldor Mayan of Shockmian. Since he's in charge of the Danium ships, he tries to put Basin on edge. He claims the only reason he came on Danium vessels is because Shockmian has no ships that sail this far south. He also says he doesn't want conflict with Hukrin, and only came to help because their ally Danium has been suffering from pirate attacks. In his view, everyone benefits if pirates are dealt with quickly. Basin understands that logic. Even so, since the pirates recently spread into Hukrin's southern archipelago, he had to remove them himself, meaning there's nothing left for General Uldor to do. It seems Uldor has heard a very different story. As far as he knows, Hukrin never truly took the southern archipelago, and only uncivilized people lived there. Basin reminds him that Hukrin simply respected the Asticidians' autonomy, because they kept sending tribute and showing loyalty. After all, the god they worship is also the god of the night sky. But Uldor argues that the name of the god the Asticidians worship used to be different from Hukrin's. He remembers it as something like the White Sword God. Basin clears that up, saying the White Sword God and the god of the night sky are the same. He adds that a prince from the main temple is already on the way to confirm it. Inside, Basin quickly sees the real reason this general came. If Basin had arrived even a little later, Uldor Mayan likely would have claimed the southern archipelago and Ormur with it as his own territory. Another key detail is that Shockmian used Danium ships to get here. That only makes it more likely those 2 nations are working together. It looks like Wisdom and Krampus are planning something behind the scenes. And from Basin's point of view, all 5 nations including Jokwa, Mangul, and Guman might end up involved. Even if they don't fight Hukrin directly, competition is unavoidable. In the end, it's all about a route to the southern continent. And now, a clash between nations over that land feels inevitable. Basin then asks if this man plans to head to Dolton Island. Big Tusk says yes, in fact, he's ready to go even farther if needed. That answer makes Basin smile a little, like he expected it. For now though, he decides to enjoy the celebration until the next day. Then the journey starts again, this time with Shockmian's army joining them. It turns out even Mangul ships have joined the trip. Basin is sure Shockmian and Mangul will both try to claim Dolton once the pirates are dealt with. Those 2 nations clearly already talked it over. The Wanatimo really isn't happy about any of this. She only wanted to explore the outer mountains, and now she's stuck in a huge mess she never signed up for. It's way beyond her level, and that's exactly what bothers her. Basin feels the god of the night sky watching from above. The one Ipmo, on the other hand, thinks he's being ridiculous, since the sky is completely clear. Soon the group spots the pirates, but something else is even more alarming. The pirate ships heading their way are basically wrecks. There are so many of them that even Nebula is left speechless. He has no clue how those looters gathered that many troops. On top of that, some divine restriction is blocking him from even identifying the enemy. That should only happen if the enemy is at least level 19. Nebula also notices the pirates are moving in a strange way. They're keeping a huge gap from their target, and that empty space feels like a trap. Realizing that, Nebula reacts fast. He sends Basin a divine warning and tells him to stay alert. Basin instantly understands the urgency. He orders his men to speed up the ships. Meanwhile, General Oldor Mayan is caught off guard by the sudden change in pace. One soldier reports that Huckran's ships are accelerating. The troll general scoffs, deciding Basin must have panicked at the enemy numbers and is trying to buy time for a new plan. Letting his pride take over, the general gives the enemy the first clash. He won't need long to realize how dumb that choice was. A gigantic tentacle bursts out of the sea, towering over the ships. It's a kraken. One swing of its tentacle wipes out a bunch of troll soldiers and wrecks the ships around them. Not long after, one whole ship gets caught in the tentacles, then crushed and beaten apart by repeated blows. Nebula expected something like this, which is why he sent that warning so suddenly. Looking down into the water, the monster's full size becomes clear. Nebula figures it's at least 500 meters long, half a kilometer. Thanks to Nebula's quick warning, his side avoids getting wrecked for no reason. Krampus, of course, is furious as troll ships keep getting destroyed. He blames Nebula for not warning him sooner, but Nebula explains he only found out at the last second. Krampus doesn't believe that for a second. He's convinced Nebula planned this. Nebula gives the same answer again. As far as he knows, the Kraken is just a wild creature, not something controlled by any civilization. If that's true, it wouldn't be helping the Deep Ones on purpose. Still, Nebula has another idea. Maybe the Kraken is tied to that same ancient evil, and the Deep Ones live in some kind of symbiotic relationship with it. Nebula was too late to warn Krampus about the first strange Deep Ones attack, but this time he alerts him early. The second strike is coming, with the Deep Ones rising between the Kraken's tentacles. In return, Krampus decides to share a warning of his own about the third attack. The third pirate fleet is already moving, trying to keep the ships trapped inside the Kraken's range. Krampus asks Nebula how to stop it. Nebula just has his companion ask whether Krampus really needs advice. After all, Krampus can simply use what he's been hiding. But before we learn what that is, another ship is lifted up for the Kraken. As the Kraken tears into it, the ship breaks apart piece by piece. Mazdari is doing all he can. He's in the middle of drawing a circle when a huge boulder drops onto him. After pushing the boulder off, he finishes that strange magic circle. Even so, he's worried it may not do enough. Right as he completes it, General Oldor Mayan arrives, almost like fate brought him there. He's about to witness whatever miracle Mazdari has been preparing. Not understanding any of it, the general asks what that glowing circle is for. Mazdari says this is exactly why King Dermalin of Sokmion hired him, why he was sent to the southern seas, and why Oldor Mayan had been looking for him in the first place. The answer is simple: magic. Before using it, Mazdari asks how many ships are within 300 paces. The answer is around 10 ships. Most are trolls, but there are also Leonar, hobgoblins, and Satoros. The slaves are a mixed group, so no one can give exact numbers. And yes, there's a Garuda among them too, Mazdari himself. From the look of it, Mazdari is about to cast some kind of teleportation-style spell. We find out soon enough. First, he needs time to focus. He starts chanting. Then the strange magic begins to work. As soon as he finishes the spell, a miracle happens. The Kraken's tentacle suddenly turns cold and solid. When it breaks, chunks start raining down. Everyone on the ship is stunned by what just happened. The ocean around them has turned cold and solid. Even the enemies are frozen solid. The only ones spared are the people. The Garuda warned before he cast the spell. The extra slave orcs the general didn't mention are frozen too. The general is sweating bullets even in this freezing cold. Now he finally understands why His Majesty was so afraid to have this man under his command. With the spell working perfectly, the eagle feels deeply satisfied and looks to the sky like God is watching him. Nebula isn't upset either. He's honestly fascinated watching this cold-based magic in action. So this was the trump card Krampus had been saving. Nebula is still curious why the eagle chose this particular spell,